woke up at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of furniture sliding across hardwood floors. My first thought was that I was dreaming, but the scraping noise came again, followed by a soft thud. Someone was in my bedroom, moving things in the dark. I lay completely still in my bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling, heart pounding against my ribs. The divorce had left me paranoid, jumping at every noise in this small rental house. But this was different. This was real. Another scrape. The dresser was shifting position, but I couldn't see anyone moving it. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed darker than usual, almost solid. My breath caught in my throat as I watched a black mass slide across the wall like ink spreading through water. The house on Cedar Street wasn't my first choice. After Sarah got the main house in the settlement, I needed something cheap and quick. The rental agent mentioned previous tenants breaking their leases early, but I was desperate. Now 3 weeks in, I understood why no one stayed long. The first week, things would be slightly out of place when I got home from work. I blamed it on stress and poor memory. The second week, I started hearing footsteps at night, but found no signs of break-ins. By the third week, I was taking photos of how I left rooms, proving to myself that things were moving. Now I watched as dark figures, barely distinguishable from the surrounding darkness, methodically rearranged my bedroom. They had no definite shape, just deeper patches of shadow that absorbed what little light came through the windows. The temperature dropped so low I could see my breath. My muscles tensed as one of the shadow figures drifted past my bed. It moved my nightstand 3 inches to the left, adjusting it with precise movements. I wanted to scream, to run, to fight, but my body wouldn't respond. The shadow beings didn't acknowledge me. They worked with silent purpose, as if following some incomprehensible blueprint. The largest concentration of shadows gathered around my wardrobe, an old piece that came with the house. The landlord insisted it stay, claiming it was too heavy to move. The shadows seemed drawn to it, swirling around its base like water circling a drain. My fingers gripped the sheets as I watched them open the wardrobe doors. The hinges didn't squeak. They never did, even though they looked ancient and rusted. The shadows reached inside, their forms stretching and distorting as they manipulated something I couldn't see. Time lost meaning. I lay there for what felt like hours, watching them work. Eventually, the shadows retreated, seeping into the corners and under the furniture, until the room returned to its normal level of darkness. Only then did my paralysis break. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking so badly I dropped it twice. The screen showed 4:43 a.m. I turned on every light in the house and sat in the kitchen, downing coffee until sunrise, trying to convince myself it had been a nightmare. But when I returned to my bedroom, everything had shifted. The dresser was 2 feet closer to the door. The nightstand had moved. Even my bed had rotated slightly. I threw open the wardrobe doors and my stomach dropped. The inside walls were covered in deep scratches, crossing and overlapping in chaotic patterns. They weren't fresh. The wood had darkened around the marks with age. I ran my fingers over them, feeling the rough edges. No tool I owned could make marks like these. They were too deep, too irregular, and some were in places impossible to reach without dismantling the wardrobe. I spent that day at work going through the motions, barely functional from lack of sleep. My co-workers noticed something was off, but I brushed away their concerns. How could I explain what I'd seen? I couldn't even explain it to myself. That evening, I did something I'd been avoiding since the divorce. I called Sarah. She answered on the 4th ring, her voice guarded. "What do you want, James?" "I need to ask you something weird," I said, pacing my living room. "When we were house hunting 2 years ago, do you remember looking at a place on Cedar Street?" The silence stretched so long I thought she'd hung up. "We never finished the walkthrough," she finally said. "You don't remember? We got to the master bedroom and you had a panic attack. Said something felt wrong. We left right after." I stopped pacing. "I don't remember that. You were strange for days afterward. Kept talking about shadows moving when no one was casting them." Her voice softened slightly. "Are you living there now?" "Yeah." My throat felt tight. "Things are happening. I'm not crazy, Sarah. I'm seeing—" "Get out!" She cut me off. I don't care if you have to break the lease. Just get out of that house. I hung up and sat on my couch, staring at the wardrobe visible through my bedroom doorway. The scratches inside suddenly seemed more sinister. What if they weren't made by something trying to get out, but by something trying to get in? I called the rental agent next. After some pressure, she admitted the house's history. No tenant had stayed longer than 2 months in the past 5 years. Most broke their leases within weeks, citing personal reasons. One family left all their furniture behind, only taking clothes and essential documents. I searched online for the house's history, going back decades. The original owner died in 1947, leaving it to his son. The son sold it 6 months later for well below market value. Since then, it had changed hands 37 times. The listing photos showed different furniture in every shot except for one constant: the wardrobe. That night, I set up my phone to record the bedroom. I took 2 sleeping pills and crashed on the couch, leaving every light in the house blazing. I woke to darkness. Every bulb had burned out simultaneously. The recording showed 3 hours of normal footage, then static. When the image cleared, my bedroom furniture had rearranged itself, while the video was corrupted. The wardrobe doors stood open, darkness pooling impossibly deep inside. I called in sick to work and drove to the county records office. The clerk helped me trace the wardrobe's origins through property records and bills of sale. It predated the house by at least 50 years, first appearing in an estate sale after a local carpenter's death in 1893. The carpenter's journal was preserved in the Historical Society's archives. His final entry is described in commissioned piece for a wealthy client, a wardrobe made from wood taken from an ancient tree struck by lightning. He wrote about strange phenomena while working on it: tools going missing, scratches appearing overnight, shadows moving against the light. The last entry was a warning. It wants to be filled. God help me, I can hear them scratching to get through. I drove home in a daze, my mind racing. The shadows weren't just moving furniture, they were searching for something. The wardrobe wasn't just a piece of furniture, it was a door. That night, I decided to face it head on. I positioned a chair facing the wardrobe and waited, armed with only a flashlight. The shadows came at their usual time, seeping out of the corners like ink stains spreading. They ignored me again, going about their usual pattern of minute furniture adjustments. I forced myself to stand, legs shaking, and approach the wardrobe. The shadows swirled around me, cold spots brushing against my skin. I yanked open the wardrobe doors. The scratches had multiplied, forming patterns I hadn't noticed before. They weren't random. They were words in a language I didn't recognize, repeating over and over. The shadows poured into the wardrobe, and in their movement I finally understood. They weren't searching. They were measuring. Each furniture adjustment, each precise movement, they were calculating distances, angles, positions. The wardrobe wasn't just a door, it was a frame, and they were aligning everything in the room to focus on it, like a lens focusing light. I slammed the doors shut and backed away. The shadows retreated, but I felt their attention on me for the first time. They knew I knew. I spent the next day researching movers and storage facilities. I had to get rid of the wardrobe, break whatever pattern the shadows were creating. But when I called to schedule a pickup, the landlord's number was disconnected. The rental office had no record of my lease, despite the signed papers in my filing cabinet. That night, the shadows came earlier. They didn't bother with the furniture. They gathered around the wardrobe immediately, their forms more solid than ever. The doors swung open on their own, and the darkness inside wasn't the absence of light, it was something alive reaching out. I ran. I didn't bother packing, didn't stop to grab anything. I got in my car and drove until sunrise, checking the rearview mirror for shadows that weren't there. When I finally got the courage to return a week later with police, the house was empty. Not just of my belongings. Everything was gone, including the wardrobe. The rental agent claimed the house had been vacant for months. My lease paperwork had turned to blank pages. Sometimes I drive past the house at night. New tenants move in every few months. Through their windows, I can see the wardrobe, waiting in their bedroom. The shadows are still measuring, still calculating, still preparing for something. I wonder how many other houses have these shadows. How many other rooms are being subtly adjusted day by day, creating a pattern too large for us to see? And what happens when they finally get everything in the right position? I live in a studio apartment now. No bedroom, no wardrobe, nowhere for shadows to gather. But sometimes late at night I catch movement in the corners of my vision, and I swear the furniture isn't quite where I left it. Yesterday, I found a scratch on my closet wall. Deep, irregular, impossible to make with any tool I own. I'm moving out tomorrow. Some doors aren't meant to be opened and some patterns are better left uncompleted, but I know they'll find me eventually. The shadows are patient, and they have all the time in the world to get their measurements right. I first saw it during my evening run through Oakwood Heights. That was my mistake, running so late. But after working overtime at the office and sitting in traffic for 90 minutes, I needed to clear my head. The October air was cold enough to burn my lungs, and the streetlights cast long shadows between the cookie-cutter houses of our suburb. Back then, I still thought shadows were the worst things lurking in our neighborhood. My breath came out in white puffs as I jogged past the Murphy's house at 9:47 p.m. I remember checking my watch because I'd promised Sarah I'd be home by 10. We had been fighting about my late-night runs. "It's not safe," she'd say. "You'll get mugged or hit by a car." I always laughed it off. Muggers and cars weren't what I needed to worry about. The impact of my running shoes on concrete echoed off garage doors and vinyl siding. Most houses were dark except for porch lights and the blue flicker of TVs through living room windows. I was pushing my usual pace, trying to finish my 3-mile loop before Sarah started texting. That's when I heard it. Footsteps behind me, fast and light. Too fast. I glanced back, expecting to see another runner. The street was empty, but the footsteps continued, moving through the yards parallel to me. Whatever it was running between houses, cutting across lawns in the darkness. The steps were wrong. Too quick, like someone hitting drum pedals at triple speed. No human legs could move that fast. My tired brain tried to rationalize it. Probably kids messing around. Or maybe my own footsteps echoing off the houses weird. I picked up my pace anyway, my heart rate spiking above its usual zone. The rapid footsteps kept pace, moving through the yards to my right. They'd fade as whatever it was passed behind houses, then come back louder in the gaps between. When I reached the intersection of Maple and Oak, the footsteps suddenly stopped. I paused, hands on my knees, sucking in the cold air. Nothing but normal suburban night sounds. Distant traffic, someone's TV, the hum of heating units. I straightened up and stretched my calves, feeling stupid for getting spooked. Too many horror movies and too little sleep. I finished my run without incident, got home by 10:02. Sarah was already in bed, pretending to be asleep. I took a hot shower, trying to wash away the work stress and the weird feeling from those footsteps. By the time I crawled into bed, I had convinced myself it was all in my head. Dehydration and exhaustion playing tricks on me. At 2:17 a.m., I woke up needing to pee. I remember the time because I checked my phone, squinting at the bright screen. Sarah was actually asleep now, her breathing slow and steady. I slid out of bed carefully, not wanting to wake her. Our master bathroom was being renovated, so I had to use the hall bathroom next to my home office. The house was silent, except for the faint hum of the heating system. The hallway carpet muffled my bare feet as I shuffled toward the bathroom. I didn't bother turning on lights. I knew the layout well enough to navigate by the dim glow coming through the windows. I was washing my hands when I heard it again. That impossible rapid-fire stepping sound moving across our backyard. My hands froze under the faucet. The footsteps were clearer now, sharper. They crossed the yard in less than a second, then stopped at the back of the house. Right outside the bathroom window. The window was covered by cheap plastic blinds that came with the house. They glowed faintly from the neighbor's security light. As I stood there, dripping water onto the counter, a shadow passed across the blinds. Not a normal shadow. It moved too quickly, like a film running at double speed. Then the footsteps started again, circling the house. 20 steps in the time it should take for 2 or 3. My body switched to autopilot. I turned off the faucet slowly, trying not to make any noise. My wet hand shook as I reached for the bathroom door handle. The footsteps completed their circuit of the house and returned to the bathroom window. The shadow passed over the blinds again, longer this time. Like whatever was out there had stopped to look in. I eased the bathroom door open, wincing at the faint creak of hinges. The footsteps instantly shifted to the side of the house, moving toward the front. I padded down the hallway as quietly as I could, heading for the master bedroom. Behind me, the steps reached the front yard. A sharp tap on the living room window made me freeze. Then another, and another. Something was knocking on the glass with rapid mechanical precision. Tap, 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 like a woodpecker on cocaine. I forced myself to turn around. Through the archway separating the hallway from the living room, I could see our front windows. The blinds were open, showing the dark street beyond. As I watched, a figure sprinted past. It moved so fast it was just a dark blur. But its proportions were wrong. Too tall, too thin. Its arms and legs pumped at an impossible rate. The tapping stopped. The thing ran back the other way, somehow even faster. It left after images in my vision, like when you wave a sparkler too quickly. My ears started ringing, either from fear or from some subsonic frequency the creature's movement generated. I backpedaled toward the bedroom. The thing kept running back and forth in front of our house, each pass faster than the last. The air took on a static charge. My arm hair stood up. The ringing in my ears built to a painful pitch. Just before I reached the bedroom door, the creature stopped directly in front of our living room window. Even with its unnatural speed, it halted instantly, no deceleration. One moment a blur, the next perfectly still. Every muscle in my body locked up. It stood at least 8 feet tall. Its limbs were too long, jointed in too many places. Its skin was pale gray and seemed to ripple, like heat waves off hot pavement. But its face. I still have nightmares about its face. It didn't have one. Just smooth, blank flesh where features should be. Yet I felt it looking at me, studying me. My hand found the bedroom doorknob behind me. The creature's head tilted at an angle that would snap a human neck. Then it smiled. Its blank face split open horizontally, revealing rows of needle teeth that wrapped all the way around its head. I threw myself through the bedroom door and slammed it shut. Sarah sat up in bed, startled awake. "What's wrong?" she asked. Before I could answer, the rapid footsteps started again. They circled the house at blinding speed, tapping every window as they passed. Sarah's eyes went wide as the taps reached our bedroom window. The blinds clattered against the glass. "Under the bed," I whispered. "Now." Sarah didn't argue. We squeezed underneath just as the tapping stopped. The bedroom window rattled in its frame. Something pressed against the glass, blocking the faint light from outside. I could hear a sound like sandpaper on wood, the creature's skin moving against our house's siding. Sarah gripped my arm so hard it hurt. I put my other hand over her mouth, afraid she might scream. We lay there in the dark, hardly breathing, as the thing outside tried to find a way in. Minutes passed like hours. The pressure on the window increased. The glass creaked. I remembered reading somewhere that standard residential windows can withstand about 37 pounds per square inch of pressure. The glass bowed inward as the creature pushed harder. Just when I thought the window would shatter, the pressure disappeared. The rapid footsteps resumed, moving away from our house. They crossed the street, cut through the neighbors' yards, and faded into the distance. But we stayed under the bed until dawn, afraid to move. When sunlight finally filled the room, we crawled out. The window was intact, but the frame was warped. Deep scratches marked the exterior siding. Sarah called in sick to work. I did too. We spent the day installing security cameras and motion lights around the house. I bought new deadbolts for all the doors. Sarah ordered blackout curtains for every window. That was 3 days ago. We haven't seen the creature since, but we know it's still out there. Every night we hear stories on the neighborhood Facebook group about strange noises, blurry figures on security cameras, and impossible footsteps. Some people blame teenagers or pranksters. Others think it's a mountain lion or coyote. They don't want to admit what's really stalking our streets. I haven't gone running since that night. I work from home now, using COVID as an excuse. Sarah sleeps in the guest room. She says my nightmares keep her awake. But it's not the nightmares that bother her. It's the tapping on the windows that starts every night at 2:17 a.m. And the way I sometimes catch her staring at nothing, head tilted at an impossible angle, lips stretched too wide. Last night I woke up to the sound of the front door opening. Through the bedroom window I watched Sarah walk into the street. Her movements were jerky, too fast. She turned toward me, and in the streetlight, I saw her face, smooth and blank like polished bone. Then she started running, her steps a rapid-fire beat on the asphalt, faster and faster until she blurred into the darkness. I'm writing this now from a motel 50 miles away, but I can hear footsteps in the parking lot, moving too quickly to be human. And when I checked my phone just now, it was exactly 2:17 a.m. The tapping on my window has started again. The banging noise above my head wasn't there when I first moved in. I know because I checked every room twice before signing the lease. The rent was too good to pass up, even with all the repairs the place needed. Now at 2 a.m., lying in my bed, I hear footsteps dragging across the ceiling and my throat goes dry. There's someone up there. Or something. I moved in just 12 hours ago. The house sat empty for 8 months before I found it. A 2-story Victorian that needed work but would save me $800 a month in rent. My savings were almost gone after the divorce, and I couldn't keep paying Boston prices. When I saw this place an hour outside the city, I jumped on it. The realtor warned me about the repairs, the creaky floors, the outdated wiring, the draft from the old windows. But she never mentioned anything about the attic. The footsteps stopped directly above my bed. My heart pounds against my ribs. A bead of sweat rolls down my neck despite the January cold seeping through the walls. I hold my breath and listen. Nothing. Just as I start to convince myself I imagined it, a long scraping sound drags across the ceiling like furniture being moved. Or claws. My hands shake as I reach for my phone on the nightstand. The screen lights up. 2:17 a.m. I shouldn't investigate. Every horror movie I've ever seen screams at me to get out of the house. But I just spent my last dollars on the security deposit and first month's rent. I can't leave. I need to know what's up there. I swing my legs over the bed, and my feet hit the cold hardwood floor. The old boards creak under my weight. I grab my phone and turn on the flashlight. The beam catches dust particles floating in the air. I'm still wearing my jeans and sweater from moving boxes all day. I'd been too exhausted to change before passing out. The footsteps start again, moving toward the hallway. I follow the sound, stepping as quietly as I can. The floorboards protest with every movement. My phone light sweeps across the walls, casting long shadows from the empty picture hooks left by the previous owners. The footsteps lead me to the end of the upstairs hallway. That's when I see it. A door. A narrow wooden door set into the ceiling that I somehow missed during both walkthroughs. It's not fully closed. A black gap about 2 inches wide shows where it hangs open. My hands turn clammy around my phone. I know I need to close that door, but my feet won't move. A soft thud comes from above, closer to the opening. Then another. Whatever's up there is coming toward the door. My heart hammers so hard I can barely breathe. I force myself forward, one step at a time. The door is just out of reach. I'll need something to stand on. I back away slowly, keeping my eyes on that black gap. In my peripheral vision, I spot a moving box labeled kitchen that I left in the hallway. I drag it under the door, trying to be quiet, but the cardboard scrapes against the floor like sandpaper. The footsteps above stop. I climb onto the box. It shifts under my weight, threatening to collapse. The door is right above me now. Dust and cold air drift down from the opening. I reach up with my free hand, fingers trembling. Just as I touch the rough wood, something on the other side grabs the door and pulls. I stumble back, nearly falling off the box. The door creaks open another inch. My phone light catches something pale moving in the darkness beyond. A hand. Long fingers curled around the edge of the door. The skin is gray and wrinkled, like something that's been underwater too long. I jump down from the box and run. Behind me, the door squeals on its hinges, opening wider. My feet tangle and I slam into the wall, bouncing off and barely keeping my balance. I sprint down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. A loud thud echoes from above, something heavy hitting the floor. Then footsteps, fast and getting closer. I reach the front door and grab the handle. It won't turn. I jiggle it harder, panic rising in my throat. The deadbolt. I forgot about the deadbolt. My keys are in my jacket, hanging by the door. I fumble in the pocket, dropping them twice before I get them in my shaking hands. Above me, the footsteps reach the top of the stairs. The key won't go in. I can't tell which one it is in the dark. My phone slips from my sweaty grip and clatters to the floor, the light spinning crazily across the walls. I hear whatever it is starting down the stairs, each step slow and deliberate. I grab my phone and turn the beam toward my keys. House key, car key, office key. Another house key from my old place. Which one? The footsteps are halfway down. I try a key. Wrong one. Another won't fit. The third key slides in. I twist it hard enough to snap it, but the lock turns. I yank the door open and run outside into the snow. My feet punch through the icy crust as I sprint toward my car, not looking back. The car chirps as I hit the unlock button. I throw myself inside, slam the door, and lock it. My hands shake so badly I drop the keys trying to start the car. I lean down to grab them from the floor mat, and when I sit up, I check the rearview mirror. The front door of the house stands wide open, spilling yellow light onto the snow. A figure stands in the doorway. Even from here I can see it's too tall, too thin to be human. It raises one gray hand and waves at me. I jam the key in the ignition and turn it. The engine coughs once, twice, then roars to life. I throw the car in reverse and stomp the gas. The tires spin on the ice before catching. As I back down the driveway, the figure steps out onto the porch. In my headlights, I see its face, or where a face should be. Just smooth gray skin stretched over a skull with dark pits where the eyes should be. I hit the brakes and shift to drive, then floor it. The car fishtails on the snow as I speed down the empty street. In my mirror, the figure stands at the end of the driveway watching me go. I drive until I can't see the house anymore, until I'm on the highway doing 80, until my hands stop shaking enough to grip the wheel properly. I end up at a 24-hour diner just off the highway, nursing a coffee that's more bourbon than coffee, thanks to the flask in my glove compartment. The waitress gives me concerned looks but doesn't ask questions. I sit there until sunrise trying to figure out what to do next. I can't go back, but I also can't afford to lose the security deposit and rent I just paid. All my stuff is still in that house. Everything I own after Sarah got half in the divorce. My laptop with all my work files, my clothes, the few photos I kept, even my passport and birth certificate are in a box somewhere in that house. The diner starts filling up with the breakfast crowd. I order more coffee, hold the bourbon this time. I need to think clearly. Maybe it wasn't real. Maybe the stress of the move, combined with exhaustion and the old house settling, made me imagine things. Houses make weird noises. Everyone knows that. But I know what I saw. That hand, that face, the way it waved at me like it was greeting an old friend, like it had been waiting for me. The sun is fully up now, bright winter light reflecting off the snow outside. I pay my bill and sit in my car staring at my phone. I should call the police. But what would I tell them? That I ran away from my new house because something came out of the attic? They'll think I'm crazy or drunk or both. I pull up the lease agreement on my phone and read it again. Nothing about an attic. Nothing about previous owners or deaths in the house or anything unusual. I Google the address but find only old real estate listings. The house was built in 1887. Renovated in 1956. Last sold 8 months ago. No news articles. No ghost stories. Nothing to explain what I saw. My phone buzzes. A text from my boss asking why I'm not online for the morning meeting. I forgot it was Monday. I text back that I'm having internet installation issues at the new place. He replies with a thumbs up. At least I can work from anywhere with my phone, but I need my laptop. I need my things. I need to go back. I wait until noon when the sun is highest. Everything seems less scary in daylight. I stop at a hardware store and buy a flashlight, better than my phone light, and a crowbar, just in case. The clerk raises his eyebrows but rings me up without comment. The house looks different in daylight. Smaller, less threatening. Just an old Victorian that needs a new paint job and some roof repairs. My boxes are still visible through the windows stacked in the living room. The front door is closed. Snow covers the porch steps with no footprints except mine from last night leading away from the house. I sit in my car for 20 minutes, gripping the crowbar until my knuckles turn white. No movement inside, no sounds, just an empty house on a quiet street. Finally, I force myself to get out. The snow crunches under my boots as I approach the porch. Each step feels like walking through concrete. The key turns smoothly in the lock. The door opens with a familiar creak. Everything is exactly as I left it. Boxes stacked against walls, my jacket still hanging by the door, yesterday's coffee mug on the kitchen counter. The house is cold. I forgot to set up the thermostat yesterday. I leave the front door open, letting in light and cold air. Better than being trapped again. The crowbar is heavy in my hand as I climb the stairs. Each step brings back memories of running down them last night. But now there's only silence. At the top, I pause and listen. Nothing. The attic door is closed. I stand there staring up at it, wondering if I imagined the whole thing. It's just a normal attic door, painted white like the ceiling, with a small brass handle. No scratches, no signs of being forced open. Nothing to suggest what happened last night was real. I need to check. I need to know. The moving box is still there, crushed on one side from my weight. I set my flashlight and crowbar on the floor and drag over a sturdier box filled with books. It's more stable when I climb up. The brass handle is cold against my palm. I take a deep breath and pull. The door swings down smoothly, bringing with it a folded wooden ladder. Dust falls in my face, making me cough. The flashlight beam shows rough wooden floorboards above, covered in dust except for a clear path of footprints leading away from the opening. My heart pounds as I unfold the ladder. It creaks but holds my weight. At the top, I pause with just my head and shoulders in the attic. The space smells musty and cold. My flashlight reveals bare rafters, pink insulation, and stacks of old cardboard boxes pushed against the walls. The footprints lead to the far corner, where something large is covered by a sheet. I shouldn't go up there. Every instinct screams at me to close the door and run. But I need to know. I climb the rest of the way into the attic, keeping my flashlight trained on that covered shape. The floorboards creak with each step. Dust swirls in the beam of light. The footprints end at the sheet. Whatever made them is gone, but they're there. Long, narrow prints too big to be human. I grip the edge of the sheet, count to 3, and pull. It's a mirror. A tall, antique floor mirror in a tarnished gold frame. My reflection looks pale and scared in the dusty glass. Behind me, the attic stretches into darkness. I turn around, sweeping the flashlight beam across the space. Empty. Just boxes and dust and shadows. When I look back at the mirror, there's someone standing behind me. I spin around. Nothing there. But in the mirror, a tall figure stands just over my shoulder. Gray skin, empty eye sockets, long fingers reaching for my neck. I run. My feet tangle in the sheet and I fall hard. The flashlight flies from my hand, beam spinning across the ceiling. I scramble up and sprint for the door, not looking back. Behind me, footsteps follow. I dive for the ladder, missing the first step. My shin slams against a rung as I half climb, half fall down. Something grabs my ankle. Cold fingers wrap around my boot. I kick hard and feel the grip break. I hit the hallway floor and roll, pain shooting through my shoulder. Above me, Gray hands grip the edges of the opening. A face peers down, that horrible smooth face with its black empty eyes. I grab the crowbar and swing it at the ladder. The metal connects with wood, sending shockwaves up my arms. The ladder splinters. I hit it again and again until it breaks away from the door. The thing disappears into the darkness as the ladder crashes down. I slam the attic door shut. It hits the frame with a bang that echoes through the house. I lie there on the floor, gasping for breath, waiting for those hands to reach through the wood. But nothing happens. The house is silent except for my ragged breathing. My shoulder throbs where I hit the floor. My shin is bleeding through my jeans where it hit the ladder. The crowbar feels too heavy to lift. But I'm alive. I'm alive and it's still up there. I should leave. Pack what I can carry and get out. But as I sit up, wincing at the pain, I see the mirror in my mind. The way that thing stood behind me, reaching, waiting. And I know it's not just this house. That mirror was here first. The thing in the attic came with it. And now, it's seen me. I go downstairs and find my toolbox in the kitchen. My hands are steadier now as I carry it back up, along with the crowbar. It takes an hour to screw the attic door shut, drilling through the frame into the door itself. I use every screw I have, placing them 2 inches apart all the way around. By the time I finish, the door looks like it's studded with metal. Above me, something drags across the floor. The footsteps pace back and forth, but the door holds. I spend the rest of the day unpacking, trying to ignore the sounds from above. By sunset, most of my boxes are empty. The house looks almost normal, like any other place still being moved into. But I keep the crowbar close, and I don't look in any mirrors. Night falls. The footsteps get louder after dark. They follow me from room to room, tracking my movements through the ceiling. Sometimes I hear scratching, like it's trying to dig through the floor. I turn up the TV to drown it out, but I can still feel it up there, watching, waiting. I don't sleep that first night, or the next. On the third day, I cover every mirror in the house with sheets. The footsteps get quieter after that, but they don't stop. They never stop. Even now, months later, I hear it walking above me. Sometimes it taps on the walls or scratches at the door. Sometimes it whispers my name. I should move out. I know that. But where would I go? How do I know it wouldn't follow me? At least here I know where it is. At least here I can keep it trapped up there with its mirror, pacing in the dark. And sometimes late at night when I'm lying awake listening to those footsteps, I wonder, does it know something I don't? Is there a reason it waved to me that night like it was greeting an old friend? Because lately I've started to notice things. Like how the previous owner's photo shows a tall, thin man with gray skin. Or how my reflection sometimes moves a second too slow. Or how my fingers look longer in certain lights like they're stretching toward something. Maybe I should uncover the mirrors. Maybe I should go back up there. Maybe it's not trying to get out. Maybe it's trying to let me in. I shouldn't have gone hiking that day. The weather report showed a 60% chance of rain, and dark clouds had been gathering since morning. But after 3 weeks of overtime at the office, I needed to clear my head. The Oakwood Trail was only a 40-minute drive from my apartment in Portland, and I knew it well enough. Or at least I thought I did. I parked my Subaru at the trailhead around 2 p.m. The parking lot was empty, except for a rusty pickup truck at the far end. Nothing unusual about that. It was a Tuesday, and this wasn't exactly a tourist hotspot. I grabbed my day pack, locked the car, and headed out. The first mile went smoothly. The air felt heavy and damp, but no rain yet. Pine needles crunched under my boots. A few birds called overhead. The familiar burning in my calves felt good after too many days sitting at a desk. I checked my phone. No signal, as expected. The trail curved uphill through a dense stretch of Douglas firs. That's when I first heard it. A voice, faint but clear enough to make me stop walking. It came from somewhere ahead on the trail. "Help me." The words were flat, emotionless, almost mechanical. I stood still, listening. Maybe I'd misheard. Help me. There it was again. Same tone, same inflection. My shoulders tensed. Something felt wrong about that voice, but I couldn't place why. Hello? I called out. Is someone there? No response except another, help me, in that same dead tone. I should have turned back. Every instinct told me to get out of there. But what if someone really needed help? What if they were hurt or having a medical emergency? I couldn't live with myself if I walked away and later found out someone had died because I was too scared to check. I moved forward slowly, one hand gripping the strap of my backpack. The voice got clearer with each step. It repeated the same two words every few seconds, like a recording on a loop. Then I saw him. A man sat on a fallen log beside the trail about 30 feet ahead. He wore what looked like hiking clothes, but they were filthy and torn. His hair was matted with dirt or mud. His head hung down, face hidden. Hey there, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Are you okay? The man's head snapped up. His face was pale, almost gray. His eyes looked wrong somehow, too wide, too fixed. His lips moved, forming the words, help me. But the voice came a split second after the movement, like a badly dubbed movie. My whole body went cold. The hair on my arms stood up. Something was very, very wrong here. The man's head tilted at an impossible angle, nearly touching his shoulder. His mouth kept moving, but now multiple voices spoke at once, some high, some low, some barely human-sounding at all. Help me, help me, help me, help me. I stumbled backward. My heel caught on a root and I nearly fell. The man, or whatever it was, stood up. The movement was too smooth, like he was being pulled by strings. His joints bent in ways they shouldn't. I turned and ran. Branches whipped at my face. I could hear something moving through the trees parallel to the trail. Fast, too fast to be human. The voices continued, coming from multiple directions now, overlapping and distorting. My lungs burned. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold air. I didn't dare look behind me. The sound of pursuit grew closer. Something brushed against my sleeve. A hand? A branch? I ran faster. The parking lot appeared ahead. I fumbled for my keys, almost dropping them. The thing in the woods screamed. A sound like metal grinding on metal mixed with something that might have been laughter. I reached my car and yanked the door open, throwing myself inside. My hands shook so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life. I slammed the car into reverse and hit the gas. In my rearview mirror, I saw movement at the tree line. The figure stood there, clothes now in shreds, body twisted at impossible angles. It raised one arm in a jerky motion, like a broken puppet. As I accelerated onto the main road, I heard one final, "Help me," echo inside my head. I didn't stop driving until I reached the city limits. My hands were white-knuckled on the steering wheel. My shirt was soaked with sweat. When I finally pulled into my apartment complex, I sat in the car for a long time, trying to make sense of what had happened. I called the local police and park rangers. They searched the area but found nothing. No evidence anyone had been there. No unusual tracks. Not even the rusty pickup truck I'd seen. The ranger I spoke to said they'd had no reports of missing hikers or strange encounters. That was 3 months ago. I haven't been hiking since. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I hear that voice again. That flat, mechanical help me that doesn't quite sync with reality. I've started taking different routes to work to avoid driving past any wooded areas. Last week I saw a news report about 2 hikers who went missing on Oakwood Trail. The only clue was their abandoned car in the parking lot, a rusty pickup truck. The search teams found no trace of the hikers themselves. I know what happened to them. But who would believe me? How do you explain something like that to the police or search and rescue? They'd think I was crazy. Maybe I am crazy. Maybe that would be better than the alternative. That something is out there in those woods. Something that wears human shapes but isn't human at all. I've been recording all of this in case anything happens to me. If you're reading this, stay away from Oakwood Trail. If you're hiking anywhere and hear someone asking for help, Pay attention to their voice, to how their mouth moves. And if something feels wrong, even slightly wrong, run. Run as fast as you can and don't look back. Because sometimes the things that ask for help don't really need it. Sometimes they're just hungry. The events of that day replay in my mind constantly. I remember details I didn't notice in the moment, things my brain tried to protect me from. The way the man's skin seemed to shift and ripple under his clothes, how his fingers were too long with too many joints. The absolute stillness of the woods while he was there. No birds, no insects, not even wind in the trees. I've done research since then, looked up local legends, missing persons cases, anything that might explain what I saw. I found some interesting patterns. Over the past 50 years, at least 12 people have disappeared on or near Oakwood Trail. All of them were hiking alone. All of them vanished without a trace. And in several cases, other hikers reported hearing calls for help shortly before the disappearances. The police dismissed these reports as coincidence or confusion. They blamed animal attacks, accidents, people getting lost. But I know better now. I know what's really happening in those woods. I've started gathering evidence, newspaper clippings, old police reports, interviews with locals. Some of the older residents talk about things they've seen in the forest, strange lights, voices that don't match their sources, figures that move wrong. They don't like to discuss it much. Most of them avoid the trails entirely now. Last month, I met an elderly man who used to work as a park ranger in the area. He told me stories about finding footprints that changed shape mid-track, from human to something else. About hearing multiple voices coming from single sources. About cameras and equipment failing for no reason near certain parts of the trail. He showed me photographs from the 1970s. Blurry images of something tall and wrong-looking standing between trees. In one picture, you can almost make out a face, but it's not quite human. The proportions are off, like someone trying to draw a person from description alone. The ranger quit his job after finding a hiker's backpack deep in the woods. The bag was torn open, its contents scattered. Among the typical hiking gear was a camera. When they developed the film, every photo showed the same figure in the background, getting closer in each shot. In the final image, you could see its face clearly, or rather, faces. Multiple human features merged and twisted together, all moving independently. I've been having dreams about that day. In them, I'm back on the trail, but everything's different. The trees grow sideways, the sky pulses with wrong colors, and the thing that looked like a man doesn't bother hiding anymore. It shows me what it really is. I wake up screaming from these dreams, my sheets soaked with sweat. My girlfriend left me last week. She said I've changed, become paranoid. She's right. I jump at shadows now. I can't stand to be in dark places. And I've started noticing things. Little things that most people would miss. Like how sometimes people's voices don't quite match their mouth movements. How their gestures seem slightly delayed, as if they're responding to commands rather than acting naturally. How they repeat phrases with exactly the same inflection each time. Yesterday at the grocery store, I saw a man asking for help finding something. His movements were too smooth. His smile didn't reach his eyes. When he turned his head, it rotated too far. I left my cart full of groceries and ran out of the store. I'm writing all this down because I need someone to know the truth. Something is happening in those woods, something that's spreading. Those things, whatever they are, they're learning, adapting, getting better at pretending to be human. The missing hikers from last week? I drove past their truck at the impound lot. There was something written in the dust on the window. 2 words repeated over and over. Help me. I've started keeping a gun by my bed. I don't know if it would help against these things, but it makes me feel safer. I've installed extra locks on my doors and windows, put up security cameras. I know how paranoid this sounds, but I can't take chances. This morning I got a voicemail from an unknown number. It was my own voice, asking for help. The same 2 words, repeated in that flat, mechanical tone. When I tried to call the number back, it was disconnected. I'm going back to Oakwood Trail tomorrow. I know it's stupid and dangerous, but I need answers. I need to understand what these things are and what they want. I'm bringing cameras, recording equipment, everything I can think of to document what I find. If you're reading this and I haven't come back, don't come looking for me. Don't trust anyone asking for help on those trails. And if you hear my voice out there, remember, it's not really me anymore. I've left copies of all my research with my lawyer. Maybe someone will make sense of it someday. Maybe they'll find a way to stop these things before they spread further. One last thing. If you ever hear someone asking for help, watch their mouth as they speak. Watch how they move. And if something feels wrong, even slightly wrong, run. Don't look back. Don't try to help. Because the things that live in those woods, they don't need help. They just need you to think they do. End of recording. The crackling of the campfire was the only sound breaking the silence of the forest around us. I was about to drift off to sleep when something stirred me awake. A shiver ran down my spine as I realized our daughter was no longer in her sleeping bag. "Sarah," I whispered, not wanting to wake my wife just yet. No response. I unzipped the tent and peered out into the darkness. The moonlight cast eerie shadows among the trees, but there was no sign of our little girl. "Honey, wake up." I gently shook my wife. Sarah's not in her sleeping bag. Emily bolted upright, her eyes wide with fear. "What? Where is she?" We scrambled out of the tent, flashlights in hand, calling Sarah's name. The beam of light danced across the campsite, illuminating our picnic table, the smoldering fire pit, and the surrounding trees. But no Sarah. "She must have wandered off," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Let's split up and search the area. She couldn't have gone far." Emily nodded, her face pale in the moonlight. We agreed to meet back at the campsite in 15 minutes, no matter what. As I ventured into the woods, my heart pounded in my chest. The forest, which had seemed so peaceful during the day, now felt menacing. "Sarah," I called out, my voice echoing through the trees. "Sarah, where are you?" The only response was the rustling of leaves in the gentle night breeze. I pushed deeper into the forest, my flashlight beam sweeping back and forth. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound amplified in the stillness of the night. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder. But there was nothing there, just the endless expanse of trees and darkness. The agreed-upon 15 minutes felt like an eternity, but I forced myself to turn back towards the campsite. My stomach churned with worry. What if Emily hadn't found her either? As I approached our camp, I saw Emily's flashlight beam. My heart sank when I realized she was alone. "Any sign of her?" I asked, already knowing the answer. Emily shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "Nothing. It's like she vanished into thin air." We stood there for a moment, the weight of the situation crushing down on us. Our little girl was out there somewhere, alone in the dark forest. The thought was almost too much to bear. "We need to call for help," Emily said, her voice shaking. "The rangers, the police, anyone." I nodded, reaching for my phone. No signal. Of course. We were miles from the nearest town, deep in the heart of the wilderness. We were on our own. "Okay," I said, taking a deep breath. "We'll have to go to the ranger station ourselves. It's about 5 miles down the trail. We can't both go, though. One of us needs to stay here in case Sarah comes back." Emily agreed to stay at the campsite while I made the trek to get help. I grabbed a backpack, stuffed it with water and some snacks, and set off down the trail. The forest seemed to close in around me as I walked. The beam of my flashlight barely penetrated the thick darkness. Every step I took echoed loudly in the quiet night, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I tried to focus on the task at hand, on getting help for Sarah, but my mind kept wandering to darker places. What if she had been taken? What if she was hurt? What if... I shook my head, banishing the thoughts. I couldn't afford to think like that. Sarah needed me to be strong, to find help. As I walked, I began to hear strange noises. At first, I thought it was just the wind or my own footsteps echoing off the trees. But then I heard it clearly. A whisper. I stopped in my tracks, my heart pounding. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and scared in the vast darkness. The whisper came again, louder this time. I couldn't make out the words, but it seemed to be coming from all around me. I spun in a circle, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there. Panic began to set in. I wanted to run, to get away from whatever was out there, but I forced myself to keep walking. Sarah needed me. I had to get help. The whispers continued, growing louder and more insistent. I could almost make out words now, but they were in a language I didn't understand. The sound seemed to be coming from the trees themselves, as if the entire forest had come alive. And then I saw it. A shadow, darker than the night around it, moving between the trees. I froze, my flashlight beam fixed on the spot where I'd seen the movement. For a long moment, nothing happened. And then, slowly, a figure emerged from behind a large oak tree. It was tall, unnaturally so, its limbs long and spindly. Its face, if you could call it that, was featureless save for two glowing points of light where eyes should be. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was paralyzed with fear. The creature took a step towards me, and suddenly, I found my voice. I let out a terrified yell and turned to run back the way I had come. I could hear it behind me, its footsteps unnaturally quiet for something so large. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. But no matter how fast I ran, I could feel the creature getting closer. Just when I thought it was going to catch me, I burst out of the trees and into our campsite. Emily was there, her face a mask of confusion and fear. "What's wrong?" she asked, grabbing my arms as I doubled over, gasping for breath. I tried to explain what I had seen, but the words wouldn't come. And then I realized the whispers had stopped. The feeling of being chased was gone. I turned to look back at the forest, but there was nothing there. Just the dark line of trees, silent and still. Emily shook me, demanding to know what had happened. As I caught my breath, I told her about the whispers, the shadow creature. She listened with growing horror, her eyes darting to the edge of the forest every few seconds. "We need to get out of here," she said when I had finished. "We need to find Sarah and leave." I nodded, still too shaken to speak. We quickly packed up our essential gear, leaving the tent and most of our supplies behind. As we worked, I kept glancing at the forest, half expecting to see the creature emerge from the darkness. Just as we were about to leave, we heard a sound that made our blood run cold. A child's laughter, echoing through the trees. Sarah's laughter. Without a word, we both turned and ran towards the sound. It seemed to be coming from deeper in the forest, from the direction I had just fled. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run away from the danger I knew lurked in the darkness. But this was our daughter. We had to find her. As we ran, the laughter grew louder. It sounded wrong somehow, distorted and unnatural. But we pressed on, calling Sarah's name, begging her to answer us. And then, suddenly, we were in a clearing. The moonlight seemed brighter here, illuminating a scene that made my heart stop. Sarah was there, standing in the center of the clearing. But she wasn't alone. Surrounding her were figures like the one I had seen earlier. Tall, shadowy creatures with glowing eyes. They stood in a circle around our daughter, their long arms reaching towards her. Sarah turned to look at us, and I felt a chill run down my spine. Her eyes were glowing, just like the creatures. When she spoke, her voice was not her own. "Mommy, Daddy," she said, her voice echoing strangely in the clearing. "I want to stay and play with my new friends." Emily let out a choked sob beside me. I wanted to run to Sarah, to grab her and never let go, but I couldn't move. It was as if the very air had turned to molasses, holding us in place. The creatures began to move, circling around Sarah. Their whispers grew louder, filling the clearing with an otherworldly sound. I watched in horror as Sarah began to fade, becoming transparent like the creatures around her. "No!" I screamed, finally finding my voice. I lunged forward, breaking whatever spell had held me in place. I ran towards Sarah, my arms outstretched. Just as my fingers brushed against her arm, there was a blinding flash of light. I felt myself falling, tumbling through space and time. And then, darkness. I woke with a start, gasping for air. I was in my sleeping bag, in our tent. Emily stirred beside me, mumbling in her sleep. And there, between us, was Sarah, sleeping peacefully. For a long moment, I just stared at her, my heart racing. Had it all been a dream? It had felt so real, so terrifyingly vivid. I unzipped the tent and peered outside. The campfire had burned down to embers, casting a faint glow over our campsite. The forest beyond was quiet and still, no whispers, no shadowy figures, just the normal sounds of a forest at night. As I zipped the tent back up and settled into my sleeping bag, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The forest outside seemed different somehow, as if it was hiding secrets I could never understand. I pulled Sarah closer, wrapping my arm protectively around her. Whatever was out there, whatever I had seen or dreamed or imagined, I knew one thing for certain. I would never let anything take my daughter away. Never. As I drifted off to sleep, I thought I heard a faint whisper on the wind. But this time, I chose not to listen. Some things, I decided, were better left unheard in the dark of the night. The fluorescent lights flickered ominously as I made my way down the empty corridor of the psychiatric ward. It was 2 a.m., and the eerie silence of the night shift hung heavy in the air. I'd been working here for years, but something about tonight felt different. I'm Sarah, a night shift nurse at Pinewood Psychiatric Hospital. Usually, the night passes uneventfully, administering medications, checking on patients, and catching up on paperwork. But tonight, a chill ran down my spine as I heard something that didn't belong in these halls. Laughter. It started faintly, barely audible over the hum of the building's ancient heating system. At first, I thought I was imagining things. Lack of sleep and too much coffee can play tricks on your mind, especially in a place like this. But as I paused to listen, the sound grew clearer. It was definitely laughter, high-pitched and unsettling, echoing through the corridors. My first thought was that one of the patients had woken up. It wouldn't be the first time someone had a late-night episode. I grabbed my clipboard and headed towards the source of the sound, my footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. As I approached the east wing, where our long-term patients resided, the laughter grew louder. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, bouncing off the walls in a way that made it impossible to pinpoint its origin. "Hello?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is someone awake?" The laughter abruptly stopped, leaving behind a silence so profound it made my ears ring. I stood there for a moment, straining to hear anything, but there was nothing. Just as I was about to convince myself it had been my imagination after all, I heard it again. This time, it was coming from behind me. I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest. The hallway behind me was empty, the doors to the patient's rooms securely locked. And yet, the laughter continued, now sounding like it was coming from inside the walls themselves. With shaking hands, I reached for my radio to call for backup. But before I could press the button, a blood-curdling scream erupted from one of the rooms. I recognized the voice immediately. It was Mr. Johnson, one of our quietest patients. In all the years he'd been here, I'd never heard him make a sound louder than a whisper. I rushed to his room, fumbling with my keys as I tried to unlock the door. When I finally got it open, I was met with a sight that made my blood run cold. Mr. Johnson was huddled in the corner of his room, his eyes wide with terror, pointing at something I couldn't see. "Mr. Johnson," I said, approaching him slowly. "What's wrong? What happened?" He turned to look at me, his face pale and drawn. "They're here," he whispered. "Can't you see them? They're everywhere." I glanced around the room but saw nothing out of the ordinary, just the standard issue bed, desk, and chair. "Who's here, Mr. Johnson?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. "The shadows," he replied, his voice quivering. "They're watching us, laughing at us." Before I could respond, another scream echoed through the hallway, and another, and another. Suddenly, it seemed like every patient on the floor was awake and terrified. I ran from room to room, trying to calm the patients, but they were all in a state of panic. Each one told a similar story. They saw figures in the shadows, heard whispers and laughter, felt unseen hands touching them. As I moved from room to room, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Out of the corner of my eye, I kept seeing movement, dark shapes flitting just out of sight. But every time I turned to look, there was nothing there. The laughter continued, growing louder and more maniacal with each passing moment. It seemed to be coming from everywhere at once, filling the air with its eerie sound. I tried to radio for help again, but all I got was static. Desperate for backup, I ran to the nurse's station to use the landline. But as I reached for the phone, I saw something that made my heart stop. There, reflected in the glass of the window behind the desk, was a figure. It was tall and dark, with glowing eyes that seemed to bore right through me. I spun around, but there was nothing there. When I looked back at the reflection, it was gone. My hands shaking, I picked up the phone and dialed the emergency number for hospital security. The phone rang once and twice and 3 times. On the 4th ring, someone picked up, but instead of a person, all I heard was that same chilling laughter. I slammed the phone down, my mind racing. What was happening? Was I losing my mind? I looked up at the security cameras, hoping to see some sign of what was going on, but all the screens were filled with static. Just then, the lights began to flicker more intensely. They flashed on and off, plunging the hallway into alternating moments of harsh fluorescent light and complete darkness. In those brief moments of darkness, I saw them, shadowy figures, moving through the hallways, their forms twisting and stretching in impossible ways. I ran back to the patients' rooms, determined to make sure they were safe. But as I approached Mr. Johnson's room, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The door was open, swinging gently on its hinges, and Mr. Johnson was gone. Panic rising in my throat, I checked the other rooms. One by one, I found them empty. All the patients had vanished, leaving behind no trace of where they had gone or what had happened to them. The laughter was deafening now, drowning out even the sound of my own frantic breathing. I stumbled down the hallway, desperate to find a way out, to find help, to find anyone. As I rounded a corner, I came face to face with one of the shadow figures. It was tall, impossibly tall, its form seeming to stretch up to the ceiling. It had no discernible features, just a swirling mass of darkness, but somehow, I knew it was looking right at me. I turned to run, but found my path blocked by more of the figures. They were everywhere, closing in on me from all sides. The laughter reached a fever pitch, so loud it felt like my head would explode. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The laughter cut off abruptly, the lights stabilized, and the shadow figures vanished. I found myself standing alone in the middle of the hallway, my heart pounding in my chest. For a moment, I thought it was over, but then I heard footsteps approaching. I turned to see Dr. Ramirez, the head psychiatrist, walking towards me. Relief washed over me at the sight of another person. "Dr. Ramirez," I gasped. Something's happened. The patients, they're all gone. And there were these figures. But as he got closer, I realized something was wrong. His movements were stiff, unnatural, and his eyes were glowing with the same eerie light I had seen in the reflection earlier. Now, Sarah, he said, his voice distorted and echoing strangely in the hallway. There's nothing to worry about. Everything is under control. He reached out to touch my arm, and I recoiled in horror. His hand wasn't a hand at all, but a writhing mass of shadows. I turned and ran, my feet pounding against the linoleum floor. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps echoing in the empty hallway, but I didn't dare look back. I burst through the doors to the stairwell, taking the steps 2 at a time. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but fear pushed me forward. I had to get out, had to find help, had to do something. As I reached the ground floor, I heard the sound of voices, normal, human voices. I burst through the door into the lobby, nearly colliding with a group of people. "Help!" I gasped. "Please, you have to help me. The patients, the shadows." But as I looked at their faces, I realized they were staring at me with confusion and concern. Among them was Dr. Ramirez, the real Dr. Ramirez, looking perfectly normal and very worried. "Sarah," he said, stepping forward. "What's going on? We got an alert that there was some kind of disturbance up on the 3rd floor." I looked around, bewildered. The lobby was bustling with activity, nurses and orderlies going about their business as if nothing had happened. Sunlight was streaming through the windows. It was morning. But it was night, I stammered. And the patients, they were all gone. And there were these shadows. Dr. Ramirez gently took my arm, leading me to a nearby chair. "Sarah, you've been working too hard. Why don't you sit down and tell me exactly what happened?" As I recounted my experience, I could see the concern growing on Dr. Ramirez's face. When I finished, he sighed heavily. "Sarah," he said gently, "I think you might have experienced a very vivid hallucination. All the patients are accounted for, and the night shift reported nothing unusual. You've been under a lot of stress lately. I think it's time you took some time off." I wanted to argue, to insist that what I had experienced was real. But as I looked around at the normal, everyday bustle of the hospital, doubt began to creep in. Had it all been in my head? As Dr. Ramirez led me to his office to discuss my episode, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still off. And just for a moment, as we passed a darkened room, I thought I heard the faintest echo of laughter. The moment we stepped into the quaint bed and breakfast, I knew something was off. The air felt heavy, thick with an unseen tension that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, but I brushed it off, chalking it up to travel fatigue and the gloomy weather outside. Little did I know, this weekend getaway would turn into a nightmare I'd never forget. My name's Jack, and my wife Sarah and I had been planning this trip for months. We both needed a break from the hustle and bustle of city life, and this charming countryside BB seemed like the perfect escape. The pictures online showed a cozy Victorian-style house surrounded by rolling hills and lush forests. It looked idyllic, peaceful. How wrong we were. As we approached the front desk, an elderly couple greeted us with wide smiles that didn't quite reach their eyes. They introduced themselves as the Millers, owners of the establishment for the past 30 years. "Welcome to Willow Creek Bed and Breakfast," Mrs. Miller said, her voice syrupy sweet. "We hope you'll find your stay memorable." There was something about the way she emphasized that last word that sent a shiver down my spine. But Sarah, ever the optimist, didn't seem to notice. She chatted happily with the Millers as they showed us to our room on the 2nd floor. The room itself was beautiful, with antique furniture and a large 4-poster bed. But as soon as we were alone, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. "Isn't this place wonderful?" Sarah exclaimed, flopping onto the bed. So much character. I forced a smile, not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm. Yeah, it's great, I lied, my eyes darting to the corners of the room, half expecting to see hidden cameras. As night fell, a storm rolled in. Rain lashed against the windows, and thunder shook the old house to its foundations. Sarah and I decided to head downstairs for dinner, hoping the company of other guests might ease my growing unease. But when we reached the dining room, it was empty save for the Millers. They sat at the head of a long table, smiling those unsettling smiles. "Where are the other guests?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. "Oh, I'm afraid you're our only guests this weekend," Mr. Miller replied. "It's the slow season, you see." We sat down to a meal that, while delicious, was punctuated by long silences and strange comments from our hosts. They asked probing questions about our lives, our jobs, our families. With each answer, their smiles grew wider, more predatory. As we ate, I couldn't help but notice odd noises coming from behind the walls. Scratching sounds, like something, or someone, was trying to claw their way out. When I mentioned it, Mrs. Miller laughed it off. "Old houses make all sorts of noises, dear," she said. "Nothing to worry about." But I was worried. And as the night wore on, things only got stranger. Back in our room, Sarah fell asleep almost immediately, exhausted from the journey. But I lay awake, listening. The scratching sounds continued, growing louder. And now, I could swear I heard whispers too, muffled voices speaking in a language I couldn't understand. I must have dozed off at some point because I woke with a start in the middle of the night. The room was pitch black, the storm still raging outside, but something had changed. The air felt thicker, almost oppressive, and the whispers, they were in our room now. I reached out for Sarah, but her side of the bed was empty. Panic gripped me as I fumbled for the bedside lamp. When the light flickered on, I saw her standing by the window, her back to me. "Sarah," I called out, my voice shaky. "What are you doing?" She turned slowly, and I had to stifle a scream. Her eyes were completely black, and her face was contorted into an expression of pure malice. "Sarah's not here right now," she said, but it wasn't her voice. It was deeper, guttural, inhuman. I scrambled out of bed, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. "Who are you?" I demanded, "and what have you done with my wife?" The thing wearing Sarah's face laughed, a sound that chilled me to my very core. "We've been waiting for you, Jack," it said. "For so long, we've been waiting." Before I could react, the door burst open. The Millers stood there, their faces twisted into the same malevolent expressions as Sarah's. Behind them, I could see other figures, shadowy, indistinct shapes that seemed to shift and writhe in the dim light. I did the only thing I could think of. I ran. Pushing past the Millers, I bolted down the hallway, taking the stairs two at a time. The whispers had become a roar now, filling my head with promises of pain and eternal torment. I reached the front door, but it wouldn't budge. Locked. I turned, ready to fight my way out if I had to, but what I saw made me freeze in terror. The entire house seemed to be alive. The wallpaper writhed and pulsed, faces pushing out from beneath it, screaming silently. The floor undulated beneath my feet, and the ceiling dripped with a black, tar-like substance. And there, at the top of the stairs, stood Sarah, the Millers, and a host of other things. They began to descend, moving in a way that was decidedly not human. "You can't leave, Jack," Mrs. Miller said, her voice echoing strangely. "No one ever leaves Willow Creek." I backed up against the door, my mind racing. This couldn't be real. It had to be a nightmare. I closed my eyes tight, willing myself to wake up. But when I opened them, they were closer. Sarah reached out, her fingers elongated into razor-sharp claws. "Join us, Jack," she hissed. "Become part of the house, part of us." In desperation, I grabbed a heavy candlestick from a nearby table and swung it with all my might at the nearest window. The glass shattered, and without a second thought, I dove through the opening. I hit the ground hard, feeling glass cut into my skin. But the pain was nothing compared to the terror that fueled me. I ran into the storm, not caring about the rain that soaked me to the bone or the mud that sucked at my feet. Behind me, I could hear unearthly shrieks of rage. I didn't look back, didn't stop running until I reached the main road. There, by some miracle, a car was approaching. I flagged it down, probably looking like a madman, soaked, bleeding, wild-eyed. The driver, an elderly man, took one look at me and his eyes widened in understanding. "Willow Creek?" he asked simply. I nodded, unable to speak. He sighed heavily. "Get in. You're not the first, and you won't be the last." As we drove away, I finally looked back. In the distance, I could see the BB, looking perfectly normal in the gray light of dawn. But in one of the windows, I saw a figure, Sarah, or whatever was wearing her face. It raised a hand, waving goodbye. The old man drove me to the nearest town, where I gave a statement to the very skeptical local police. They seemed to have heard it all before, nodding sympathetically but clearly not believing a word. When I demanded they go to the BB to save Sarah and stop the Millers, they exchanged knowing looks. "Sir," one officer said gently, "there is no Willow Creek bed and breakfast. That property has been abandoned for decades." But I knew what I had seen, what I had experienced. And as I sat in that police station, shivering despite the warm blanket they'd draped over my shoulders, I made a vow. I would find a way to save Sarah, to stop whatever evil had taken root in that house. Because the truth was, a part of me was still there, trapped in Willow Creek. And until I could free Sarah, until I could put an end to the horrors that dwelled within those walls, I knew I'd never truly escape. Weeks have passed since that nightmarish weekend, and I've spent every waking moment researching, planning, preparing. The locals whisper about Willow Creek, about the people who've gone missing over the years. They warn me to stay away, to count myself lucky for escaping. But I can't. Not while Sarah is still there. Not while that evil continues to lure in unsuspecting victims. Tomorrow, I'm going back, armed with knowledge from local legends, advice from self-proclaimed paranormal experts, and a desperate hope. I'm returning to Willow Creek to save my wife, to end this once and for all. If you're reading this and I don't come back, let this serve as a warning. Stay away from Willow Creek bed and breakfast. Don't be fooled by its charm, its promises of a peaceful getaway, because behind those walls, in the spaces between what's real and what's nightmare, something waits. Something hungry, something that never lets go of what it claims. And if you ever find yourself on a lonely country road and see a quaint Victorian house with a sign that reads, "Willow Creek Bed and Breakfast," don't stop. Don't even slow down. Drive as fast and as far as you can, because once Willow Creek gets its hooks in you, it never really lets go. The first sign that something was terribly wrong was when my GPS started glitching. One moment, I was following the cheerful voice guiding me through the winding forest roads, and the next, the screen went blank. I tapped it frantically, but nothing happened. That's when I realized I was completely and utterly lost. My name is Alex, and I'm an avid hiker. I've traversed countless trails across the country, always relying on my trusty GPS to keep me on track. But today, deep in the heart of the Appalachian wilderness, technology had failed me. As the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting long shadows across the forest floor, a sense of unease settled in the pit of my stomach. I pulled over to the side of the narrow dirt road, trying to get my bearings. The dense canopy of trees blocked out most of the fading daylight, making it difficult to see much beyond a few feet in any direction. I rummaged through my backpack, searching for the paper map I always carried as a backup. But as I unfolded it, my heart sank. This area wasn't even on the map. "Okay, Alex," I muttered to myself. "Don't panic. Just backtrack the way you came." I turned the car around, but as I drove, nothing looked familiar. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. The road twisted and turned in ways I didn't remember, and no matter how far I drove, I couldn't find my way back to the main highway. As night fell, the forest took on an eerie quality. Shadows danced in my headlights, and every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. I was running low on gas, and the realization that I might have to spend the night out here alone was becoming increasingly likely. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, in the beam of my headlights, was a clearing. But it wasn't a natural clearing. It was filled with strange, twisted structures that looked like they'd been cobbled together from branches and bones. I slowed the car to a stop, my curiosity overriding my fear for a moment. The structures were arranged in a circular pattern, each one unique but equally unsettling. Some looked like crude cages, while others resembled bizarre altars. In the center of the circle was a large stone slab, its surface stained with what I desperately hoped wasn't blood. My instinct screamed at me to drive away, to put as much distance between myself and this place as possible. But as I reached for the gear shift, I noticed something that made my heart stop. Hanging from one of the structures was a backpack that looked exactly like mine. With trembling hands, I turned off the engine and stepped out of the car. The forest was unnaturally quiet, no chirping crickets or hooting owls. Just an oppressive silence that seemed to press in from all sides. I approached the backpack cautiously, my flashlight beam dancing across the clearing. As I got closer, I saw that it wasn't just similar to mine. It was identical, down to the worn patch on the bottom corner where I'd snagged it on a rock last summer. "This is impossible," I whispered, reaching out to touch the bag. As my fingers brushed against the fabric, a twig snapped somewhere in the darkness behind me. I whirled around, my heart pounding in my chest. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, but there was nothing there, just trees and shadows. I turned back to the backpack, determined to unravel this mystery. But as I reached for the zipper, I heard it again. Another snap, closer this time, and then another, and another. Panic seized me as I realized the sounds were coming from all around the clearing. Something was out there, circling me, closing in. I abandoned the backpack and ran back to my car, fumbling with the keys as I tried to unlock the door. Just as I wrenched it open, a figure emerged from the tree line. It was human-shaped, but there was something off about its proportions. Its limbs were too long, its movements too fluid, and its face. Where there should have been eyes, nose, and mouth, there was only smooth, featureless skin. I threw myself into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I stomped on the gas pedal, tires spinning in the dirt as I accelerated away from the clearing. In my rearview mirror, I could see more figures emerging from the forest, all with the same elongated limbs and blank faces. They moved with inhuman speed, chasing after my car as I sped down the narrow road. I drove recklessly, taking turns too fast and narrowly avoiding trees. Branches whipped against the windows, and more than once I felt the car fishtail on the loose gravel. But I didn't slow down. I couldn't, not with those things behind me. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I saw lights ahead. A gas station, its fluorescent sign a beacon of hope in the darkness. I screeched into the parking lot, the car sliding to a stop next to a pump. An old man came out of the store, looking alarmed. "You all right there, son?" he called out. I stumbled out of the car, my legs weak and shaky. There's something out there," I gasped, pointing back the way I'd come. "In the woods. They were chasing me." The old man's expression changed from concern to something darker. He glanced towards the forest and then back at me. "Come inside," he said gruffly. "We need to talk." Inside the store, under the harsh fluorescent lights, the old man, who introduced himself as Earl, listened to my story. He didn't interrupt. didn't scoff or tell me I was crazy. He just listened, his weathered face growing more grave with each passing moment. When I finished, Earl sighed heavily. "You're not the first to come through here with a story like that," he said. "Been happening for years. Folks go into those woods and come out, changed, if they come out at all." He went on to tell me about the local legends, about how the forest was said to be a place where the veil between worlds was thin, how there were things out there that defied explanation, things that hunted in the night. "But why me?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Why did they chase me?" Earl shook his head. "Can't say for sure, but from what I've heard, they're always looking for new recruits, people to join their ranks." A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the backpack in the clearing. My backpack, or at least an exact copy of it. "What do I do now?" I asked, feeling lost and scared in a way I never had before. Earl's eyes met mine, his gaze steady and serious. "You leave," he said simply. "You get in your car, and you drive as far away from here as you can, and you never ever come back." I nodded, knowing he was right. But as I stood up to leave, a thought occurred to me. "What about you?" I asked. "Why do you stay here, knowing what's out there?" A sad smile crossed Earl's face. "Someone's got to warn folks like you," he said. "Someone's got to try and keep people safe." As I drove away from the gas station, following Earl's directions back to the highway, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd narrowly escaped something truly horrifying. The image of those blank-faced figures chasing my car would haunt my dreams for months to come. I never went hiking alone again after that night, and I never relied solely on GPS, because I learned the hard way that sometimes getting lost can lead you to places you were never meant to find, places where the rules of our world don't apply, and where the line between nightmare and reality blurs. So if you ever find yourself driving through a remote forest and your GPS starts to glitch, don't panic, but don't ignore it either. Turn around. Find your way back to civilization, because out there in the darkness, in the spaces between the trees, something waits, something that's always hungry for new recruits. And trust me, you don't want to be next on their list. The sound of scratching coming from my closet jolted me awake. At first, I thought it was just the remnants of a nightmare clinging to my consciousness, but as I lay there in the darkness of my dorm room, heart pounding, I heard it again, faint but unmistakable. Something was in there, and it wasn't my overactive imagination. I'm Jamie, a college sophomore who'd never believed in ghost stories or things that go bump in the night. That is, until that fateful evening when everything I thought I knew about reality was turned upside down. It was finals week, and I'd been pulling all-nighters for days. My room was a mess of empty energy drink cans, crumpled papers, and textbooks spread out like an academic war zone. I'd finally crashed around 3 a.m., exhausted but satisfied with my prep for tomorrow's exam. The scratching came again, louder this time. I sat up in bed, my eyes straining to adjust to the darkness. The digital clock on my nightstand cast a faint red glow, illuminating the outline of my closet door. It was closed, just as I'd left it. "Hello?" I called out, feeling ridiculous. Of course, there was no answer, just more scratching. I reached for my phone, fumbling to turn on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, and I swept it across the room. Everything looked normal. No signs of mice or any other small animals that could be making the noise. Slowly, I swung my legs over the side of the bed. The floor was cold against my bare feet as I stood up, my legs shaky. I took a tentative step towards the closet, then another. The scratching had stopped, but now I could hear something else. A faint whispering, so quiet I could barely make it out. My hand hovered over the doorknob, trembling. Part of me wanted to run, to burst out of my room and never look back. But curiosity, that dangerous human trait, pushed me forward. I had to know what was in there. Taking a deep breath, I yanked the door open. At first, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Just my clothes hanging neatly, shoes lined up on the floor. But then, as I shone my light into the far corner, I saw it. A dark figure, crouched low, its form seeming to shift and waver in the beam of my flashlight. I stumbled backward, a scream caught in my throat. The figure uncurled itself, rising to its full height. It was tall, impossibly tall, its head nearly touching the ceiling, and its eyes, God, its eyes, they glowed with an otherworldly light, fixed on me with an intensity that froze me in place. "Wait, what are you?" I managed to choke out. The creature tilted its head, regarding me with what seemed like curiosity. When it spoke, its voice was like rustling leaves and grinding stones. "We are the forgotten," it said. "The ones who dwell in the spaces between. And you, Jamie, have invited us in." My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. "I didn't invite anything," I protested weakly. The creature's mouth stretched into what might have been a smile, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. "Oh, but you did. Your late nights, your stress, your fears, they're like a beacon to us. A door left ajar." As it spoke, more figures began to emerge from the closet. They were similar in appearance to the first, but each was uniquely horrifying. Some had too many limbs, others had no discernible features at all. They filled my small dorm room, surrounding me. I backed up until I hit the wall, my heart thundering in my chest. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The first creature reached out a long, spindly arm. Its fingers were inches from my face when it stopped. "We want what all forgotten things want, Jamie. To be remembered, to matter." Suddenly, the room felt too small, too crowded. I couldn't breathe. I lunged for the door, my hand closing around the knob. But it wouldn't turn. I was trapped. The creatures closed in, their whispers growing louder. I could make out words now, fragments of sentences. They spoke of loneliness, of the cold, dark places they came from, of their hunger for warmth and life. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing it all to be a dream. When I opened them again, the creatures were gone. My room looked normal, bathed in the early morning light streaming through the window. For a moment, I thought maybe it had all been a stress-induced hallucination. But then I saw it. On my desk, next to my stack of textbooks, was a single black feather. I picked it up with trembling fingers. It was unlike any feather I'd ever seen, seeming to absorb the light around it. I didn't go to my exam that day. I couldn't. Instead, I spent hours researching, trying to find any information about what I'd experienced. I found myths and legends from cultures all over the world about shadow creatures, entities that lived in the dark corners of our world, but nothing quite matched what I'd seen. As night fell, I felt a growing sense of dread. I couldn't stay in my room, not after what had happened. I packed a bag and headed to the 24-hour library on campus, determined to surround myself with light and people. But as I walked across the quad, I noticed something strange. The shadows seemed deeper, more alive. They moved in ways that shadows shouldn't, stretching and twisting as if trying to reach out and grab me. I broke into a run, not stopping until I burst through the library doors. The fluorescent lights inside were a welcome relief, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I found a quiet corner and set up camp, surrounding myself with books on mythology and the paranormal. As I read, I began to piece together a theory. These creatures, whatever they were, fed on fear and stress. They were attracted to negative emotions, using them as a bridge to cross over into our world. But knowing what they were didn't make them any less terrifying. As the night wore on, I caught glimpses of them out of the corner of my eye. A flicker of movement in a dark doorway, a shadow that didn't quite match its surroundings. They were following me. By morning, I was exhausted and on edge. I couldn't go back to my dorm, but I couldn't stay in the library forever. I needed help. I remembered an old professor, Dr. Eliza Thornton, who taught a class on folklore and urban legends. She had always seemed a bit eccentric, but now I wondered if she might know more than she let on. I found her in her office, surrounded by stacks of dusty books and strange artifacts. When I told her my story, I expected disbelief or concern for my mental health. Instead, she nodded gravely. "You've encountered the Shadowkin," she said, her voice low and serious. "They're as old as human fear itself, always lurking just beyond the edge of our perception. Most people go their whole lives without seeing them, but once you do..." She trailed off, her eyes distant. I realized with a start that she had seen them too. "How do I get rid of them?" I asked desperately. Dr. Thornton shook her head. "You don't, not completely, but you can learn to live with the knowledge of their existence without letting it consume you. Fear feeds them, Jamie. The less afraid you are, the less power they have." It sounded impossible. How could I not be afraid of these nightmarish creatures? But as Dr. Thornton taught me meditation techniques and gave me protective charms, I began to feel a glimmer of hope. That night, back in my dorm room, I faced my closet again. My heart was racing, but I forced myself to stay calm. When the scratching started, I didn't run, I didn't hide. Instead, I opened the door. The creatures were there, just as before. But this time, I stood my ground. "I see you," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "I acknowledge your existence, but I am not afraid of you." The creatures seemed to recoil, confusion evident in their glowing eyes. As I continued to speak, affirming my lack of fear, they began to fade, not disappearing entirely, but becoming less solid, less real. In the days and weeks that followed, I worked on controlling my fear. It wasn't easy. There were nights when the shadows seemed to come alive, when the whispers grew so loud I thought I'd go mad. But each time, I faced them, and each time, they retreated a little more. I'm not naive enough to think they're gone for good. I still see them sometimes, lurking at the edges of my vision, but they no longer have the power over me they once did. Now, as I sit here writing this, I can't help but wonder how many others have encountered the Shadowkin. How many have been driven to the brink of madness by their presence? If you're reading this and you've seen them too, know that you're not alone. And more importantly, know that you have the power to face your fears. Because in the end, that's what the Shadowkin really are. They're the embodiment of our deepest fears and insecurities. And while we may never be entirely free of fear, we can learn to live with it, to acknowledge it without letting it control us. So the next time you hear a strange noise in the night, or catch a glimpse of something that shouldn't be there, remember my story. Stand your ground. Face your fears. Because sometimes, the monsters in the closet are real, but that doesn't mean they have to win. I never believed in ghosts until the day my coffee mug slid across the kitchen counter all by itself. It was a Tuesday morning, unremarkable in every way, until that moment when I realized we weren't alone in our new house. That was just the beginning of a nightmare that would push me to the brink of sanity and make me question everything I thought I knew about reality. My name's Mike, and my wife Jen and I had just moved into what we thought was our dream home. It was a beautiful old Victorian, a bit run down but with good bones, as the real estate agent had put it. We got it for a steal, probably because it had been on the market for so long. We should have known there was a reason for that. The first few days were great. We unpacked, painted, and started to make the place our own. But then, little things started happening. Keys would go missing, only to turn up in places we were sure we hadn't left them. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when we were both downstairs. At first, we laughed it off. Old houses make noise, right? But then came that morning with the coffee mug. I was standing at the counter, scrolling through my phone, when I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. My mug, full of steaming coffee, slid smoothly across the granite surface as if pushed by an invisible hand. I froze, my mind refusing to process what I'd just seen. "Jen," I called out, my voice shaky. "Did you see that?" She came in from the living room looking confused. "See what?" I pointed at the mug, now sitting innocently at the edge of the counter. It moved, by itself. Jen gave me a look that was half concern, half amusement. "Honey, are you feeling okay? Maybe you need more sleep." I wanted to believe her, to think I was just overtired or imagining things. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen, and it was only the beginning. Over the next few weeks, the incidents escalated. Doors would slam shut on their own. We'd wake up to find all the kitchen cabinets wide open. One night, we both distinctly heard a child's laughter echoing through the house, despite the fact that we didn't have kids and our nearest neighbors were a retired couple. Jen was starting to believe me now, but she was trying to rationalize it all. Maybe it was the house settling, or a draft we hadn't noticed. But I could see the fear in her eyes, the way she'd jump at every unexpected sound. I started researching the history of the house, hoping to find some explanation. What I discovered chilled me to the bone. The house had been built in the late 1800s by a wealthy industrialist. He'd had a large family, but tragedy struck when his youngest daughter died in a fire in the attic. After that, the family had abandoned the house, and it had passed through numerous owners over the years. None had stayed for very long. As I dug deeper, I found forum posts and local news articles about strange occurrences in the house. Previous owners reported similar experiences to ours, some even more terrifying. One family claimed they'd seen a young girl in old-fashioned clothes standing at the foot of their bed. Another swore they'd heard screaming coming from the attic, even though it was empty. I didn't want to believe it, but the evidence was mounting. Our house was haunted. Jen and I argued about what to do. She wanted to leave, to cut our losses and run, but I was stubborn. We'd put all our savings into this place. I wasn't going to let some ghost chase us out. So we stayed, and things got worse. The activity became more frequent, more aggressive. Objects would fly across rooms. We'd feel cold spots, even in the middle of summer. And the whispering. God, the whispering. It was constant, just on the edge of hearing. Like someone was always standing right behind us, muttering words we couldn't quite make out. One night, about 2 months after we'd moved in, things came to a head. We were lying in bed, both of us wide awake despite the late hour, when we heard it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming up the stairs. We clung to each other, hearts pounding, as the steps got closer and closer to our bedroom door. The doorknob turned slowly, the door creaking open, and there, in the doorway, stood a figure. It was hazy, like looking through frosted glass, but I could make out the shape of a small girl in an old-fashioned dress. She stood there for what felt like an eternity, just staring at us. Then she spoke. "Why won't you leave?" Her voice was echoing, distant, filled with a sadness that broke my heart. "This is my home. You need to go." I found my voice somehow, pushing past the terror that threatened to overwhelm me. We live here now," I said, my voice shaking. "We don't want to hurt you. We just want to coexist peacefully." The girl's form flickered, like a candle in the wind. "No!" she shouted, her voice suddenly angry. "You can't stay. You'll burn too." With that, she vanished, but the temperature in the room plummeted, and we could smell smoke. Panic seized us as we realized what was happening. Somehow, impossibly, the house was on fire. We scrambled out of bed, racing down the stairs and out onto the front lawn. As we stood there in our pajamas, watching flames lick at the windows of our home, I felt a mix of terror and relief. Terror at what we'd just experienced, relief that we'd made it out alive. The fire department came, but by the time they put out the blaze, most of the house was destroyed. The official report said it was faulty wiring, but Jen and I knew the truth. We'd been driven out, just like all the others before us. In the aftermath, as we stayed with friends and tried to piece our lives back together, I couldn't stop thinking about the girl. Who was she? Why was she so angry? And why did she feel the need to protect the house so fiercely? I went back to my research, digging deeper than ever before, and finally, I found something that made sense of it all. The industrialist's daughter hadn't died in the fire as everyone believed. She'd started it. It was an accident. She'd been playing with matches in the attic and things had gotten out of control. But in her panic, she'd hidden instead of calling for help. By the time her family realized what was happening, it was too late to save her. The girl was trapped, reliving her worst moment over and over, trying to warn others away from the same fate. In her own twisted way, she thought she was protecting us. Jen and I never moved back to that house. We couldn't, even if we'd wanted to. The damage was too extensive, and the memories too painful. But sometimes, late at night, I find myself thinking about that little girl. Is she still there, haunting the ruins of the house? Or did the fire finally set her free? I don't have the answers, and I'm not sure I want them. What I do know is that our experience changed me forever. I no longer scoff at ghost stories or dismiss the supernatural, because I've seen it with my own eyes, felt it with my own hands. There are things in this world that defy explanation, things that exist in the spaces between what we know and what we fear. So if you're ever house hunting and you come across a beautiful old Victorian going for a suspiciously low price, think twice. Ask questions. Do your research. Because you never know what or who might already be living there. And some house guests, as we learned the hard way, are impossible to evict. Now, years later, I still catch myself watching for signs. A cup moving on its own, a door closing without a breeze. Part of me is always on alert, always waiting for the next impossible thing to happen. Because once you've seen behind the veil, you can never truly unsee it. The world becomes a different place, full of shadows and whispers and things that shouldn't exist but do. But I've also learned that not all ghosts are malevolent. Some, like our little girl, are just lost and scared. They're trapped in a moment, unable to move on. And while I never want to experience anything like that again, I can't help but feel a twinge of sadness for the spirits left behind. They're a reminder that sometimes the most haunting things are the stories we leave unfinished, the pain we carry with us long after we're gone. So if you ever find yourself face to face with the unexplainable, remember this: fear is natural, but understanding is powerful. Sometimes, the key to dealing with our ghosts, whether they're real or metaphorical, is not to run from them, but to listen to their stories. Because in the end, we're all just trying to find our way home. The security cameras flickered, and for a split second, I swear I saw a figure dart across the Egyptian exhibit. But when I rewound the footage, there was nothing there, just empty space and priceless artifacts. That's when I knew this night shift was about to become anything but ordinary. I'm Tom, the night security guard at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It's usually a quiet job, just me, the cameras, and thousands of years of human history sleeping peacefully behind glass cases. But tonight, something was different. Something was wrong. It started small. A slight fluctuation in the video feed from the Egyptian wing. I'd been working here for 5 years, and I'd never seen anything like it. The image would distort for a fraction of a second, like someone was tampering with the signal. But every time I checked the system, everything came up clean. I radioed my partner, Mike, who was doing rounds on the other side of the museum. "Hey, you seeing anything weird over there?" There was a moment of static before his voice crackled through. "Nah, all quiet on this end. Why? What's up?" I hesitated, not wanting to sound paranoid. "Probably nothing. Just some funky readings from the Egyptian exhibit. I'm gonna go check it out." "Roger that," Mike replied. "And give me a shout if you need backup." I grabbed my flashlight and headed towards the exhibit, my footsteps echoing in the empty halls. The museum was different at night. The grandeur of the day gave way to something more primal, more mysterious. Shadows seemed to move of their own accord, and the eyes of ancient statues followed me as I passed. As I approached the Egyptian wing, the air grew colder. I could see my breath fogging in front of me, which was odd considering it was the middle of summer and the climate control was supposed to be constant. I swept my flashlight across the room, illuminating sarcophagi, canopic jars, and intricate golden artifacts. Everything seemed to be in place. But then I saw it, a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye. I spun around, heart pounding. Hello? Is someone there? No response, just the oppressive silence of the museum. I was about to chalk it up to an overactive imagination when I heard it, a soft scraping sound, like stone against stone. It was coming from the far corner of the exhibit, where we kept the smaller artifacts. Slowly, cautiously, I made my way towards the sound. As I got closer, I realized it was coming from inside a glass case, a case that held a collection of ancient amulets. I shone my flashlight on the case, and my blood ran cold. The amulets were moving, not falling or sliding, but actually moving of their own accord. They were arranging themselves into a pattern I didn't recognize. I stumbled backward, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be happening. It had to be some kind of trick, a prank maybe. But deep down I knew it wasn't. I fumbled for my radio. Mike, get down here now. Something's happening in the Egyptian exhibit. Static was my only reply. The temperature in the room plummeted, and I could see my breath coming in quick, panicked puffs. The scraping sound grew louder, and now it wasn't just the amulets. All around me, artifacts were shifting, moving, coming to life. A gust of wind whipped through the room, despite there being no windows or vents. Ancient papyrus scrolls unfurled, their hieroglyphs glowing with an otherworldly light. The lid of a sarcophagus began to slide open. Terror gripped me, and I turned to run. But as I reached the doorway, I slammed into an invisible barrier. It was like hitting a wall of solid air. I was trapped. Behind me, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps that didn't belong to anything living. I turned slowly, my whole body shaking. There, emerging from the open sarcophagus, was a figure. It was tall, at least 7 feet, with the head of a jackal and the body of a man. Anubis, the Egyptian god of death, standing before me in all his terrifying glory. He spoke, his voice like gravel and wind. "You do not belong here, guardian of the night. This is not your domain." I tried to speak, but no words came out. My mind was blank with fear. Anubis tilted his head, regarding me with eyes that glowed like embers. "But perhaps you can be of use to us." Us. The word echoed in my head, and suddenly, I realized the room was full of figures, gods and goddesses I recognized from countless placards and history books. Bastet, Horus, Isis, Ra. They surrounded me, their presence filling the room with an energy that made the air crackle. Anubis stepped closer, and I could smell the scent of ancient spices and dried herbs. For too long, we have slumbered, forgotten by the world that once revered us. But now, the stars align. The time has come for our return. I found my voice, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. What do you want from me?" A sound like dry laughter came from the jackal god. "Want? We require nothing from you, mortal. But you have a choice to make. Serve us. Help us reclaim our place in this world, or..." He left the alternative unspoken, but I could imagine it all too well. My mind raced. This couldn't be real. Gods didn't exist, and even if they did, they certainly didn't wake up in museums in New York City. But the evidence of my eyes, the chill in the air, the unmistakable presence of power in the room, it all told me this was very, very real. I don't understand," I stammered. Why now? Why here? Isis stepped forward, her voice like music. The world has lost its balance. The old ways are forgotten, and chaos grows. We return to restore order, to remind humanity of the truths they've forgotten. And you want me to help you do this? I asked, still struggling to comprehend the situation. Anubis nodded. You guard this place. You know its secrets, its routines. You will be our herald, preparing the way for our return. Part of me wanted to refuse, to tell them I was just a security guard, not some chosen one. But another part, a part I didn't quite recognize, was thrilled. How many people got the chance to be part of something so cosmic? Before I could respond, alarms started blaring throughout the museum. The gods looked around, startled by the noise. Choose now, Guardian, Anubis growled. Time grows short. I took a deep breath, knowing that whatever I decided would change my life forever. I'll do it. I'll help you. The moment the words left my mouth, I felt a change. It was like a current of electricity running through my body, filling me with a strength and awareness I'd never known. Anubis placed a hand on my shoulder, and knowledge flooded my mind. Secrets of the ancient world, rituals long forgotten, the true history of humanity's relationship with the gods. It was overwhelming, exhilarating, and terrifying all at once. Go now, he said. Fulfill your duty. We will contact you when the time is right. With a gust of wind and a flash of light, the gods vanished. The artifacts returned to their places, and the room looked exactly as it had when I entered. But I knew nothing would ever be the same. I heard footsteps approaching. Real ones this time. Mike burst into the room, gun drawn. Tom, what's going on? The alarms. I held up a hand, suddenly calm. It's okay, Mike. Just a glitch in the system. Everything's under control. He looked at me skeptically but lowered his weapon. You sure? You look different. I smiled, feeling the weight of my new purpose. Never better? Come on, let's reset the alarms and finish our shift. As we walked out of the exhibit, I cast one last glance at the sarcophagus. For a moment, I thought I saw a pair of glowing eyes watching me. But then they were gone, and I was left with nothing but the knowledge of what I had to do. The next few weeks were a blur of activity. By day, I went about my normal routine, but by night, I prepared. I studied ancient texts, practiced forgotten rituals, and communicated with the gods through dreams and visions. I knew that soon, very soon, the world would change. The old gods were returning, and I was their chosen herald. Part of me was terrified of what was to come, but another part, a growing part, was excited. The world needed this, needed the balance and wisdom the gods would bring. As I write this, I can feel it coming. The air is thick with anticipation, and I can hear whispers of the ancient tongues in the wind. Tomorrow night, when the moon is full and the stars align, it will begin. The gods will walk the earth once more, and I will be there to welcome them. To anyone who reads this, know that change is coming. The world as you know it is about to be transformed. Don't be afraid. Embrace it. For the gods are returning, and with them comes a new age of wonder and mystery. And it all started with a flicker on a security camera, in a quiet museum, on a night that seemed like any other, but turned out to be the beginning of everything. The headlights in my rearview mirror were getting closer, and a gnawing feeling in my gut told me this wasn't just another truck on a late-night haul. Something was off, terribly off, and I had a sinking suspicion that my quiet drive through the snowy wilderness was about to turn into a nightmare. My name's Jack, and I've been driving big rigs across the country for the better part of 2 decades. I've seen my fair share of weird stuff on the road, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened that frigid January night. It started like any other long-haul trip. I was hauling a load of electronics from Seattle to Chicago, a route I'd driven countless times before. The weather forecast had warned of a snowstorm, but I figured I could outrun it if I pushed through the night. That decision would come back to haunt me. I was about 6 hours into my drive, deep in the heart of the Montana wilderness, when I first noticed the truck behind me. It was a black semi, nothing unusual about it at first glance. But as the miles ticked by, I realized it was maintaining the exact same distance behind me, no matter how I varied my speed. Probably just another driver on a similar route, I told myself, trying to shake off the unease that was starting to creep in. But deep down, I knew better. In all my years on the road, I'd never seen another truck mirror my movements so precisely. The snow started to fall heavier, reducing visibility to almost nothing. I slowed down, expecting the truck behind me to pass or fall back. Instead, it closed the gap, its headlights now blazing in my mirrors, so bright I could barely see. I grabbed my CB radio, thinking maybe I could make contact with the other driver. "Breaker, breaker. This is Lone Wolf." "Hey there, driver behind me. You're riding a bit close. Everything okay?" Static was my only reply. The silence on the radio only added to my growing anxiety. I increased my speed, hoping to put some distance between us. The other truck matched me effortlessly, staying right on my tail. That's when things got really weird. As we rounded a bend, I caught a glimpse of the driver in my side mirror. What I saw made my blood run cold. The cab was empty. There was no one behind the wheel. "Impossible," I muttered, rubbing my eyes. I must be more tired than I thought. Hallucinating, maybe. But when I looked again, the sight was the same. A truck driving itself, pursuing me through the snowy night. Panic started to set in. I pressed down on the accelerator, pushing my rig to its limits. The speedometer crept up, 70, 80, 90 miles per hour. Dangerous speeds for these conditions, but fear had taken over. The black truck stayed with me, never falling behind, never getting closer. Just there, a constant menacing presence. I fumbled for my cell phone, desperate to call for help. No signal. Of course, I was miles from the nearest town, surrounded by nothing but trees and snow-covered mountains. The chase continued for what felt like hours. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, my eyes darting constantly between the road ahead and the mirrors. The storm was getting worse, the wind howling around my truck like a banshee. Suddenly, my headlights illuminated a sign, "Rest Area, 1 mile." A plan started to form in my mind. If I could just make it to the rest area, maybe I could find help, or at least a place to make a stand. As I approached the exit, I made a split-second decision. Without signaling, I swerved onto the off-ramp, tires skidding on the icy road. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought my trailer would jackknife, but somehow I kept control. I burst into the rest area parking lot, skidding to a stop near the small, dark building that housed the restrooms and vending machines. As I jumped out of my cab, I realized the black truck hadn't followed me off the highway. It had vanished as quickly as it had appeared. My relief was short-lived. As I stood there, catching my breath, I heard it, the deep rumble of a diesel engine, growing louder. And then, emerging from the swirling snow like a demon from the depths of hell, came the black truck. It rolled into the parking lot slowly, almost leisurely, as if it knew it had me trapped. As it drew closer, I could see inside the cab clearly. It was definitely empty, the steering wheel turning on its own as the truck maneuvered towards me. I backed away, my mind racing. What was this thing? A ghost? Some kind of advanced AI gone rogue? Or was I losing my mind, hallucinating this entire scenario? The truck stopped a few yards away from me, its engine idling. For a long moment, nothing happened. We faced each other, man and machine, in the eerie silence of the snowy night. Then, slowly, the driver's side door swung open. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to hide, to do anything but approach that haunted vehicle. But something else, a curiosity I couldn't explain, drew me forward. As I neared the open door, I felt a blast of Arctic air, colder than anything I'd ever experienced. It was like standing at the threshold of another world. I peered inside, half expecting to see some otherworldly horror. Instead, I saw nothing. An empty cab, pristine and untouched. But there was something else. A smell, faint but unmistakable. Diesel fuel, old leather, and something else. Something that reminded me of my grandfather's attic. A musty, ancient scent that spoke of things long forgotten. Suddenly, the truck's radio crackled to life, making me jump. Through the static, I could barely make out a voice. It was deep, gravelly, and somehow familiar. "Jack," it said, my name sounding strange and distorted. "Remember." And then, like a floodgate opening, memories crashed over me. Memories I'd buried deep. Memories of another snowy night, 20 years ago. I was a rookie driver then, cocky and careless. I'd been driving too fast, trying to make up time. And then, the crash. A minivan, a family inside. The sickening crunch of metal, the screams cut short. I'd survived, barely. But the family, they hadn't been so lucky. In the aftermath, I'd convinced myself it wasn't my fault. Bad weather, poor road conditions. I'd buried the guilt, pushed it down so deep I'd almost forgotten. Almost. As the memories washed over me, I understood. This truck, this impossible phantom, had been following me for 20 years. Not just on this night, but every night. In the corners of my mind, in the shadows of my guilt, the voice spoke again, clearer now. "It's time, Jack. Time to face what you've done." I stood there, snow swirling around me, tears freezing on my cheeks, and I knew what I had to do. It was time to stop running, time to face my past. With a deep breath, I climbed into the cab of the black truck. As soon as I settled into the seat, the door swung shut behind me. The engine roared to life, and we began to move. I didn't try to take the wheel. I knew I wasn't in control anymore. As we pulled out of the rest area and back onto the highway, I closed my eyes. Whatever was coming, I was ready to face it. We drove through the night, the truck knowing a path I couldn't see. As dawn broke, we pulled up to a small cemetery I'd never known existed, but somehow I knew exactly why we were here. The truck door opened, and I stepped out. There in front of me were 5 gravestones, a family, the family. My legs shook as I approached, reading the names I'd tried so hard to forget. I fell to my knees in the snow, the weight of 2 decades of guilt finally breaking me. "I'm sorry," I sobbed. "I'm so sorry." I don't know how long I knelt there, apologizing to the dead, begging for forgiveness I knew I didn't deserve. When I finally looked up, the black truck was gone. In its place was a figure, hazy and indistinct, but unmistakably the father of the family I'd killed. He didn't speak, but his message was clear in his eyes. It wasn't forgiveness. I knew I'd never earn that. But it was acknowledgement, a chance to do better, to live the life I'd stolen from them. As the figure faded away, I felt something shift inside me. The guilt was still there. It always would be. But now it was accompanied by something else. A determination to honor the lives I'd taken, to make my survival mean something. I walked back to my own truck, parked where I'd left it at the rest area. As I climbed into the cab, I knew my life would never be the same. The black truck had forced me to face my past, and in doing so, had given me a chance at a future. Now, every time I get behind the wheel, I remember that night. I drive with care, with respect for the lives in my hands and on the road around me. And sometimes, on long, lonely stretches of highway, I catch a glimpse of a black truck in my mirror. But it's not chasing me anymore. It's watching, reminding me of the promise I made in that snowy graveyard. The promise to live, to remember, and to never, ever forget the true cost of the choices we make on the road. The first raindrop hit the windshield with a soft pat, and I knew we were in trouble. What had started as a sunny hiking trip was about to turn into a desperate fight for survival against nature's fury and something far more sinister lurking in the shadows of the forest. I'm Alex, and this was supposed to be a weekend getaway with my best friends, Mark and Sarah. We'd been planning this hiking trip for months, eager to explore the remote trails of the Cascade Mountains. The weather forecast had promised clear skies, but as we drove deeper into the wilderness, the clouds began to gather ominously overhead. "Maybe we should turn back," Sarah said from the back seat, her voice tinged with worry. I glanced at Mark, who was behind the wheel. He shook his head. "We're almost there. It's probably just a passing shower." I wanted to believe him, but the rapidly darkening sky told a different story. By the time we reached the trailhead, the rain was coming down in sheets. We sat in the car, watching the downpour and debating our next move. "We've come this far," I said, trying to sound optimistic. "Maybe we can wait it out in that cabin we saw on the map. It's only a couple miles up the trail." It was a decision we'd come to regret. We donned our rain gear and set out, the mud squelching beneath our boots. The trail, which had looked so inviting on the map, was now a treacherous path of slick rocks and swollen streams. The wind howled through the trees, drowning out our voices and making it nearly impossible to communicate. After what felt like hours of struggling against the elements, we finally spotted the cabin through the curtain of rain. It was a welcome sight, a sturdy log structure that promised shelter from the storm. As we approached, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The cabin looked old, far older than it should have been based on the recent map we'd studied. Moss clung to the roof, and the windows were dark, reflecting our bedraggled figures like fun house mirrors. Mark reached the door first, giving it a solid push. It swung open with a creak that sent shivers down my spine. We hurried inside, grateful to escape the rain but unable to ignore the oppressive atmosphere that greeted us. The interior was Spartan. A few rickety chairs, a table, and a fireplace that looked like it hadn't been used in decades. Dust covered every surface, and the air was thick with the musty smell of abandonment. "This can't be right," Sarah said, voicing what we were all thinking. The ranger said this was a maintained emergency shelter. I pulled out our map, now soggy and barely legible. "According to this, we're in the right place, but this cabin looks like it's been here for 100 years. Mark was already working on starting a fire, his hands shaking slightly as he arranged kindling in the grate. "Let's worry about that later. Right now, we need to get warm and dry." As the flames flickered to life, casting dancing shadows on the walls, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I kept glancing at the windows, half expecting to see a face peering in at us. But there was nothing but darkness and the relentless pounding of the rain. We huddled around the fire, trying to warm our chilled bones and make sense of our situation. The storm showed no signs of letting up, and the thought of spending the night in this eerie cabin was becoming an increasingly likely reality. As night fell, the forest outside seemed to come alive with strange sounds. Howls that didn't quite sound like wolves, rustling that seemed too deliberate to be the wind. We tried to laugh it off, telling ghost stories to distract ourselves from the growing sense of unease. It was around midnight when we heard it, a sharp rap on the door that cut through our nervous laughter like a knife. We froze, exchanging wide-eyed glances. "Did you hear that?" Sarah whispered, her face pale in the firelight. Before any of us could respond, it came again. 3 distinct knocks, deliberate and demanding. Mark stood up, his hand reaching for the hiking pole he'd propped against the wall. "Hello?" he called out, his voice wavering slightly. "Is someone there?" Silence. Then, slowly, the door began to open. My heart pounded in my chest as a figure emerged from the darkness. It was a man, or at least it had the shape of a man. But there was something wrong, something off about the way he moved, the way his edges seemed to blur in the flickering firelight. "Apologies for the intrusion," the figure said, his voice oddly hollow. I saw your fire and hoped you might offer shelter from the storm. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get as far away from this stranger as possible. But where could we go? The storm still raged outside, and we had no idea where we were. Mark, always the diplomat, gestured for the man to come in. "Of course," he said, though I could hear the tension in his voice. "There's plenty of room." As the stranger stepped into the light, I had to stifle a gasp. His clothes were outdated, like something from the early 1900s, and they hung on his frame as if he'd been wearing them for a very long time. But it was his face that truly chilled me to the bone. It was gaunt, almost skeletal, with eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. He introduced himself as Joseph, claiming to be a local who'd gotten caught in the storm while checking his traps. But every word out of his mouth felt like a lie, and I could see that Sarah and Mark were just as unsettled as I was. As the night wore on, Joseph regaled us with stories of the area's history. He spoke of native legends, of spirits that roamed the forests, and of hikers who had ventured into these woods never to return. With each tale, the atmosphere in the cabin grew heavier, more oppressive. I found myself nodding off despite my unease, the warmth of the fire and the exhaustion of the day taking their toll. But every time I closed my eyes, I'd jerk awake, certain that I'd seen Joseph's form shift and change in ways that defied explanation. It was Sarah who first noticed that something was very, very wrong. "Guys," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "look at the window." I turned, expecting to see the darkness of the storm-shrouded forest. Instead, I saw faces, dozens of them, pressed against the glass, their features twisted in expressions of agony and hunger. They were there for just a moment, gone in a blink, but the image seared itself into my mind. Joseph's stories took on a more sinister tone. He spoke of a curse, of souls trapped between worlds, forever seeking rest. And with growing horror, I realized he was no longer speaking as an outsider, but as one of them. "You see," he said, his eyes now definitely glowing, "we've been waiting for so long. Waiting for someone to take our place, to free us from this eternal wandering. We bolted for the door, but it wouldn't budge. The windows, when we tried them, were solid as stone. We were trapped, and the cabin seemed to be changing around us, growing larger, more labyrinthine." Joseph, or the thing that had been Joseph, laughed, the sound echoing impossibly in the expanding space. "Welcome to your new home," he said. "I do hope you'll be more accommodating to the next guest than the last caretakers were." What followed was a night of terror I can scarcely bring myself to recount. We ran through endless corridors that shouldn't have existed, pursued by shadows with grasping hands and hungry eyes. Voices whispered from the walls, promising release if only we'd give in, accept our fate. But we didn't give in. We fought, we ran, and somehow, as the first light of dawn broke through the windows, we found ourselves back in the main room of the cabin. Joseph was gone, and the door swung open at our touch. We didn't stop running until we reached our car, the forest around us now peaceful and ordinary in the morning light. As we drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For just a second, I thought I saw the cabin shimmer and fade, like a mirage in the desert. We never spoke of that night to anyone else. Who would believe us? But we made a pact, the three of us, to never return to those woods, to warn others away if we could. Sometimes, on stormy nights, I wake up in a cold sweat, certain that I can hear knocking at my door. And in my darkest moments, I wonder if we truly escaped, or if we're still there, trapped in that impossible cabin, living out some comforting illusion, while our souls are slowly consumed. So if you're ever hiking in the Cascades and you come across an old cabin that's not on any map, keep walking. No matter how bad the storm, no matter how tired you are, don't stop, don't go in. Because once that door closes behind you, there's no guarantee it will ever open again. The sound of shattering glass jolted me awake, my heart pounding in my chest. For a split second, I thought I was dreaming. But as I lay there in the darkness, straining my ears, I heard it again, the unmistakable creak of a floorboard from somewhere downstairs. Someone was in the house, and I was alone. I'm Emily, a 28-year-old freelance writer. I'd jumped at the chance to house sit for my aunt and uncle while they were on a month-long European cruise. Their sprawling Victorian home in the countryside seemed like the perfect place to work on my novel without distractions. Little did I know, I was about to become the main character in my own real-life horror story. The first few days were uneventful. I settled into a routine, writing during the day and exploring the charming little town nearby in the evenings. But as the week wore on, I started noticing things. Small things at first, a book out of place, a chair slightly moved. I brushed it off as absent-mindedness, convincing myself I'd moved these items and simply forgotten. But then things escalated. I'd wake up to find all the kitchen cabinets wide open, or my laptop moved from where I'd left it the night before. The rational part of my brain tried to come up with explanations. Maybe the house was settling, causing the cabinets to swing open. Maybe I was more forgetful than I realized. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The house felt different at night, as if the very air grew thicker, more oppressive. I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing there. The shadows seemed to deepen, to move in ways shadows shouldn't. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that my writer's imagination was running wild, but I started taking precautions anyway. I double-checked the locks before bed, made sure all the windows were secure. I even considered calling my aunt and uncle, but what would I say? Hey, I think your house might be haunted. They'd think I'd lost my mind. And now, lying in bed, listening to the sounds of an intruder moving through the house below, I wished I'd trusted my instincts and left days ago. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my hand trembling. No signal. Of course. The house was in a notorious dead zone. One of the reasons my aunt and uncle had given me their landline number for emergencies. The landline that was downstairs, where the intruder was. Another creak. Closer this time. They were coming up the stairs. I slid out of bed, my bare feet silent on the cold wooden floor. I needed a weapon, something to defend myself with. My eyes darted around the room, finally landing on a heavy brass lamp on the dresser. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Gripping the lamp tightly, I crept towards the bedroom door. My heart was pounding so loudly I was sure the intruder must be able to hear it. I pressed my ear against the door, listening. Silence, then a whisper. So faint I almost missed it. Emily. I stumbled back, clapping a hand over my mouth to stifle a scream. How did they know my name? Emily. The voice came again, louder this time. It was coming from right outside the door. We know you're in there. Come out, wherever you are. The voice was sing-song, playful and utterly terrifying. This wasn't a simple burglary. Whoever was out there knew me, had targeted me specifically. My mind raced, trying to think of a way out. The window? No. I was on the second floor. The drop would likely break my leg, if not worse. I was trapped. The doorknob started to turn, slowly, agonizingly slowly. I raised the lamp, ready to swing at whoever came through that door. But when the door swung open, there was no one there, just the dark, empty hallway beyond. I stood frozen, lamp still raised, staring at the open doorway. This couldn't be happening. People don't just vanish into thin air. Behind you, the voice whispered, right in my ear. I whirled around, swinging the lamp with all my might. It connected with nothing. The room was empty. Panic overwhelmed me. This wasn't possible. I was losing my mind. I had to be. I bolted from the room, no longer caring about stealth. I had to get out of this house, now. I took the stairs two at a time, nearly falling in my haste. As I reached the bottom, I saw the front door. Freedom was just steps away. I grabbed the doorknob, twisting it frantically. It didn't budge. Locked. But I hadn't locked it. I was sure of that. Now, Emily. The voice chided, seeming to come from everywhere at once. Did you really think it would be that easy? I spun around, pressing my back against the door. The entrance hall was empty, but I could feel eyes on me, watching from the shadows. Who are you? I shouted, my voice shaking. What do you want? Laughter echoed through the house, a sound that sent chills down my spine. It wasn't just one voice, but many, layered over each other in a cacophony of mirth. We want to play, Emily, the voices said in unison. We've been so lonely here for so long, but now you're here. Now we can have some fun. The shadows in the corners of the room began to move, to coalesce into shapes. Human shapes, but wrong somehow, distorted and twisted. I screamed, turning back to the door and pulling on the handle with all my strength. It finally gave way, and I burst out into the cool night air. I ran, not daring to look back, my bare feet slapping against the gravel driveway. I made it to the road and kept running, the lamp still clutched in my white-knuckled grip. I didn't stop until I reached the town, collapsing on the steps of the police station, gasping for breath. The officers were kind but skeptical. They drove me back to the house, flashlights sweeping across the property. Everything looked normal. No sign of forced entry, nothing out of place. They suggested stress, an overactive imagination. Maybe I'd been working too hard on my novel, but I knew what I'd seen, what I'd heard. I packed my bags that night and checked into a hotel in town. I called my aunt and uncle the next day, making up an excuse about a family emergency. They were understanding, said they'd arrange for someone else to keep an eye on the place. I didn't tell them the truth. How could I? They'd never believe me. Sometimes, I'm not sure I believe it myself. But in the weeks and months that followed, I couldn't shake the memory of that night. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, certain I could hear those voices whispering my name. I'd see movement out of the corner of my eye and freeze, terrified of what I might see if I turned my head. I tried to write it off as a vivid nightmare, a product of stress and an overactive imagination, but deep down, I knew better. Something had happened in that house, something I couldn't explain. I never went back to that town, never drove down that lonely country road again. But sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and the shadows are deep, I wonder about that house, standing alone in the darkness. I wonder if someone else is there now, hearing those whispers, seeing those shapes in the shadows. And I wonder if they'll be as lucky as I was, if they'll make it out before the game begins in earnest. Because that's the thing about games, isn't it? Sometimes, you don't realize you're playing until it's too late to quit. And sometimes, the stakes are higher than you could ever imagine. So if you ever find yourself alone in a strange house, and you start to notice things that can't be explained, don't ignore it. Don't try to rationalize it away. Because by the time you hear that whisper, by the time you see those shadows move, it might already be too late. The game will have already begun. And trust me, you don't want to play. Not when losing means so much more than you're prepared to give. The moment our car sputtered to a stop on that desolate stretch of highway, I knew we were in trouble. The silence that followed the dying engine was deafening, broken only by the whistle of wind across the barren landscape. Little did we know, our fight for survival was about to begin, and the danger wouldn't just come from the harsh elements surrounding us. I'm Sarah, and what was supposed to be a romantic getaway with my husband, Mike, quickly turned into a nightmare that still haunts me to this day. We had been driving for hours, the monotonous desert landscape of Nevada stretching endlessly before us. Our destination was a quaint bed and breakfast nestled in the mountains, a place where we hoped to rekindle our relationship after months of stress and growing distance. The sun was setting when our old Chevy gave up the ghost, leaving us stranded in the middle of nowhere. No other cars had passed us for at least an hour, and checking our phones revealed what we already suspected. No signal. "We should have gotten that tune-up before we left," Mike muttered, frustration evident in his voice as he popped the hood and peered inside. I bit back a retort, not wanting to start an argument. Instead, I stepped out of the car, stretching my legs and surveying our surroundings. Miles of scrubland in every direction, with the faint outline of mountains on the horizon. The air was cooling rapidly as night approached, and I shivered, wrapping my arms around myself. "Any luck?" I called to Mike after a few minutes. He slammed the hood shut, shaking his head. "No idea what's wrong. We're going to have to wait for someone to pass by and hope they can help." We settled in for a long wait, the temperature dropping steadily as darkness fell. We had some water and snacks in the car, but if help didn't come soon, we'd be in real trouble. The desert nights could be brutally cold, and we weren't prepared for an extended stay. Hours passed, marked only by the slow crawl of stars across the sky. We talked intermittently, our conversation strained. This trip was supposed to fix things between us, but now it felt like it might be the final nail in the coffin of our marriage. It was just past midnight when we saw the headlights. At first, it was just a faint glow on the horizon, but it grew steadily brighter. Hope surged through me as I nudged Mike awake. "Look," I said, pointing down the highway. "Someone's coming." We scrambled out of the car, waving our arms frantically as the vehicle approached. It was an old pickup truck, and it slowed to a stop beside us. The driver's side window rolled down, revealing a man in his 50s, his face weathered and lined. "You folks having some trouble?" he asked, his voice gravelly. Mike explained our situation, and the man, who introduced himself as Earl, offered to take a look at our car. As he worked, he told us he lived nearby and often drove this stretch of road late at night when he couldn't sleep. After a few minutes, Earl straightened up, wiping his hands on a rag. "Well, looks like your alternator's shot. I can't fix it here, but I'd be happy to give you a ride to the nearest town. It's about 30 miles back the way I came." We hesitated, exchanging glances. Getting into a stranger's vehicle in the middle of the night wasn't ideal, but we didn't have many options. "That'd be great, thank you," Mike finally said. We grabbed our overnight bags from the trunk and climbed into Earl's truck. The cab smelled of cigarettes and something else I couldn't quite place. Something metallic and vaguely unpleasant. As we drove, Earl kept up a steady stream of conversation, asking about our trip, where we were from, how long we'd been married. His questions seemed innocuous enough, but something about his tone made me uneasy. I noticed his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror more often than seemed necessary, as if he was checking to see if we were being followed. About 15 minutes into the drive, I realized we weren't on the main highway anymore. We had turned onto a smaller road, rough and unpaved. Earl?" I said, trying to keep the nervousness out of my voice. "I thought you said the town was back the way you came." Earl's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his knuckles turning white. "Oh, we're taking a shortcut," he said, his voice eerily calm. "Don't you worry. We'll be there soon." Mike shifted beside me, tension radiating from him. I could tell he was regretting our decision to trust this stranger. The truck lurched to a stop in front of a dilapidated house, its windows dark and uninviting. My heart began to race as Earl turned to us, a smile that didn't reach his eyes spreading across his face. "We're here," he said. "Why don't you folks come inside? It's too late to wake up the folks in town. You can stay here for the night and we'll get your car sorted in the morning." Every instinct screamed at me to run, but where would we go? We were miles from anywhere, with no idea which direction would lead us back to civilization. As if reading my thoughts, Earl's hand moved to his hip, revealing the butt of a pistol tucked into his waistband. "Now, don't go getting any ideas," he said, his voice low and threatening. "You're going to come inside nice and quiet like, understand?" With no other choice, we followed Earl into the house. The interior was sparse and dirty, with peeling wallpaper and floors that creaked ominously under our feet. He led us to a room at the back of the house, pushing us inside and locking the door behind us. The room was bare except for a stained mattress on the floor and a bucket in the corner. The single window was boarded up, leaving no chance for escape. "What do you want from us?" Mike demanded, his voice shaking despite his attempt to sound brave. Earl's laugh echoed through the door. "Oh, you'll find out soon enough. Get some rest now. You've got a big day ahead of you tomorrow." As his footsteps retreated, Mike and I clung to each other, our minds racing with terrifying possibilities. What did Earl have planned for us? Would anyone even notice we were missing? The night stretched on endlessly, every creak and groan of the old house making us jump. We whispered plans of escape, but each idea seemed more impossible than the last. As dawn broke, we heard movement in the house. Multiple voices, muffled but distinct. Earl wasn't alone. The door swung open, revealing Earl and two other men, all armed. "Time to go," Earl said, gesturing with his gun. They marched us outside to a waiting van. As they pushed us inside, I caught a glimpse of something that made my blood run cold. Cages in the back of the van, some of them occupied by terrified-looking people. Realization dawned on me with horrifying clarity. This wasn't just a random kidnapping. This was something much bigger, much more sinister. We had stumbled into the clutches of human traffickers. The van lurched into motion, carrying us away from any hope of rescue. I gripped Mike's hand tightly, tears streaming down my face. How had our simple road trip turned into this nightmare? But as we bounced along the rough road, a plan began to form in my mind. I remembered the Swiss Army knife in my pocket. They hadn't searched us thoroughly. If I could just reach it without them noticing. What happened next was a blur of action and adrenaline. Somehow, in the chaos of the bumpy ride, I managed to free myself and Mike. When one of the men came to check on us, we overpowered him, using the element of surprise to our advantage. The van screeched to a halt as the driver realized something was wrong. In the ensuing struggle, we managed to subdue our captors and free the other prisoners. It was over as quickly as it had begun. We found ourselves standing on the side of the road, surrounded by shell-shocked victims and unconscious kidnappers. One of the freed prisoners had a phone, and soon the sound of approaching sirens filled the air. The aftermath was a whirlwind of police statements, hospital checkups, and tearful reunions with worried family members. We learned that we had helped break up a major trafficking ring, one that law enforcement had been trying to crack for years. But even as we were hailed as heroes, the trauma of what we'd experienced lingered. Mike and I clung to each other with a newfound appreciation, our petty arguments from before the trip seeming insignificant in the face of what we'd endured together. Now, months later, we're still dealing with the aftermath. Therapy helps, but there are nights when I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I'm back in that dirty room, waiting for an unknown fate. But we survived. We fought back. And in doing so, we saved not only ourselves but others who had lost all hope. So if you're ever driving down a lonely stretch of highway and your car breaks down, be careful who you trust. Sometimes, the real monsters aren't the harsh elements or the unforgiving landscape. Sometimes, they're the ones who offer you a helping hand. The beam of my flashlight flickered, casting eerie shadows on the jagged walls of the abandoned mine. I should have turned back the moment I saw the rotting support beams, but curiosity had always been my weakness. As I ventured deeper into the earth, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in this long-forgotten tunnel. My name's Jake, and I'm what you might call an urban explorer. I've always been drawn to abandoned places, fascinated by the stories they hold and the secrets they keep. But this old silver mine in the mountains of Colorado was different. From the moment I squeezed through the partially collapsed entrance, something felt off. I'd done my research before coming here. The Silver Creek mine had been abandoned in the 1920s after a series of mysterious accidents. The official reports blamed unsafe conditions, but local legends spoke of something darker. Miners had reported strange noises, inexplicable equipment failures, and eerie sightings in the deepest tunnels. Some even claimed the mine was cursed. Of course, I didn't believe in curses. At least, that's what I told myself as I made my way deeper into the mine, my boots crunching on loose rocks and debris. The air grew colder and damper the further I went, and the silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional drip of water and my own labored breathing. I'd been exploring for about an hour when I heard it, a faint tapping sound like metal on stone, coming from somewhere up ahead. I froze, straining my ears. It couldn't be another explorer. I'd parked at the only access road, and there had been no other vehicles. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing unnervingly in the narrow tunnel. "Is someone there?" The tapping stopped abruptly. For a long moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, just as I was about to convince myself I'd imagined it, I heard something that made my blood run cold. A low, guttural growl that definitely didn't belong to any animal I knew. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, but my feet seemed rooted to the spot. My flashlight beam danced wildly across the tunnel walls as my hand shook, and then I saw it, a flash of movement in the darkness beyond the reach of my light. Heart pounding, I took a step backward, then another. Whatever was down there, I didn't want to meet it. But as I turned to retreat, my elbow knocked against an old mining cart. The resulting clang echoed through the tunnel like a gunshot. The growl came again, louder this time, followed by the sound of something large moving quickly towards me. Panic overtook me, and I ran, no longer caring about being careful on the treacherous ground. I could hear it behind me, getting closer with each passing second. In my haste, I took a wrong turn. Instead of heading back the way I came, I found myself in a part of the mine I hadn't explored yet. The tunnel here was narrower, the ceiling lower. I had to crouch to keep moving, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet gave way. I fell, tumbling down a steep incline, rocks and debris raining down around me. When I finally came to a stop, I found myself in a large cavern, my flashlight knocked from my grip and lying just out of reach. Dazed and bruised, I reached for the light. As my fingers closed around it, I heard something that made my heart stop. The sound of loose rocks sliding down the incline I'd just fallen through. Whatever had been chasing me was coming down. I scrambled to my feet, swinging my flashlight around wildly. The cavern was vast, the beam of light not reaching the far walls. But what I did see made me wish for the darkness again. The floor was littered with bones, human bones, scattered among rusted mining equipment and rotting timber. A noise behind me made me whirl around. There, at the edge of my flashlight's beam, stood a figure. It was vaguely humanoid, but wrong in ways I couldn't quite process. Its skin was pale and stretched tight over an emaciated frame, its fingers ending in long, sharp claws, but it was the eyes that truly terrified me. Black, soulless pits that seemed to draw in all light. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to breathe. The creature tilted its head, regarding me with an almost curious expression. Then, slowly, its mouth stretched into a grotesque parody of a smile, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. "Welcome," it said, its voice a rasping whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "We've been waiting for you, Jake." The use of my name snapped me out of my paralysis. I turned and ran, not caring which direction, just needing to get away. I could hear it behind me, its claws scraping against stone as it gave chase. The cavern seemed endless, a maze of stalagmites and old mining equipment. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but terror kept me moving. I ducked behind a large rock formation, trying to catch my breath and come up with a plan. "You can't hide from us, Jake." The voice echoed through the cavern. "We know every inch of this place. It's our home, after all." Us? There were more of them. The thought sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I peered around the rock, trying to spot the creature. What I saw instead made my blood run cold. All around the cavern, Pairs of glowing eyes were appearing in the darkness. Dozens of them, all focused on me. Desperation gave me strength. I spotted a tunnel on the far side of the cavern and made a break for it. The sound of pursuit was immediate, a cacophony of growls and scraping claws. The tunnel was narrow and winding, forcing me to slow down. I could feel them getting closer, their rasping breath seeming to tickle the back of my neck. Just when I thought all was lost, I saw a glimmer of light ahead. Daylight. With a final burst of speed, I sprinted towards the exit. I could feel claws grazing my back, tearing my jacket. But then I was out, tumbling onto sun-warmed rocks, the bright Colorado sun momentarily blinding me. I scrambled to my feet, expecting the creatures to follow. But when I turned back, the mine entrance was silent and dark. There was no sign of my pursuers. For a long moment I stood there, gasping for breath, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. Had it been real, or some kind of hallucination brought on by bad air in the mine? But the torn jacket and the scratches on my back were undeniably real. And when I looked closer at the mine entrance, I saw something that made my skin crawl. Claw marks, fresh and deep, scoring the rock just inside the shadows. I didn't wait around to see if the creatures would venture into the sunlight. I ran back to my car and drove away as fast as I could, not stopping until I reached the nearest town. I reported what I'd seen to the local authorities, but as I expected, they didn't believe me. They wrote it off as an overactive imagination, maybe triggered by a fall in the dark mine. But they did agree to post warnings about the dangers of the old Silver Creek mine. In the weeks that followed, I tried to convince myself that it had all been some sort of stress-induced hallucination. I threw myself into research, looking for any scientific explanation for what I'd experienced. But the more I dug, the more I found stories similar to mine. Tales of miners who'd ventured too deep and encountered things that defied explanation. I've never gone back to Silver Creek Mine, and I've given up urban exploration altogether. Some places, I've learned, are abandoned for a reason. Some secrets are better left buried. But on quiet nights, when the wind whistles just right, I swear I can still hear that rasping voice. We've been waiting for you, Jake. And I wonder, are they still down there, in the darkness, waiting for the next unsuspecting explorer to venture into their domain? I may never know the full truth of what lurks in the depths of Silver Creek Mine. But one thing I know for certain, there are things in this world that defy our understanding, things that hide in the dark places of the earth, and sometimes, curiosity can lead us into dangers we're not prepared to face. So if you ever find yourself drawn to explore an abandoned place, remember my story, and ask yourself, is satisfying your curiosity worth the risk of encountering something that was never meant to see the light of day? The waves lapped gently against the shore, but the peaceful sound did nothing to calm my growing sense of unease. As I stood on the beach of this seemingly idyllic island resort, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Little did I know, my relaxing vacation was about to turn into a desperate fight for survival against an unseen, sinister force. My name's Olivia, and I'd been looking forward to this trip for months. After a grueling year at work, I desperately needed a break. When I saw the ad for Sunset Cove Resort, a small, exclusive getaway on a private island in the Caribbean, it seemed like the perfect escape. The website promised crystal clear waters, pristine beaches, and a chance to truly get away from it all. If only I'd known how literal that promise would turn out to be. The first few days were everything I'd hoped for. The resort was beautiful, the staff attentive, and the other guests friendly. There were only about 20 of us, which gave the place an intimate, exclusive feel. I spent my days lounging by the pool, snorkeling in the coral reefs, and enjoying exotic cocktails at the beachside bar. It was on the fourth day that I first noticed something odd. I was chatting with an elderly couple, the Johnsons, at breakfast, when I realized I hadn't seen the young honeymooners who'd been at the next table every morning. When I mentioned this to the Johnsons, they looked at me blankly. "What honeymooners?" Mrs. Johnson asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. I described the couple, a tall, dark-haired man and a petite blonde woman. They'd been impossible to miss, always giggling and holding hands. Mr. Johnson shook his head. I'm sorry, dear, but I don't recall seeing anyone like that. Are you sure it was at this resort? I felt a chill run down my spine. How could they not remember? The couple had been so vivacious, so present. But as I looked around the dining room, I realized the Johnsons were right. The honeymooners were nowhere to be seen. Throughout the day, I kept an eye out for the missing couple, but there was no sign of them. When I asked one of the staff members, a friendly bartender named Miguel, he gave me the same blank look the Johnsons had. I'm sorry, señorita, he said with a shrug. I don't remember any couple like that. Perhaps they checked out early. But I knew that couldn't be right. The resort's boat only came twice a week, and the next departure wasn't for another 3 days. As the day wore on, my unease grew. I started noticing other little things that seemed off. The number of guests at dinner seemed smaller than it had been the night before. And hadn't there been a family with 2 young children? I couldn't spot them anywhere. That night I had trouble sleeping. The sound of the waves, which had been so soothing before, now seemed ominous. I tossed and turned, plagued by vague nightmares of people disappearing into thin air. The next morning, I woke early, determined to get to the bottom of what was going on. I headed to the front desk, intending to ask about the missing guests, but as I approached, I saw something that made me stop in my tracks. The lobby was empty, not just of guests, but of staff as well. The desk was unmanned, the computers dark. It was as if everyone had simply vanished overnight. Heart pounding, I ran back to my room and grabbed my phone. No signal, of course. There never had been on the island. I tried the room's landline, but it was dead. Panic rising, I rushed out onto the beach, hoping to spot the resort's boat. But the dock was empty, the calm waters unbroken by any sign of an approaching vessel. As the reality of my situation sank in, I felt a presence behind me. I turned to find Miguel standing there, but he looked different. His usual friendly smile was gone, replaced by a blank, almost robotic expression. Is everything all right, señorita? He asked, his voice oddly flat. Miguel, what's going on? I demanded, my voice shaking. Where is everyone? He tilted his head, regarding me with eyes that suddenly seemed too dark, too empty. Everyone is where they should be, he said, and soon you will be too. I backed away, my heart racing. This wasn't Miguel, it couldn't be. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't human. I turned and ran, not knowing where I was going, just knowing I had to get away. I could hear footsteps behind me, steady and unhurried, as if whatever was chasing me knew it would catch me eventually. I ran into the jungle that covered the center of the island, branches whipping at my face as I pushed through the dense foliage. The humid air felt thick in my lungs, and sweat poured down my face, but I didn't dare stop. After what felt like hours, I stumbled into a clearing and froze. Before me stood an enormous stone structure, ancient and weathered. It looked like some kind of temple with steep steps leading up to a dark entrance. Symbols I didn't recognize were carved into its surface, glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. I heard movement in the jungle behind me. With no other choice, I started climbing the temple steps. The stone was slick with moss, and my feet kept slipping, but fear drove me onward. As I neared the top, I heard chanting coming from inside the temple. The language was like nothing I'd ever heard before, full of harsh consonants and guttural sounds that made my skin crawl. I peered into the entrance, and what I saw made me gasp in horror. The missing guests were there, standing in a circle around a glowing pit in the center of the room. But they weren't themselves anymore. Their eyes were blank, their movements jerky and unnatural, like puppets controlled by unseen strings. In the center of the circle stood a figure that defied description. It was tall, at least 8 feet, with skin that seemed to shift and change color like oil on water. Its head was elongated and eyeless, with a mouth full of needle-sharp teeth. As I watched, frozen in terror, the creature reached out and touched one of the guests, the young bride I'd been looking for. Her body went rigid, and then she simply faded away, like a photograph left too long in the sun. I must have made a sound because suddenly, every head in the room turned towards me. The creature let out a sound that was part roar, part scream, and started moving towards me with impossible speed. I turned and ran back down the steps, my feet barely touching the stone as I flew downwards. I could hear the others behind me, their movements coordinated and relentless. I burst out of the jungle and onto the beach, my lungs burning as I gasped for air. The resort stood before me, looking peaceful and inviting, as if nothing had changed. For a moment, I was tempted to run inside, to pretend this had all been a bad dream. But I knew the truth now. This place, this entire island, was a trap, a feeding ground for something ancient and hungry. I spotted a small motorboat pulled up on the beach, the kind used for water sports. Without hesitation, I pushed it into the water and jumped in, praying the key would be there. My hand closed around cold metal, and I could have cried with relief. The engine roared to life just as the others emerged from the jungle. I saw Miguel in the lead, his face twisted into an inhuman snarl. Behind him, the creature emerged, its form seeming to warp and distort the very air around it. I gunned the engine, the boat leaping forward into the waves. As I sped away from the island, I looked back one last time. The creature stood on the beach, surrounded by its puppets, and though it had no eyes, I swear it was looking right at me. I don't know how long I was out on the water. Hours blurred into days as I drifted, the relentless sun beating down on me. When I was finally rescued by a passing cargo ship, I was delirious from dehydration and sunburn. No one believed my story, of course. They found no record of a Sunset Cove resort, and satellite images showed nothing but unbroken jungle on the coordinates I gave them. The official explanation was that I'd had some kind of mental break, imagined the whole thing while lost at sea. But I know what I saw. I know what's out there, hiding behind a facade of tropical paradise. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear that unearthly chanting, carried on the wind from some distant shore. So if you're planning a vacation and you come across an ad for a secluded island resort that seems too good to be true, think twice. Because sometimes, getting away from it all is the last thing you want to do. The old bus creaked and groaned as it lumbered down the dark highway, its headlights cutting through the thick fog like dull knives. I was the only passenger, and as I peered out the grimy window, a chill ran down my spine. Something about this night felt wrong, as if the very air was charged with an unseen menace. Little did I know, my journey was about to take a terrifying turn into the heart of a nightmare. My name's Lisa, and I was on my way to visit my grandmother in a small town nestled in the Appalachian Mountains. It was a last-minute trip. Gran had fallen ill, and the doctors weren't optimistic. I'd caught the last bus out of the city, determined to see her one last time. The bus was old and run down, the kind of vehicle that had seen better days decades ago. The driver, a grizzled man who looked as ancient as the bus itself, hadn't said a word since I'd boarded. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the rumble of the engine and the occasional squeak of worn suspension. As we wound our way through the mountains, the fog grew thicker. I could barely see the road ahead, and I wondered how the driver was managing to navigate these treacherous curves. I glanced at my watch, 11:45 p.m. We should have reached the town by now. I was about to ask the driver if we were on the right route when I saw it. A figure, standing at the side of the road, arm outstretched in the universal gesture of a hitchhiker. Despite the poor visibility, I could make out that it was a woman, her long hair whipping in the wind. To my surprise, the bus began to slow down. "Wait," I called out to the driver. "Are we stopping? Is that safe?" The driver didn't respond. He pulled the bus over to the side of the road, the brakes squealing in protest. The doors hissed open, and the woman climbed aboard. As she passed by me, I caught a whiff of something unpleasant, a musty, earthy smell like wet leaves and decay. She took a seat a few rows behind me, and I heard her mumbling something under her breath. An uneasy silence fell over the bus as we started moving again. I tried to catch a glimpse of the new passenger in the reflection of my window, but all I could see was a dark shape. Minutes ticked by, and the unease in my stomach grew. Something wasn't right. I couldn't put my finger on it, but every instinct was screaming at me to get off this bus. I stood up, intending to speak to the driver, when suddenly the bus lurched violently. I was thrown off my feet, crashing into the seat across the aisle. The driver was wrestling with the steering wheel, and through the windshield, I could see we were no longer on the road. We were plunging down a steep embankment, trees whipping past us at alarming speed. With a sickening crunch, the bus came to a stop. My head was spinning, and I tasted blood in my mouth. As I struggled to my feet, I realized the driver was no longer in his seat. The windshield was shattered, and I could see a dark shape crumpled on the ground outside. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Is everyone okay?" No response. I turned to check on the woman who had just boarded, but her seat was empty. A chill ran down my spine as I realized I was alone in the wrecked bus. I fumbled for my phone, but there was no signal. Of course, I was in the middle of nowhere, in the dead of night, with no way to call for help. With no other choice, I made my way to the front of the bus and climbed out through the broken windshield. The fog was so thick I could barely see a few feet in front of me. The driver's body was nowhere to be seen. "Hello?" I called out again, louder this time. "Is anyone there?" My voice echoed through the trees, and then I heard it, a response, faint but unmistakable. It sounded like someone calling for help. Against my better judgment, I started moving towards the sound. The forest was dense, the underbrush snagging at my clothes as I pushed through. The voice grew louder, but no matter how far I walked, I couldn't seem to reach its source. Suddenly, I broke through into a clearing. In the center stood an old, dilapidated house. It looked like it had been abandoned for years, its windows dark and empty, the porch sagging under the weight of neglect. The voice was coming from inside. Every fiber of my being told me to turn back, to run as far and as fast as I could. But what if it was the driver or the woman? I couldn't just leave them. With trembling hands, I pushed open the front door. It creaked ominously, the sound echoing through the empty house. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. The responding cry came from upstairs. I climbed the rotting steps, wincing at every groan and creak. The upper floor was a maze of corridors and closed doors. I tried each one, finding nothing but empty, dust-covered rooms. As I reached the last door, I hesitated. The voice had stopped. An unnatural silence had fallen over the house, broken only by the pounding of my heart. I pushed open the door. The room was empty, save for a single chair in the center, and on that chair sat an old radio, crackling with static. As I watched in horror, a voice emerged from the radio, my voice, calling for help. I backed away, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. It had to be some kind of nightmare. I turned to run, only to find my path blocked. The woman from the bus stood in the doorway, but she was no longer human. Her face was a grotesque mask of rotting flesh, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. "Welcome home, Lisa," she said, her voice a raspy whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I screamed, the sound tearing from my throat as I bolted past her. I flew down the stairs, not caring about the creaks and groans of the old wood. I could hear her behind me, her movements unnaturally fast. I burst out of the house and into the foggy night. But the forest had changed. The trees seemed to move, their branches reaching out like grasping hands. I ran blindly, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. I don't know how long I ran. It could have been minutes or hours. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead. But the terror kept me going. the knowledge that something inhuman was pursuing me through this impossible forest. Just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I saw lights ahead. A road, civilization. Hope surged through me, giving me a final burst of speed. I broke through the tree line and onto the asphalt, waving my arms frantically at an approaching car. It screeched to a halt, and a bewildered couple peered out at me. "Please," I gasped. "You have to help me. There's something in the woods. It's chasing me." The couple exchanged worried glances. The man stepped out of the car, approaching me cautiously. "Miss, are you all right? What are you doing out here in the middle of the night?" I turned to point at the forest, to explain about the bus crash and the house, but the words died in my throat. There was no forest, just an empty field stretching out into the darkness. The couple drove me to the nearest town, where I told my story to skeptical police officers. They found no evidence of a bus crash, no mysterious house in the woods. According to them, I was miles away from where I should have been, with no explanation of how I got there. The official report chalked it up to confusion and trauma, possibly triggered by grief over my grandmother's illness. They suggested I had wandered away from the bus during a rest stop, gotten lost, and imagined the whole ordeal. But I know what I experienced was real. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear that radio, playing my own voice back to me in an endless loop. And in my dreams, I'm still running through that shifting, impossible forest, pursued by something that should not exist. I never made it to my grandmother's. By the time I got there, she had already passed away. But sometimes I wonder, was it really her illness that prompted that urgent late-night trip? Or was it something else? Something that knew exactly how to lure me into its trap? I don't take buses anymore. I don't travel at night, if I can help it. And if I ever see a hitchhiker on a foggy road, I keep driving. Because I know now that some rides lead to places you can never return from, and some passengers are better left where you find them. The first email arrived on a Tuesday. "I know what you did," it read. Nothing more. I laughed it off as spam, but as the messages kept coming, each one more personal than the last, I realized with growing horror that someone was watching my every move, and they knew things about me that no one else should. My name is Rachel, and until a month ago, I was just another face in the crowd. A 32-year-old software developer living alone in my cozy apartment in Seattle. My life was comfortably predictable. Work, gym, maybe drinks with friends on the weekend. Nothing exceptional, nothing to draw unwanted attention, or so I thought. It started innocently enough. That first email, I barely glanced at before deleting, but then came another the next day. "You look tired at work today. Maybe skip that 3 p.m. coffee?" I froze, my hand hovering over the mouse. How could they know about my afternoon coffee run? I changed my email password immediately, convinced it was some sort of prank. Maybe a coworker with too much time on their hands. But the emails kept coming, each one from a different address, each one revealing intimate details of my daily life. "That red blouse looks nice on you. Brings out the color in your cheeks. Your cat seems lonely. Maybe you should play with her more instead of working late. Leftover Thai food again. You should really learn to cook." With each message, my paranoia grew. I started checking over my shoulder constantly, convinced I was being followed. I scoured my apartment for hidden cameras, changed all my passwords, even bought new locks for my doors. But nothing stopped the emails. I went to the police, but they were maddeningly unhelpful. Without any explicit threats, they said there was little they could do. They suggested I block the email addresses and report them as spam, as if I hadn't already tried that. Weeks passed, and the messages became more frequent, more intrusive. They knew about private phone conversations, about thoughts I'd only written in my journal. It was as if the sender could read my mind. You shouldn't feel guilty about what happened to your sister. It wasn't your fault. That one made my blood run cold. My sister's accident was something I'd never spoken about to anyone. It was a closely guarded secret, a source of shame and regret that I'd buried deep inside. How could they possibly know? I stopped sleeping, stopped eating. Every ping of my phone, every notification on my computer sent me into a panic. I felt like I was losing my mind. Then came the email that changed everything. I'm tired of this game, Rachel. It's time we meet face to face. Come to Volunteer Park tomorrow at noon. Come alone, or everyone will know your secret. I knew I shouldn't go. Every rational part of my brain screamed that it was a trap, but I was desperate for answers, and the threat of exposure terrified me more than any physical danger. The park was busy that day, families enjoying the rare Seattle sunshine. I sat on a bench near the conservatory, my heart racing, scanning every face for a sign of recognition. At exactly noon, my phone buzzed. Another email. Look to your left. I turned, and there she was, a woman, probably in her early 40s, with short dark hair and piercing green eyes. She smiled as she sat down next to me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. "Hello, Rachel," she said, her voice surprisingly warm. "I'm glad you came." "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking despite my attempt to sound strong. "Why are you doing this to me?" She laughed, a sound that was both melodious and terrifying. "Oh, Rachel, I'm doing this for you. To protect you. Protect me." "From what?" Her smile faded, replaced by a look of intense concern. "From yourself, of course. From the guilt that's eating you alive. I know how much you've suffered since Sarah's accident." I felt the blood drain from my face. "How do you know about Sarah?" "I know everything about you, Rachel. I've been watching you for a very long time. Since before the accident, in fact." My mind reeled. This was impossible. "But why?" She sighed, looking out over the park. "Because you're special, Rachel. You have a gift, a power you don't even realize. And there are people who would exploit that power if they knew about it." I shook my head, trying to make sense of her words. "I don't understand." "What power? I'm just a normal person." She turned back to me, her green eyes seeming to look right through me. "You can alter reality, Rachel, with your thoughts, your emotions. You've been doing it unconsciously for years. The accident wasn't your fault, but it was caused by your power, your fear, your anger. It manifested in a way you couldn't control." I stood up, backing away from her. "You're insane. This is crazy. I'm leaving." But as I turned to go, I saw it. The world around us had shifted. The families, the trees, the very sky itself seemed to waver, like a mirage in the desert. And in that moment, I knew she was telling the truth. Memories came flooding back. Strange occurrences throughout my life that I dismissed or rationalized away. Objects moving on their own. Unlikely coincidences. Moments where reality itself seemed to bend to my will. I sank back onto the bench, my legs weak. "Who are you really?" I whispered. "My name is Elena," she said softly. "I'm like you. We're part of a small group of people with abilities similar to yours. We've been watching you, protecting you from those who would use your power for their own gain." "The emails. A necessary evil," Elena said, at least having the grace to look somewhat ashamed. "We needed to push you, to make you confront your power. It was the only way to wake you up to the truth." My mind was spinning. If what she was saying was true, it changed everything. My whole life, my understanding of reality itself, was a lie. "What happens now?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Elena smiled, a genuine warmth in her eyes. "Now, we teach you. We help you understand and control your gift. And then, if you choose, you join us in protecting others like yourself." As if on cue, 2 more people approached us. A tall, athletic man with kind eyes, and a younger woman with a mischievous grin. Elena introduced them as Michael and Zoe, other members of their group. "We have a lot to show you, Rachel," Michael said, his deep voice reassuring. "A whole world you never knew existed." Zoe grinned, bouncing on her toes with barely contained excitement. "Just wait until you see what you can really do. It's going to blow your mind." I looked at each of them in turn, these strangers who somehow knew me better than I knew myself. Part of me was still terrified, still wanted to run away and pretend none of this was happening. But a larger part, a part I was only just beginning to recognize, felt like I was finally waking up from a long, confusing dream. "Okay," I said, taking a deep breath. "Show me." The world shifted again, but this time I was ready for it. Colors became more vibrant, sounds more clear. I could feel the energy of the earth beneath my feet, the whisper of thoughts from the people around us. Elena took my hand, her touch electric. "Welcome to the real world, Rachel. Your journey is just beginning." As we walked out of the park, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. The guilt, the fear, the constant feeling of being watched, it all melted away. For the first time in years, I felt truly free. I don't know what the future holds. Learning to control this power, to use it responsibly, won't be easy. But for the first time in my life, I feel like I have a purpose, a destiny. Those emails that seemed so threatening, so invasive, turned out to be the key to my liberation. They forced me to confront a truth about myself that I'd been running from my whole life. So if you ever receive a mysterious email, one that seems to know too much about you, don't be too quick to dismiss it. It might just be the wake-up call you never knew you needed. Because in this world of infinite possibilities, of realities that shift and change with a thought, the only true limits are the ones we place on ourselves. And I, for one, am ready to break free of those limits and explore the full extent of what I can do. My name is Rachel, and I can change reality. This is where my story really begins. The champagne flute slipped from my fingers, shattering on the polished deck with a sound that seemed to echo across the vast ocean. As I stared at the glittering shards, a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the sea breeze. In that moment, I knew something was terribly wrong on this ship. Little did I know, this luxurious cruise would soon become a nightmare from which there might be no escape. My name is Daniel, and I'm a travel writer. This was supposed to be just another assignment, a week-long Caribbean cruise on the newest, most opulent ship in the fleet. The Diamond Duchess was a floating palace, with amenities that put most five-star resorts to shame. I'd been looking forward to lazy days by the pool, gourmet meals, and maybe a little romance if I was lucky. The first 2 days were everything I'd hoped for. I lounged in the sun, indulged in ridiculous cocktails, and chatted up my fellow passengers. There was a festive atmosphere on board, everyone eager to make the most of their vacation. It was on the third night that things started to feel off. I was at the ship's main restaurant, enjoying a lavish dinner, when I overheard a heated conversation at the next table. "I'm telling you, I saw her this morning," a woman was saying, her voice low but intense. "But that's impossible. She can't be here." Her companion, an older man, shushed her.
"Keep your voice down. We don't know who might be listening." I tried not to eavesdrop, but their furtive glances and hushed tones piqued my curiosity. As a writer, I have a nose for a good story, and this smelled like one. After dinner, I decided to do a bit of investigating. I struck up conversations with other passengers, casually steering the topics towards any unusual occurrences. Most people hadn't noticed anything amiss, but a few shared odd experiences. A honeymooning couple swore they'd seen a man walk through a closed door. An elderly woman complained that her jewelry had vanished from her locked safe, only to reappear in her suitcase. I chalked it up to the power of suggestion and too many tropical drinks. But then, on the 4th day, it happened. I was lounging by the pool when I spotted her. a striking woman with long dark hair and a red swimsuit. She looked familiar, and after a moment, I realized why. She was the spitting image of a passenger I'd chatted with on the first day, a vivacious blonde named Cynthia. As I watched, puzzled, the dark-haired woman turned and locked eyes with me. The intensity of her gaze sent a shiver through me. And then, in the blink of an eye, she was gone. Not just walking away, but literally vanished into thin air. I sat up, rubbing my eyes. It had to be a trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by too much sun.
But deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. That night, I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned, my mind racing with possibilities, each more outlandish than the last. Around 2 a.m., I decided to take a walk, hoping the night air might clear my head. The ship was eerily quiet as I wandered the decks. The only sounds were the hum of the engines and the gentle lapping of waves against the hull. As I turned a corner, I quite literally ran into another passenger, a man I recognized from my dinner table the first night. "Oh, I'm sorry," I started to say, but the words died in my throat. The man's face was contorted in terror, his eyes wide and unfocused. "They're taking us," he whispered, gripping my arms with surprising strength. "One by one, we're all going to disappear." Before I could respond, he shoved past me and ran down the corridor, disappearing into the darkness. Shaken, I decided to head back to my cabin. But as I turned to go, I heard a scream, distant but unmistakable. It was coming from the direction the man had run. Every instinct told me to run, to lock myself in my cabin and pretend this wasn't happening. But my curiosity, that same drive that made me a writer, propelled me forward. I followed the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. The scream had stopped, but now I could hear something else. A low, pulsing hum that seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I found myself in a part of the ship I didn't recognize. The sleek, modern decor gave way to bare metal walls and exposed pipes. The air was thick and humid, carrying a strange, metallic scent. And then I saw it. At the end of the corridor was a door unlike any I'd seen on the ship. It was massive, made of some dark material that seemed to absorb the light around it, and it was open. As I approached, the humming grew louder. I peered inside, and my world turned upside down. The room beyond was impossible. It was vast, far larger than the ship could possibly contain, and it was filled with pods, hundreds of them, lining the walls and suspended from the ceiling. Each one was about the size of a person, glowing with a sickly green light. With mounting horror, I realized I could see faces inside the pods. Passengers from the ship, their expressions frozen in terror or confusion. And in the center of the room, more were appearing. I watched, paralyzed, as a woman materialized out of thin air, only to be immediately encased in a pod that seemed to grow around her. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. It had to be a nightmare, some kind of mass hallucination. Fascinating, isn't it? I whirled around to find myself face to face with the captain of the ship. But his uniform was different now, made of the same light-absorbing material as the door, and his eyes were solid black, without iris or pupil. What is this?" I managed to stammer. The thing wearing the captain's face smiled, revealing teeth that were just a little too sharp. "This, Mr. Travel Writer, is a harvest. Your kind makes such excellent specimens, so full of emotions, of experiences. You'll feed us for centuries." I turned to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The humming had grown louder, and I could feel it reverberating in my bones. "Oh, don't worry," the creature said, its voice almost gentle. "You won't remember any of this. When we're done, we'll put you all back, with new memories of a lovely cruise. You'll write a glowing review, I'm sure, and then we'll move on to the next ship, the next batch of unsuspecting humans." I wanted to scream, to fight, to do anything, but my body wouldn't respond. I could only watch in horror as a pod began to form around me, its green glow enveloping my vision. The last thing I heard before the world went dark was the creature's voice. "Sweet dreams, Daniel, and thank you for your contribution." I woke up in my cabin, drenched in sweat. For a moment I was disoriented, the remnants of a nightmare clinging to the edges of my mind. But as I looked around the familiar room, the details of the dream faded away, leaving only a vague sense of unease. I shook it off and got ready for the day. It was the last day of the cruise, and I had a review to write. As I sat down at the desk, my fingers hovering over the keyboard, I hesitated. For some reason, I had the strangest urge to warn people away from this ship, to tell them not to come. But that was ridiculous. It had been a wonderful trip, hadn't it? I began to type. The Diamond Duchess offers a cruise experience like no other. From the moment you step on board, you'll feel like you've entered another world. As I wrote, a small part of my mind screamed in protest, but that voice grew fainter with each word, until it faded away entirely. By the time I finished the review, I was smiling, already looking forward to my next cruise. After all, what could be more relaxing than a week at sea, far from the cares of the world? Just be sure to book your trip on the Diamond Duchess. I hear they're planning something special for their next voyage, something unforgettable. The distress call crackled through my radio, breaking the monotonous silence of the forest. "Help, please, lost." The voice was faint, desperate, and unmistakably human. As I reached for my gear, I had no idea that this routine rescue mission would lead me into the heart of an ancient, terrifying mystery. My name is Alex, and I've been a search and rescue volunteer in the Pacific Northwest for over a decade. I've seen my fair share of strange things in these woods, but nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to encounter. It was a crisp autumn morning when the call came in. A hiker had gone missing in a remote area of the Cascade Mountains, a region known for its treacherous terrain and unpredictable weather. As I geared up and headed out with my team, I couldn't shake an odd feeling of dread that settled in the pit of my stomach. The first few hours of the search were uneventful. We combed through dense underbrush, calling out and listening for any response. The forest was eerily quiet, devoid of the usual sounds of wildlife. It was as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath. As we pushed deeper into the wilderness, the landscape began to change subtly. The trees seemed older, more gnarled, their branches reaching out like crooked fingers. Mist clung to the ground, swirling around our ankles as we walked. I've been in these woods countless times, but something felt different, almost alive. It was late afternoon when we found the first clue. A tattered backpack hung from a low branch, its contents strewn across the forest floor. As I approached to examine it, I noticed something strange. The items, a water bottle, a map, some energy bars, all looked brand new, untouched by the elements, but the backpack itself was weathered and rotted, as if it had been out here for years. "That's impossible," my partner, Mike, muttered as he crouched down beside me. "The hiker only went missing yesterday." Before I could respond, a scream pierced the air. It was close, just beyond the next ridge. We took off running, our hearts pounding in unison with our footfalls. As we crested the hill, we stopped short, stunned by what we saw. In a small clearing stood a group of people, but they weren't our missing hiker. There were at least a dozen of them, men and women of various ages, all looking lost and terrified. Some were dressed in modern hiking gear, while others wore clothes that looked decades out of date. "Oh, thank God," one woman cried out when she saw us. "We've been lost for so long. Can you help us get out of here?" I approached cautiously, my mind racing to make sense of the situation. "When did you all get lost?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm and professional. The answers that came back chilled me to the bone. Some said they'd been wandering for hours, others for days. But one man, dressed in what looked like 1970s camping attire, insisted he'd been lost in these woods for over 40 years. As I radioed for backup, trying to explain the inexplicable situation we'd stumbled upon, Mike pulled me aside. "Alex," he whispered, his face pale, "look at their feet." I glanced down and felt my blood run cold. Despite their varied stories of how long they'd been lost, every single person in the clearing was barefoot, and their feet, they were pristine. No cuts, no dirt, no signs of having walked through this rugged terrain at all. Before I could process this new impossibility, a low, rumbling sound filled the air. The ground beneath our feet began to tremble, and the trees around the clearing started to sway, despite there being no wind. "We need to get out of here," I shouted, gesturing for everyone to follow us. But as we turned to leave, we found our path blocked. The forest had shifted. Where there had been an open trail moments before, there was now a wall of ancient, gnarled trees. Panic set in among the group. People started running in all directions, their screams echoing through the suddenly too quiet forest. Mike and I tried to maintain order, but it was like herding cats. In the chaos, I lost sight of my partner. "Mike," I called out, my voice hoarse with fear. "Where are you?" That's when I heard it. A voice, coming from deeper in the forest. It sounded like Mike, but wrong, distorted, as if coming from underwater or very far away. "Alex, help me. I'm lost." It was the same message we'd heard on the radio that morning. With dawning horror, I realized we hadn't been sent here to rescue a lost hiker. We'd been lured into a trap. The forest around me seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. Trees creaked and groaned, their branches reaching out like claws. The mist thickened, obscuring my vision until I could barely see a few feet in front of me. I ran, my heart pounding in my ears. I had no idea which direction would lead me out of this nightmare, but I knew I couldn't stay still. As I crashed through the underbrush, I caught glimpses of the others. Some were running like me, while others stood frozen in terror, their eyes wide and unseeing. Time seemed to lose all meaning. I ran for what felt like hours, the landscape around me shifting and changing in impossible ways. One moment I was in dense forest, the next in a misty bog, then scrambling over rocky terrain that shouldn't exist in this part of the world. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, when my legs were about to give out from exhaustion, I broke through a line of trees and found myself back at our base camp. I collapsed to my knees, gasping for breath, my mind struggling to comprehend what had happened. The rest of our search and rescue team was there, looking at me with a mixture of concern and confusion. According to them, Mike and I had only been gone for an hour. They'd been about to send out another team to look for us. "Where's Mike?" someone asked. "And did you find the lost hiker?" I opened my mouth to explain, but no words came out. How could I possibly describe what I'd seen? Who would believe me? In the days that followed, as search parties combed the area where Mike and I had gone, finding no trace of him or the group in the clearing, I struggled to come to terms with what had happened. The official report labeled it a tragic accident, assuming Mike had fallen into a ravine or succumbed to the elements. But I knew the truth. Something ancient and malevolent lurked in those woods, something that defied our understanding of reality. It had taken Mike just as it had taken countless others over the years, and it had nearly taken me. I left the search and rescue team after that, unable to set foot in the forest without being overwhelmed by panic. But the nightmares persisted. In my dreams, I hear them, Mike, the lost hikers, and countless others, calling out for help, forever wandering in a forest that never ends. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I think I can hear their voices on the wind, calling out to me, inviting me back, and a small, terrified part of me wants to answer, to return to those woods and solve the mystery once and for all. But I resist, because I know now that some mysteries are better left unsolved. Some places are not meant for humans to tread. And in the deepest, darkest parts of the wilderness, there are things that hunger for the lost and unprepared. So if you're ever hiking in the Cascades and you hear a call for help on the wind, turn back. Don't follow the voice, no matter how familiar it sounds. Because in those ancient woods, not everything that calls out is human, and not everyone who enters comes back out. The stranger in the old uniform sat perfectly still. Their clothes looked like they belonged in a museum, not on the 11:55 p.m. train to Millbrook. I noticed dark stains on the sleeve. The fabric was torn in places. When they lifted their head and nodded at me, their face was pale and gaunt in the fluorescent light. Then the train plunged into the Winchester Tunnel, and when we emerged 10 seconds later, the seat across from me was empty. I should start from the beginning. My name is David Chen, and I work as an IT consultant in Boston. That night I was heading home after a late meeting with a difficult client. It was Thursday, November 14th, and the temperature had dropped below freezing. I remember checking my phone, 11:47 p.m., as I rushed down the platform at South Station to catch the last train of the night. The station was almost deserted. My footsteps echoed off the concrete as I hurried past closed shops and darkened windows. A cleaning crew mopped the floor near the restrooms. The night security guard dozed in his chair. The electronic board showed only 2 departures left, my train to Millbrook and another heading north to Maine. I reached platform 7 just as they made the final boarding call. The train doors hissed open and I climbed aboard, breathing hard from the sprint. Car 2574 was empty except for an elderly woman dozing near the front with headphones on. I walked toward the middle of the car, dropped into a window seat and set my laptop bag on the floor. The doors closed with a pneumatic whoosh. The train pulled away from the platform, wheels clacking against the rails. Outside, the station lights slid past and disappeared. We entered the maze of tracks leading out of Boston, passing abandoned industrial buildings and graffiti-covered walls. My breath fogged the window. The heating system hummed, pushing warm air through the vents. I pulled out my phone to check some emails, but the signal was weak. The screen showed only 1 bar. I was exhausted after the long day and just wanted to get home. My wife, Janet, would be asleep by now. She always left the porch light on for me when I worked late. The conductor came through checking tickets. He was a heavy-set man with gray hair and reading glasses hanging from a cord around his neck. He barely glanced at my monthly pass before moving on. The old woman was still sleeping, her head nodding with the motion of the train. We passed through the suburbs, the familiar stations sliding by in the darkness. Back Bay, Ruggles, Forest Hills. The spaces between stops grew longer. Houses and buildings became scarce. Bare tree branches scratched against the night sky. I must have dozed off for a few minutes. When I opened my eyes and looked across the aisle, someone was sitting in the seat directly opposite me. I hadn't heard them board at any of the stops. They wore what looked like an old railroad uniform, dark blue with brass buttons down the front. The cut of the jacket seemed oddly formal and outdated, like something from a historical photo. A matching cap sat low over their eyes. Their hands were folded in their lap, perfectly still. The strange thing was how the fabric looked worn and damaged. There were dark stains on the sleeve and tears in several places, as if the uniform had been through some kind of accident. The brass buttons were tarnished almost black. I glanced around the car, but we were alone now. The old woman must have gotten off at one of the earlier stops while I was sleeping. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting harsh shadows. Outside, trees and occasional houses flew past in the darkness. I tried not to stare at the stranger, but something about them felt wrong. Their stillness was unnatural. I couldn't even see if they were breathing. Their hands were pale and waxy where they rested on their lap. The train swayed and rattled. My phone showed 12:17 a.m. We were about halfway to Millbrook. I knew the Winchester Tunnel was coming up soon, a long, dark stretch where the tracks went under a hill. I looked up from my phone and found the stranger's head had turned toward me. Their face was gaunt and colorless, with deep shadows around the eyes. A thin smile stretched their bloodless lips. They nodded once, a deliberate movement. My heart started pounding. Sweat broke out on my forehead despite the cold. I wanted to get up and move to another seat, but my body felt frozen in place. The stranger's eyes locked onto mine. They were dark, empty pits in that pale face. The train's whistle sounded, echoing off the hills. We were approaching the tunnel. The stranger's smile widened slightly, showing teeth that gleamed too white in the fluorescent light. They raised one hand in a small wave. The tunnel mouth loomed ahead, a black hole in the hillside. We plunged into darkness. The windows turned into mirrors, reflecting the harsh interior lights. My heart was hammering so hard I could barely breathe. For exactly 10 seconds, we rode through the pitch-black tunnel. I counted each second, staring at the empty seat across from me in the reflection. When we emerged into the moonlight on the other side, the stranger was gone. I jumped up immediately, my legs shaking. I searched the entire train car. It was completely empty except for me. There was no sign anyone had been sitting in that seat. No impression in the fabric, no footprints on the floor. I sank back into my seat, hands trembling as I pulled out my phone. The screen showed no signal. I needed to document what had happened while it was fresh in my mind. Opening the Notes app, I started typing everything I could remember about the stranger's appearance. The uniform had been a dark navy blue with 2 rows of brass buttons down the front. The cut was distinctly old-fashioned. High collar, fitted waist, long tails and back. The cap had a short black visor and a tarnished metal badge. The fabric had been heavily damaged, with tears and dark stains that looked unsettlingly like dried blood. My fingers flew across the screen as I recorded every detail. The pale, waxy skin, the sunken eyes, the unnatural stillness, the deliberate nod and wave just before the tunnel. I knew how crazy it would sound, but I had to get it all down. The train continued through the night. We passed through Canton Junction, then Sharon. At each stop, I tensed up, expecting the stranger to reappear, but the car remained empty. The conductor came through once more, but barely looked at me as he passed. I pulled up the web browser on my phone and searched for information about the Winchester Tunnel. Most results were just basic facts about its construction in the late 1800s. But one link caught my eye, a news article from 1926 about a train accident in the tunnel. The article described how a passenger train had derailed inside the tunnel on a November night, killing several railroad employees. The cause was never definitively determined. There was a grainy black and white photo showing rescue workers at the tunnel entrance. In the background, barely visible, were what looked like bodies covered with sheets. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. I searched for more information about the accident, but my signal kept cutting out. The few details I could find mentioned that some of the victims were never properly identified. Their bodies were too badly damaged in the crash. The train whistle sounded again, startling me. We were approaching Millbrook Station, my stop. The familiar buildings came into view. The old mill converted to apartments, the lumber yard, the strip mall on the hill. Streetlights cast pools of yellow light on the empty parking lot. As we slowed for the station, I gathered my things quickly, wanting to get off the train as fast as possible. But when I stood up, something caught my eye. There on the seat across from me was a small brass button, tarnished almost black. I reached out with trembling fingers and picked it up. The metal was ice cold to the touch. Turning it over, I could just make out an engraved design, an old railroad company logo I didn't recognize. I dropped the button into my coat pocket without really knowing why. Maybe I needed physical proof that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. The train doors opened with a hiss. I practically ran onto the platform, my laptop bag bouncing against my leg. The cold air hit my face like a slap. My breath came out in white clouds under the station lights. The platform was deserted except for me. The train pulled away, wheels clacking, and disappeared into the darkness. I stood there for several minutes, watching until the red taillights vanished around a curve. My heart was still racing. I walked quickly to my car in the parking lot, looking over my shoulder every few steps. The button felt like a cold weight in my pocket. The drive home was a blur. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a pale face with dark eyes staring back at me. When I got home, all the lights were off except the porch light Janet had left on. I went straight to my home office and opened my laptop. I needed to research everything I could find about that 1926 tunnel accident while it was all still fresh in my mind. Over the next several hours, I dug through old newspaper archives and historical records. The accident had happened on November 14, 1926, exactly 98 years ago to the day. 5 railroad employees had died in the crash, including 3 conductors. The official report blamed brake failure, but there were inconsistencies in the witness statements. I found more photos from the accident scene. In one, partially visible behind some rescue workers, was a conductor in a dark uniform with brass buttons. His face was turned away from the camera. The image was too blurry to make out details, but something about the way he stood, perfectly still, hands folded, sent a chill down my spine. The brass button sat on my desk beside the laptop. Every so often I would pick it up, feeling its unnatural coldness. The engraved logo matched one I found in an old railroad company document from the 1920s. That company had gone bankrupt and been absorbed by larger railroads decades ago. Around 4 a.m., my eyes burning from staring at the screen, I finally went up to bed. Janet stirred slightly as I slid under the covers but didn't wake up. I lay there in the darkness, listening to the wind in the trees outside. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that pale face and empty eyes. I called in sick to work the next day. I couldn't face getting on another train. Instead, I spent hours going through more historical records and accident reports. I found a list of the victims' names and photos of their graves in local cemeteries, but the conductor from that blurry photo wasn't among them. That evening I drove to the Winchester Tunnel. It looked exactly like the old photos. A dark arch cut into the hillside, railroad tracks disappearing into blackness. I stood at the fence marking the railroad property line, watching as trains emerged from the tunnel mouth. Each time I half expected to see a figure in an old uniform standing in one of the windows. The brass button remained ice cold no matter how long I held it. Sometimes late at night I would take it out and study the tarnished surface, the ancient company logo. Once I could have sworn I saw pale fingers reaching for it from the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look I was alone. I've taken a different route to work since then, even though it adds an hour to my commute. I can't bring myself to ride through that tunnel again. The button sits in my desk drawer now. Sometimes late at night I hear it shifting around in there, as if moved by unseen hands. I've tried to convince myself there must be some rational explanation for what I saw on the train that night. Maybe I was overtired and hallucinating. Maybe it was an elaborate prank. But then I take out that cold brass button and remember the stranger's pale face, the dark stains on their uniform, the way they nodded and waved just before we entered the tunnel. And I wonder, do they appear to other passengers on late-night trains? Do they still ride that same route, remembering their final journey? Or was there something special about that particular night, exactly 98 years after the accident? I may never know the answers. But one thing is certain, I'll never forget that ride on the last train home, or the stranger in the old uniform who disappeared in the Winchester Tunnel. Sometimes on cold nights, I think I can hear a train whistle echoing off the hills, and I wonder if they're still out there, riding the dark rails, nodding to lonely passengers before vanishing into the shadows. The brass button remains ice cold in my desk drawer. Sometimes I'm tempted to take it back to the tunnel, leave it there where it came from, but something stops me every time. Maybe it's fear of what, or who, might be waiting there to take it back. So I keep the button, this one piece of evidence that it really happened, and I never take the last train home anymore. I'd rather drive the long way around, avoiding that tunnel and whatever still rides the rails through the darkness, wearing an old uniform stained with memories of that fatal night nearly a century ago. The first time I noticed my tools weren't where I left them, I blamed my failing memory. The second time I blamed the whiskey. By the third time, I knew something was wrong in that old barn. I bought the property in western Massachusetts last fall, 40 acres with a rundown farmhouse and a massive 19th century barn that needed serious work. The house was livable enough, but that barn drew me in from day one. 25 feet tall at the ridge beam, hand-hewn posts thick as tree trunks, with those old wooden pegs holding the joints together. a relic from when men built things to last centuries. The previous owner, Mrs. Henderson, practically gave it away. Her husband died 15 years ago and she couldn't maintain it anymore. The barn had been slowly rotting for decades. Most folks would have torn it down, but I restore old buildings for a living. This was my retirement project. Fix up the barn, maybe turn it into a workshop or studio space. First few weeks went fine. I cleared out decades of junk, replaced rotted sills, and started repairing the foundation. Basic stuff. Then the weird shit started happening. Monday morning, I came out to find my hammer on the opposite workbench from where I'd left it. My chisels had been arranged in size order. The pile of old shingles I'd torn off was stacked neatly instead of scattered where I'd dumped them. I checked the padlock on the door, still locked, key in my pocket. No signs of forced entry. Windows were intact, though grimy with age. I told myself I must have organized things before leaving yesterday and forgotten. Tuesday morning, same thing. Tools rearranged, materials sorted. This time I knew damn well I hadn't done it. I'd knocked off early because of rain, leaving everything scattered. Now it looked like some obsessive-compulsive handyman had spent hours organizing my workspace. I'm not a superstitious man. I've worked construction and restoration for 30 years. Old buildings make weird noises, they settle and creak. But this was different. This was deliberate. Wednesday morning I photographed exactly where I left everything. Thursday morning I compared the new photos to the old ones. Major differences. The wheelbarrow had moved 6 feet. My power tools were lined up by cord length. Even my coffee thermos had been washed. I installed a motion-activated game camera, the kind hunters use. The memory card showed nothing but empty rooms and occasional mice. I set up a second camera. Still nothing. By week 2, I was starting to get nervous about going out there. Not scared exactly. I'm a 60-year-old man who's worked physical labor his whole life. I don't scare easy. But something was deeply wrong. The activity escalated. Now tools would be arranged in geometric patterns. Materials would be sorted by type and size. Once I found all my hammers arranged in a perfect circle, handles pointing inward like some kind of demented clock face. I started leaving notes. Please stop moving my tools. Who are you? What do you want? The notes disappeared. No response. I asked around town. The locals knew the farm, knew old Jim Henderson, but nobody had stories about strange happenings in the barn. Mrs. Henderson just said Jim spent countless hours out there puttering around before he died. Then came the day I found the bones. I was digging out the old center post foundation to pour new concrete. The post had rotted where it met the ground and I needed to replace it. 4 feet down, my shovel hit something solid. I thought it was ledge at first. This part of Massachusetts, you hit granite everywhere you dig. But it was a box. Old wood, maybe cedar, about 2 feet square. Heavy. The wood was preserved by the soil, still mostly intact. No lock, just corroded hinges and a simple latch. I should have left it alone. Should have called the police right then. But I didn't. I opened it. Inside were bones. Human bones. Small ones. Finger bones. Ribs. Vertebrae. No skull. No large leg or arm bones. Just the small pieces packed carefully in dirt and old cloth. I closed the box and sat there sweating, despite the October chill. My hands shook as I lit a cigarette, my first in 10 years. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those bones in the dark barn. Around 3 a.m. I heard machinery start up. The circular saw, running full blast. I grabbed my shotgun and ran out there in my underwear. The saw was running, but nobody was near it. As I watched, it shut off by itself. The padlock was still secure. The next morning, every power tool I owned was arranged in a spiral pattern on the floor. The bone box sat in the center, open. The bones had been carefully laid out in anatomical order. I called the police. Officer Martinez arrived within the hour. Young guy, serious face. He took pictures, called it in. Soon the barn was crawling with state police and the medical examiner's office. They removed the bones for analysis. Initial estimate, at least 30 years old, probably belonging to a child between 8 to 12 years old. They searched the entire foundation, but found nothing else. I gave them Mrs. Henderson's contact information. She seemed genuinely shocked, said Jim never mentioned anything about bones. He'd built that center post himself in 1982, she remembered, because he talked about what a big job it was. The same year, a 10-year-old boy disappeared from 2 towns over. Never found. The police set up their own cameras, installed motion sensors, posted an officer outside. Nothing happened for 3 nights. The 4th night, with no one watching, every tool in the barn arranged itself into a perfect outline of a child's body on the floor. The police photographs showed nothing but empty rooms. I hired a local kid to help me work. Charlie, about 17, built like a linebacker. Having him around helped, but the activity got worse. Tools would fly off shelves. Materials would move while we watched. Charlie quit after a wooden mallet nearly took off his head, sailing past him like it was thrown by an invisible hand. The police investigation stalled. No matches on DNA from the bones. No evidence linking them to the missing boy. No evidence of who buried them or why. I considered selling the place, but who would buy it? Besides, something kept pulling me back to that barn. I had to know the truth. I started spending nights out there, sleeping on a cot in the corner. The activity continued, but felt less hostile. Tools still moved, but nothing flew through the air anymore. Sometimes I'd wake up to find my blanket tucked around me more securely. I talked out loud to the empty barn, told whatever was there that I meant no harm, that I wanted to restore the building, make it strong again, that maybe we could work together. The response came gradually. I'd find tools placed exactly where I needed them before I realized I needed them. Difficult joints would fit together perfectly, like I had an invisible helper holding things in place. One morning I found a message scratched in the dust on my workbench. Find the rest. I spent a week digging up the entire foundation. Nothing. Then I noticed tool marks on one of the main support posts, different from the others, newer. Jim Henderson's post from 1982. I cut it open with a chainsaw. Inside the hollow core, wrapped in plastic, I found the rest of the bones, and a skull. The police came back. This time they had enough evidence to open a real investigation. Dental records confirmed it was Tommy Chen, the boy who disappeared in 1982. Further investigation revealed Jim Henderson had worked as a janitor at Tommy's school. Mrs. Henderson broke down when they questioned her again. She admitted finding Jim's journals after his death, detailed accounts of what he'd done. She burned them, wanting to protect his memory. Never knew about the bones. Jim Henderson died of a heart attack in that barn in 2008. They say he was reorganizing his tools when they found him. The activity in the barn stopped after we found the skull. My tools stay where I put them now. The only sounds at night are normal old building sounds, settling timbers, wind in the eaves. I still work on the barn most days. The restoration is coming along well. Sometimes I think I feel someone watching me work, but it's not threatening anymore. More like quality control. I keep one particular hammer separate from the others. It's an old one, with a worn handle polished smooth by decades of use. Every morning I find it lined up perfectly straight, ready for the day's work. I've thought about having someone come bless the building or do whatever they do to clear out spirits, but I won't. This barn has its own history now, its own story. Some of it ugly, some of it strange. Tommy Chen's family finally had a proper funeral. They buried him in the cemetery 2 towns over. I went to the service, didn't tell them about the activity in the barn. Some things are better left unsaid. The barn is almost finished now. New foundation, new roof, everything plumb and square. Built to last another 100 years. Sometimes at sunset, the light comes through the west windows just right, lighting up the interior like amber. The old timbers glow with a warmth that makes all the strange history feel distant. But I still lock my tools up every night, counting each one carefully. And every morning I check to see how they've been rearranged. Yesterday I found them arranged in a message. Thank you, I answered out loud to the empty barn. You're welcome. Then I picked up that old hammer and went back to work. There's always more to do in an old barn. Always something that needs fixing. Always something that needs to be put right. The bones are at rest now, properly buried. The truth is known. But sometimes late at night, I hear the sounds of someone puttering around in there, setting things in order. And I sleep better knowing I'm not alone out here. Some people ask why I didn't run away when things got weird. I tell them the truth. In 30 years of restoration work, this is the first job where my tools clean themselves up. Besides, we all need a project in retirement. Mine just happens to come with a few extra helpers. Spring is coming soon. I'm planning to start on the interior finishing work. Yesterday, I bought a new set of chisels. This morning, I found them arranged by size on my workbench, polished to a mirror shine. I guess some things never change. And maybe that's not such a bad thing after all. I shouldn't have gone fishing that morning. Every time I close my eyes, I see that face staring back at me from the water. Not my reflection. Something else. Someone else. It's been 3 weeks and I still can't sleep. I need to write this down, to tell someone what happened. Maybe then I'll stop seeing those eyes. It was October 12th. I remember the exact date because it was my day off, and I'd been planning this solo fishing trip for weeks. My wife Sarah had been nagging me about spending too much time at work, saying I needed to decompress. She wasn't wrong. Running a construction company during a labor shortage had turned me into a ball of stress. I loaded up my truck at 4:30 a.m. The air was cold enough to make my nose run. I threw in my tackle box, rod, cooler with some sandwiches and beer, and my lucky baseball cap, the ratty Red Sox one I've had since college. The drive to Lake Morrison took 40 minutes. I didn't pass a single car on the back roads. The lake sits in a hollow between two hills surrounded by pine trees. There's this wooden dock on the east side that nobody uses anymore except for a few of us locals who know about it. The wood's rotting in places, but it stretches out about 30 feet into deeper water. Perfect for catching bass at dawn. I parked in the gravel lot and grabbed my gear. The sky was just starting to lighten, that deep blue-gray before sunrise when everything looks like it's underwater. My boots crunched on frost-covered grass as I walked down to the dock. The lake was dead still, like black glass. The temp was around 35 degrees. I could see my breath in the beam of my headlamp. The dock creaked under my weight as I walked out to the end. I set down my tackle box and cooler, then got my rod ready with a plastic worm, purple, because that's what usually works in low light. I clicked off my headlamp to let my eyes adjust. That's when things started getting weird. The water was so calm it was like looking into a mirror, except for these little ripples that kept appearing. They weren't coming from wind or fish. They just happened, like someone was gently touching the surface from underneath. I leaned over the edge to get a better look. The first rays of sun were just starting to hit the water. And there, in that pre-dawn light, I saw a face looking up at me. Not my face. At first I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks. You know how sometimes your brain sees patterns that aren't there? But when I moved back, the face stayed exactly where it was. It didn't follow my movement like a reflection should. It was a man's face, maybe in his 40s. Pale skin, dark hair, sharp features. He was staring straight up at me with these intense blue eyes. Not floating, not swimming, just there, like a photograph suspended under the surface. I jerked back so fast I almost fell. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I squeezed my eyes shut, counted to 5, and looked again. The face was still there, still staring. "Hey!" I shouted. My voice echoed across the lake. The face didn't move, didn't blink. I scrambled to get my phone from my pocket, thinking I needed to document this, but my hands were shaking so bad I dropped it. It clattered on the dock. When I looked back at the water, the face had moved closer to the surface. Those eyes locked onto mine. They weren't just looking at me. They were studying me, like a scientist examining a specimen. The surface of the water began to ripple around the face, but nothing else on the lake moved. I backed away, keeping my eyes on that spot. The face followed my movement, sliding through the water without creating a wake. It stayed exactly the same distance below the surface, tracking me like a shark. My heel hit my tackle box and I almost tripped. Cold sweat was running down my back. The face was getting clearer now as the sun rose higher. I could see more details. Crow's feet around the eyes, a small scar on the chin, individual strands of dark hair moving in water that shouldn't have been moving. Then it smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. The corners of the mouth went up too far, stretching the skin in a way that human faces don't stretch. The teeth were white and perfectly straight, like a denture commercial, but there were too many of them. I ran. Left everything on the dock. Rod, tackle box, cooler, phone. Just turned and sprinted up the path to my truck. The gravel shifted under my feet and I fell once, scraping my palms raw. I could feel those eyes on my back the whole way. I fumbled with my keys, dropped them, snatched them up with bloody hands. It took 3 tries to get the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life and I slammed the truck into reverse, then drive, fishtailing on the gravel as I accelerated. 5 minutes down the road, my heart still racing, I pulled over. Had to throw up in the ditch. When I was done, I sat in my truck for a long time, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it all. Maybe I was having a stroke. Maybe someone had slipped something in my coffee at the diner yesterday. But I knew what I'd seen. I drove home, hands clenched so tight on the steering wheel my knuckles were white. Sarah was still asleep when I got there. I took a scalding hot shower, scrubbed my hands until the scrapes stopped bleeding, then called in sick to work. Around noon, I drove back to the lake. Had to know if my stuff was still there. Had to know if I was crazy. The dock was empty. No tackle box, no cooler, no rod, no phone. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the wet footprints leading from the end of the dock up to where I'd parked my truck. They weren't my boot prints. They were barefoot and about 2 sizes bigger than my feet. I drove straight to the county sheriff's office. Told them someone had stolen my fishing gear. Didn't mention the face or the footprints. They took a report, but I could tell they weren't going to do anything about it. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that face, that wrong smile. Sarah asked what was wrong. I told her I had food poisoning. The next day I got a new phone. Had to drive 40 minutes to the Apple store in Burlington. While they were setting it up, I used their computer to search news articles about Lake Morrison. Found some stories about drownings over the years, mostly drunk teenagers, a couple of ice fishing accidents. Nothing unusual for a lake that size. But then I found something in a local paper from 1987. A man had disappeared while fishing alone. They found his truck in the parking lot, his gear on the dock. The article included a photo. Dark hair, sharp features, blue eyes. I closed the browser and left the store without waiting for my phone. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't been back to the lake. Haven't been fishing anywhere. I told Sarah I lost interest. Sold what was left of my gear on Craigslist. But things keep happening. My coffee mug leaves wet rings on the counter when I know I used a coaster. Puddles appear in the hallway on dry days. The bathroom mirror fogs up when no one showered. And sometimes when I'm washing my hands or brushing my teeth, I catch a glimpse of something in the sink. Just for a second. In the moment before the water drains. A face looking up at me. Smiling that wrong smile. Last night I woke up at 3 a.m. The bathroom faucet was running. Sarah was sound asleep beside me. I lay there in the dark, listening to the water, feeling those eyes watching me from every drain in the house. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know what happened. Need someone to believe me. The faucet in the kitchen just turned on by itself. I can hear water running. The sink is filling up. I can see a ripple forming in the water. Something's rising to the surface. I should run. I should get in my truck and drive until I run out of gas, but I'm not going to. Because now I know why that face was smiling. It wasn't just looking at me that morning. It was choosing me. The water's almost to the top of the sink now. I can see dark hair starting to break the surface. Those blue eyes are opening underwater. That mouth is stretching into that wrong smile, showing all those perfect teeth. I'm going to look. I have to look. Maybe this time I'll understand why it chose me. Maybe this time. The laughter hit me first, high-pitched and rhythmic, cutting through the gray November afternoon. I stopped walking, and Rex, my German shepherd, froze beside me. His ears perked up, and a low growl rumbled in his chest. The abandoned Westbrook Elementary School stood ahead, its broken windows staring at us like dead eyes. I'd walked this route with Rex hundreds of times in the past 5 years, ever since the school shut down after the district rezoning. But something was different today. The rusted chain-link fence had a fresh hole cut into it, and through the gap I saw the playground equipment moving. The swings swayed back and forth in perfect unison, all 6 of them rising and falling together like they were being pushed by invisible hands. More laughter echoed across the cracked asphalt, and my skin broke out in goosebumps. The sound wasn't quite right. It was too synchronized, too mechanical, like someone had recorded children laughing and was playing it on loop. Rex's growl grew louder. The fur along his spine stood straight up. "Easy, boy," I said, but my voice came out shaky. I should have turned around, should have pulled Rex away and gone home to my empty apartment, heated up some leftover pizza, and watched the Patriots game. But I didn't. Instead, I moved closer to the fence, drawn by a mixture of curiosity and something else I couldn't name. The laughter got louder as I approached. Through the fence, I could make out more details of the playground. Dried leaves skittered across the ground in the light wind, but the swings kept their perfect rhythm. Up and down, up and down. The rusty chains should have been squeaking, but they moved in complete silence. I reached the hole in the fence. It was a clean cut, the metal wires snipped with precision. Rex resisted when I tried to lead him through, planting his feet and whining. "Come on, boy, let's check it out." He followed reluctantly, pressing against my leg. I could feel him trembling. The playground felt different once we were inside the fence. The air was colder, and the laughter seemed to come from everywhere at once. I looked around for speakers, thinking maybe some teenagers had set up some kind of prank, but I didn't see any. The school building loomed behind us, its red brick walls covered in graffiti and ivy. As we got closer to the swings, the laughter started to change. It grew deeper, slower, like a tape being played at the wrong speed. The sound made my teeth ache. Rex stopped walking and started backing up, pulling hard on his leash. That's when I saw the figure sitting on the middle swing. At first, I thought it was just a shadow, a trick of the fading afternoon light. But as I watched, it became more solid. A man, dressed in a dark suit that looked decades out of date. He sat perfectly still on the swing, his feet planted on the ground. The other swings continued their synchronized movement around him. "Hey!" I called out. "This is private property." The man didn't respond. He didn't move at all. The laughter had stopped, replaced by absolute silence. Even the wind seemed to have died. I took another step forward, and the man's head slowly turned toward me. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. Where his face should have been, there was nothing. Just smooth, pale skin stretched over the shape of a head, with no features at all. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. It was like looking at an egg-shaped blank canvas. Rex barked, the sound explosive in the silence. The man's head snapped toward the noise with impossible speed, and he stood up. He was tall, much taller than I'd realized. His movements were wrong, too fluid, like he had extra joints in his limbs. I backed away, yanking on Rex's leash. The faceless man took a step toward us. His suit rippled in ways that didn't match his movement, like there was something underneath it that wasn't shaped like a human body. Then he spoke. The voice came from everywhere, not just from where he stood. It sounded like a dozen voices layered on top of each other, some high and childlike, others deep and guttural. "Will you push me on the swing?" I ran. Rex bolted ahead of me, nearly pulling my arm out of its socket. Behind us, the laughter started again, but now I could hear what it really was, not children laughing, but that thing's voices, all of them laughing together in that horrible synchronized way. We sprinted through the hole in the fence. I heard footsteps behind us, moving too fast, getting closer. The sound of dress shoes on asphalt, click, 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 like a tap dancer going at impossible speed. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Every instinct in my body screamed that if I turned around, if I saw that blank face again, something in my mind would break. The footsteps got closer. I could hear breathing now, but it wasn't normal breathing. It was like the sound of wind whistling through a cave, echoing and multiplying. Rex was pulling me forward so hard I could barely keep my feet under me. We reached the corner of Maple Street. The footsteps were right behind us now. I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck, like fingers made of ice. Then we passed under a streetlight and the footsteps stopped. I ran another block before I dared to slow down. When I finally stopped, my lungs burning, I turned around. The street behind us was empty. In the distance, I could see the school building, dark against the dying light. The swings hung motionless. Rex and I made it home in record time. I locked every door and window in my apartment, then sat on the couch with Rex pressed against me, both of us shaking. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that blank face turning toward me. The next morning, I called the police to report the hole in the fence. The dispatcher sounded bored as she took down my information. When I tried to tell her about the faceless man, she cut me off, saying they'd send someone to check on the fence. I changed my dog walking route after that. I didn't want to go anywhere near Westbrook Elementary, but 3 days later, I saw a story in the local paper that made my blood run cold. 2 12-year-old boys had gone missing. They were last seen riding their bikes near the old school. I told myself it was a coincidence. Kids went missing sometimes. It didn't have to have anything to do with what I'd seen. Then I started noticing other things. The sound of laughter late at night, drifting through my bedroom window. The swing set in the park near my apartment moving on its own in the early morning hours. Glimpses of a tall figure in an old-fashioned suit standing at the edge of my vision, gone when I turned to look directly at it. A week after my encounter at the school, I was walking Rex in the evening, staying well away from Westbrook Elementary. We were passing by the small playground behind the public library when I heard it. That same rhythmic laughter, growing louder. Rex started growling before I saw anything. When I looked at the playground, my heart nearly stopped. All the swings were moving in perfect sync, just like before. And there, sitting on the middle swing, was the faceless man. He turned his blank face toward me and stood up. This time, I saw how he moved more clearly. His joints bent backward, his limbs too long and flexible. The suit rippled and shifted like there were things crawling underneath it. "Will you push me on the swing?" The voices asked, children and adults and something else all speaking together. I ran again, but this time I knew it wouldn't be enough. This time he was going to catch me, and I would find out what happened to those missing boys. The footsteps followed, getting closer and closer. The cold fingers brushed my neck again. I could hear the breathing like wind through 1,000 caves right behind me. Then a car turned onto the street, its headlights sweeping across us. The footsteps stopped. When I looked back, the faceless man was gone. That night I started packing. I couldn't stay in this town anymore. Every playground, every swing set had become a potential encounter with that thing. I didn't know what it was or what it wanted, but I knew it wasn't going to stop. As I threw clothes into a suitcase, I heard laughter outside my window. Children's voices perfectly synchronized. I didn't look out. I didn't need to. I knew what I would see. Rex started barking frantically. The temperature in my apartment dropped so fast I could see my breath. The laughter got louder, closer, coming from right outside my bedroom door. I grabbed my car keys and Rex's leash. We were going to make a run for the parking lot. If we could just get to the car. The bedroom door swung open. The faceless man stood in the doorway, his blank face turned toward me. His suit rippled and bulged, things moving underneath the fabric. He took a step forward, his leg bending at an impossible angle. "Will you push me on the swing?" The voices were different now. I recognized some of them. They were the voices of the missing boys. I threw my bedside lamp at him and ran for the window. Rex was right behind me as I scrambled onto the fire escape. We clattered down the metal stairs, the sound of that horrible layered laughter following us. I reached the bottom and sprinted for my car. The faceless man appeared at the entrance of the alley, moving with that terrible, fluid grace. He was between us and the car. Then Rex did something I'll never forget. My brave, loyal dog turned and charged straight at the faceless man, barking and snarling. The thing hesitated, its blank face turning toward Rex. That moment of distraction was all I needed. I ran past them, grabbed Rex's collar as I went by, and dragged him with me to the car. We jumped in, and I started the engine with shaking hands. The faceless man appeared in front of the car. In the headlights, I could see that his suit was moving more violently now, shapes pressing against the fabric from inside. His blank face began to split open, revealing something dark and writhing underneath. I floored the accelerator. The car hit him, but it felt wrong, like driving through a cloud of ice-cold smoke. For a moment, the windshield was covered in something dark that moved and twisted. Then it was gone, and we were speeding down the street. I drove all night, putting as much distance as possible between us and that town. Rex slept in the passenger seat, occasionally whimpering in his dreams. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see a tall figure in an old suit standing in the middle of the road behind us. We ended up in Arizona. It's been 6 months, and I haven't seen the faceless man since that night. But sometimes, when I'm walking Rex past a playground, I'll hear the sound of swings moving in perfect sync. And sometimes, late at night, I hear laughter, children's voices, all speaking together in perfect unison. I don't walk Rex near playgrounds anymore. And I never ever go near swing sets. The local paper back home ran a follow-up story about the missing boys. They were never found. The police said they probably ran away, but I know better. I know they're still there. Their voices part of that horrible chorus, asking people to push them on the swings. Last week I got a letter in the mail. No return address. Inside was a single piece of paper with words typed in an old-fashioned font. I'm still waiting for my turn on the swing. I burned the letter and started packing again. Rex and I leave tomorrow. I don't know where we're going, but it has to be somewhere without playgrounds, somewhere without swing sets, somewhere he can't find us. But deep down, I know it doesn't matter how far we run, because every town has a playground, every park has swings. And somewhere out there, a man without a face is waiting patiently for his turn, waiting for someone to push him on the swing. Every morning at 7:15 a.m. for the past 3 months, the old man waved at me from apartment 4B. Today I learned that no one has lived there since 2019. I remember the first time I saw him. It was a cold January morning, and I was running late for work. As I rushed out of my building, movement caught my eye from the apartment complex across the street. An elderly man stood at the window, his wrinkled hand raised in a friendly wave. He wore a brown cardigan and had white hair neatly combed to the side. I waved back, hurrying to my car. The next day, he was there again. Same window, same brown cardigan, same gentle wave. I checked my watch, 7:15 a.m. exactly. This time, I got a better look at his face. Thin lips curved into a slight smile, deep-set eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. He looked like someone's kindly grandfather. It became our daily routine. Every morning at 7:15, I'd exit my building and there he'd be, waving from his window on the 4th floor. Sometimes I'd wave quickly, focused on getting to work. Other times I'd smile and nod, taking an extra second to acknowledge him. I never saw him outside the building or at any other time of day. Just that morning wave, like clockwork. The routine continued through January and February. I started timing my departure around his appearance. If I left too early or too late, I'd miss him. When daylight savings time hit in March, he adjusted his schedule too. Still there at 7:15 every single morning. I asked my girlfriend Sarah about it one evening as we ate takeout in my living room. You know that older guy in 4B across the street? The one who waves every morning? She looked up from her pad thai. Which building? The red brick one, Hampton Arms Apartments. I pointed out my window to the building across the way. Fourth floor, third window from the left. Sarah squinted at the building. I've never noticed anyone there. He's always there at 7:15, wearing the same brown cardigan. Been waving to me for months now. She shrugged. Probably just lonely. Lots of elderly people living alone these days. I nodded, but something about her response bothered me. The way she dismissed it so quickly. I walked to my window and looked at 4B. The lights were off, curtains drawn. They were always drawn except during that morning wave. The next day I decided to wave first. At exactly 7:15, I stepped out of my building and immediately looked up at his window. He was there, hand already raised. But this time I noticed something odd. The window looked dirty, like it hadn't been cleaned in years, and the curtains behind him seemed faded, almost yellow with age. I stood there longer than usual, studying his appearance. His brown cardigan never changed. His white hair was always combed the same way. His hand raised in the exact same position every single time. A car horn jolted me out of my thoughts. I was blocking someone's driveway. That evening, I couldn't stop thinking about the window, about the unchanging routine, about how I'd never seen him any other time of day. I pulled up the Hampton Arms website on my phone and found their office number. The phone rang 3 times before someone picked up. Hampton Arms Leasing Office, this is Monica speaking. Hi, I live across the street and had a question about one of your residents, the elderly gentleman in 4B. A pause. 4B has been vacant since December 2019. My stomach dropped. That's impossible. I see someone there every morning. Older man, white hair, brown cardigan. He waves to me at 7:15. Sir, I assure you that unit has been empty for over 4 years. The last tenant passed away and we've been renovating it on and off since then. No one lives there. Could you check your records again? Maybe you're thinking of a different unit? One moment. I heard keyboard clicks. No, I'm certain. 4B has been vacant since Mr. Peterson passed away in December 2019. We're actually showing it to a potential tenant tomorrow morning. I thanked her and hung up. My hands were shaking. I walked to my window and stared at 4B. The lights were off, curtains drawn, just like always. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I tossed and turned, my mind racing. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was I seeing things? The property manager seemed so certain. At 7:14 the next morning, I stood in my doorway, heart pounding. Part of me wanted to stay inside. Part of me had to know. 7:15 a.m. I stepped outside. He was there. White hair, wire-rimmed glasses, brown cardigan. His hand raised in that familiar wave. I didn't wave back. Instead, I crossed the street, walking straight toward the Hampton Arms entrance. My eyes stayed fixed on window 4B. He continued waving, that slight smile unchanged. The lobby was empty except for a sleepy-looking security guard. I showed him my driver's license and signed in as a visitor. The elevator creaked as it carried me to the 4th floor. The hallway carpet was worn, showing trails where countless feet had walked. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. 4A, 4B. I stopped in front of the door. A vacant unit sign hung from the handle. The deadbolt was clearly visible through a small window in the door. No one had entered this apartment in a long time. I pressed my ear against the door. Silence. My watch showed 7:18 a.m. He would still be at the window. I pulled out my phone and called Sarah. Hey, can you do me a favor? I'm across the street at Hampton Arms. Can you look at 4B and tell me what you see? Now? I'm getting ready for work. Please, just look out your window and tell me what you see in 4B. A sigh. Fine, hold on. A pause. The curtains are drawn, lights off. I don't see anything. My throat went dry. No one in the window? No elderly man waving? No, just dirty windows and old curtains. Are you okay? You sound weird. I'm fine, thanks. I hung up. The property manager, Monica, rounded the corner carrying a folder. She stopped when she saw me. Can I help you? I pointed to 4B. I'm the one who called about this unit last night. She frowned. Sir, you shouldn't be up here without an appointment. I know, I'm sorry. But I needed to see for myself. Could you show me inside? Please? Monica hesitated, then pulled out her keys. 5 minutes. I have a showing scheduled soon anyway. The door creaked open. Stale air hit my face. Dust particles floated in the beam of sunlight from the window. The apartment was completely empty. I walked to the window, the same window I'd seen him in every morning. A thick layer of dust covered the sill. The curtains were yellow with age, falling apart in places. When did you say the last tenant died? Monica checked her folder. December 15th, 2019. Mr. Peterson. Heart attack, poor thing. Found him right by this window, actually. My legs felt weak. I gripped the dusty windowsill to steady myself. What did he look like? She pulled out an old lease application and showed me the attached photo. White hair, wire-rimmed glasses, brown cardigan. I stared out the window at my building across the street. From here, I could see my front door clearly, the exact spot where I stood every morning at 7:15. Did he have any particular habits, daily routines? Monica thought for a moment. You know, the other tenants used to mention that he'd stand at this window every morning and wave to people. Said he never missed a day, rain or shine. Started after his wife died. Said it made him feel less lonely. I checked my watch. 7:30 a.m. The waving would have stopped by now. Thank you for showing me the unit. My voice sounded distant. Strange. Back in my apartment, I sat by my window and stared at 4B. The curtains remained drawn. The windows stayed dirty. No movement, no waving, no elderly man in a brown cardigan. The next morning, I left for work at 7:00 a.m. I didn't look up at the window. I haven't looked up since. But sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I think about Mr. Peterson, about how he stood at that window every morning, waving to strangers, fighting off loneliness, about how even death couldn't break his routine. And I wonder, in all those months of waving back, was I just going through the motions like he was? Two people engaging in a meaningless ritual, one of us already long gone? These days, I take a different route to work. But occasionally, when I pass the Hampton Arms building, I catch myself glancing up at 4B. The window remains empty, the curtains drawn. I've heard the unit is still vacant. The property manager can't seem to keep tenants there. They all complain about the same thing. Every morning at 7:15, they feel like someone's watching them. Some say they see movement in their peripheral vision, a hand raised in greeting. I could tell them what they're seeing. I could explain about Mr. Peterson and his morning routine, but I don't. Let them wave back if they want to. Sometimes a simple human connection is worth preserving, even if one of the humans isn't there anymore. Last week, Sarah asked why I changed my route to work. I told her it was because of traffic. She nodded, but I could tell she didn't believe me. How could I explain that I'm afraid of looking up one morning and not seeing him there? That after all these months, his absence might be harder to accept than his impossible presence? So I drive the long way to work now. I leave at different times. I avoid looking at windows. And every morning at 7:15, wherever I am, I feel an urge to raise my hand and wave. I resist it, but barely, because I know that in apartment 4B, behind those dusty windows and faded curtains, Mr. Peterson is still there, still wearing his brown cardigan, still raising his hand in greeting, still waiting for someone to wave back. Some routines, it seems, are stronger than death. Some connections persist beyond all reason or explanation. And sometimes, the simplest gesture, a wave between strangers, can echo long after one of those strangers is gone. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened in those months of waving to Mr. Peterson. I don't know if it was grief, or loneliness, or something else entirely that kept him at that window. But I do know this. Every morning at 7:15 in an empty apartment across the street, an old man in a brown cardigan raises his hand to greet the world. And somewhere out there, someone is probably waving back. I shouldn't have gone camping alone. That's what everyone told me afterward, and they were right. But I needed to clear my head after my divorce, and I'd been camping in those mountains since I was a kid. What happened that night changed everything I thought I knew about being alone in the wilderness. This is my attempt to write down exactly what occurred, just the facts, because I still have trouble believing it myself. The Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest was quiet that Thursday afternoon when I pulled my truck into the remote trailhead parking lot. No other vehicles around, which wasn't surprising for a weekday in late September. I shouldered my pack and started the 3-mile hike to my usual spot near Crystal Lake. The air felt crisp and dead leaves crunched under my boots. I'd packed light, just my one-person tent, sleeping bag, camping stove, some freeze-dried meals, and basic supplies. My LED lantern and headlamp had fresh batteries. The weight of my hunting knife on my belt felt reassuring, though I'd never needed it for anything more threatening than opening food packages. The sun was still a few hours from setting when I reached my campsite. It sat in a small clearing about 50 yards from the lake, backed by a thick stand of Douglas firs. I'd stayed there maybe a dozen times before. The familiar fire pit still had some old ashes, and someone had left a neat pile of firewood under a tarp. Setting up camp took less than an hour. I got the tent squared away, rolled out my sleeping bag, and arranged my gear. The temperature was dropping as evening approached, so I pulled on my fleece jacket and got a fire going. While my freeze-dried beef stew rehydrated, I sat in my folding camp chair and watched the sunset paint the lake orange and purple. That's when I noticed the silence. Usually the forest had a steady background noise: birds, small animals, wind in the trees. But as darkness crept in, everything went quiet. No crickets, no owls, not even the sound of fish jumping in the lake. Just the soft pop and crackle of my campfire. I told myself it was just the weather changing, maybe a storm coming in, though the sky looked clear. I'd been camping enough to know that sometimes the woods just got quiet. No big deal. After eating, I cleaned up and secured my food in a bear canister 50 yards from camp. The stars were out now, incredibly bright away from city lights. I sat by the fire for another hour, watching the flames and enjoying the solitude. The silence continued, broken only by the fire and the occasional creak of tree branches. Around 10 p.m. I decided to turn in. I extinguished the fire properly, scattered the ashes, and did a final check of my camp. The night had gotten cold enough to see my breath. I clicked on my LED lantern and ducked into my tent. That's when it started. I was just getting settled in my sleeping bag when I heard it. A soft, scratching sound from somewhere outside the tent, like something small moving through the leaves. I sat up and listened hard. The sound stopped. "Probably just a mouse," I said out loud, more to break the silence than anything else. I switched off my lantern to sleep. The moment the light went out, the feeling hit me. Something was watching me. I know how that sounds. I'm not talking about some vague, creepy sensation. This was a physical certainty, like a pressure on my skin. Multiple sets of eyes focused on my tent. I snapped the lantern back on. The feeling vanished instantly. My heart was pounding now. I unzipped the tent flap and stuck my head out, sweeping the lantern beam around the campsite. Nothing moved in the harsh white light. The trees stood silent. No glowing eyes reflected back at me. I zipped the tent back up, trying to laugh it off. Just my imagination working overtime, being alone in the woods. I'd camped solo plenty of times before. No big deal. I left the lantern on and tried to sleep. After about 20 minutes, the batteries started to die. The light dimmed gradually, and as it did, I felt it again. That sensation of being watched, growing stronger as the darkness crept in. My hand shook as I pulled my backup headlamp from my pack. The moment I switched it on, the feeling disappeared. Whatever was out there retreated from the light. A rational voice in my head said to pack up and hike out. But it was nearly midnight, and hiking these trails in the dark was asking for a broken ankle. Better to wait for daylight. So began the longest night of my life. I couldn't keep the lights on forever. The batteries wouldn't last. Each time one light source started to die, I had to switch to another before the watching sensation became unbearable. I cycled through my lantern, headlamp, and finally my phone's flashlight. Around 2 a.m. I heard the scratching sounds again. Closer now. Multiple sources moving through the leaves around my tent. When I shined my light at the tent walls, I could see small shadows moving outside. The shapes were wrong somehow. Too tall to be mice or rabbits, but too small to be anything else I could think of. I gripped my hunting knife, though I knew it was useless against whatever was out there. The shadows kept moving, circling my tent. Sometimes they would stop and I could see their silhouettes through the tent fabric. Small, upright figures, no more than 2 feet tall. My phone battery hit 20%. The flashlight wouldn't last much longer. I had my car keys with their tiny LED light, but that would be it. My hands were sweating despite the cold. The scratching got louder, more frequent. The small figures moved faster now, their shadows dancing across the tent walls. I heard something else too. A sound like whispering, but in no language I'd ever heard. High-pitched, rapid clicking sounds that might have been speech. At 3:47 a.m., my phone died. The darkness hit like a physical weight. The watching sensation became overwhelming. Dozens of eyes fixed on me from all sides. The whispering grew louder. The shadows pressed against the tent walls. I fumbled with my car keys, finally managing to click on the tiny LED. The weak blue light created more shadows than it dispelled, but the watching sensation eased slightly. Something touched the tent near my head. A small hand, pressing against the fabric. I could see the fingers spread out, making 5 tiny impressions. Then another hand appeared beside it, and another. More hands pressed against the tent walls, dozens of them, leaving small indentations in the nylon. The key light flickered. I screamed. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I screamed and slashed at the tent wall with my knife, cutting through the nylon. The hands pulled back. I heard rapid movement through the leaves, that weird clicking speech getting more excited. The key light went out. What happened next is hard to describe. The darkness was absolute. The watching sensation became a physical pressure, like being at the bottom of the ocean. Small hands touched my sleeping bag, my arms, my face. Too many hands to count, moving too fast to track. The clicking speech surrounded me, growing to a fever pitch. I thrashed and swung my knife blindly, but the hands were everywhere. They weren't trying to hurt me. They seemed to be examining me like curious children discovering something new. But there were so many of them, and in the pitch darkness I couldn't tell what they were attached to. I curled into a ball, covering my face with my arms. The small hands kept touching, prodding, pulling at my clothes and hair. I could smell them now. A musty, earthy scent like old leaves and wet soil. The clicking speech changed tone. It seemed almost disappointed. The hands withdrew. I heard movement outside the tent, the sound of many small feet moving through leaves. Then silence. I lay there, shaking, too terrified to move. Minutes passed. The pressure of being watched gradually faded. In the east, the sky began to lighten. I've never been so grateful to see dawn. As soon as there was enough light to see, I unzipped what was left of my tent and practically fell outside. The campsite looked normal at first glance. My fire pit was cold. The trees stood quiet in the morning light, but then I saw the ground. Footprints. Hundreds of them, all around my tent. Small, bare footprints pressed into the soft earth, each one no longer than my palm. 5 toes, clearly defined. They surrounded my tent in concentric circles, some overlapping others, creating a pattern that made my head hurt to look at. I didn't bother packing up properly. I stuffed my sleeping bag and essential gear into my backpack, leaving the ruined tent behind. The footprints continued to the edge of the clearing before disappearing into the underbrush. The hike back to my truck was the fastest I've ever made it. The forest had come alive again with normal morning sounds, birds singing, squirrels chattering. Everything seemed ordinary in the daylight, but I could still feel phantom touches from those small hands. I drove straight to the ranger station and reported what happened. The ranger listened patiently, making notes. He didn't seem surprised. "You're the 3rd one this season," he said finally. "Always the same story. Solo campers, Always at night. Always the footprints in the morning. What are they? I asked. He shook his head. We don't go up there after dark anymore. Some things in these woods, they're better left alone. That was 2 weeks ago. I've been trying to write this down, to make sense of it. The cuts on my arms from my own knife have healed. The ranger says my tent is still there if I want to go back for it. I don't. But sometimes at night when I turn off the lights in my apartment, I feel that familiar sensation. Like something small is watching me from the darkness, waiting to see what I'll do. I leave the lights on now. I know how this story sounds. I wouldn't believe it myself if I hadn't lived it. But if you're planning to go camping in those mountains, take my advice. Don't go alone. And whatever you do, don't turn off the lights. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as I saved the quarterly report one final time. 11:47 p.m. I was the last person on the 23rd floor of the Morgan building. Probably the last in the whole damn place except for Jerry the night guard down in the lobby. I shut down my computer and gathered my things, my shoulders stiff from hunching over the keyboard for the past 14 hours. The cleaning crew had already come and gone. Their vacuum tracks still showed in the gray carpet, and the smell of industrial cleaner hung in the air. My footsteps echoed through the empty office as I walked past the dark cubicles toward the elevator bank. The motion sensor lights flicked on one by one as I moved, creating a tunnel of fluorescent light with darkness on either side. I pressed the down button and loosened my tie while I waited. The digital display above showed the elevator was coming up from the lobby. My stomach growled. I hadn't eaten since the sad vending machine sandwich at 3 p.m. I was already thinking about the leftover pizza in my fridge at home when the elevator dinged and the doors slid open. Empty. The mirrored walls reflected my tired face back at me from multiple angles as I stepped inside. I hit the lobby button and leaned against the back wall, closing my eyes for a moment as the doors closed with a soft whoosh. The familiar dropping sensation in my gut told me we were moving down. Michael. My eyes snapped open. The whisper had been so faint I almost thought I'd imagined it. But no. There it was again. Michael. A woman's voice, barely more than a breath. It seemed to come from the corner of the elevator, but when I looked, there was nothing there except my own reflection. My heart started pounding against my ribs. Hello? My voice came out hoarse. I cleared my throat and tried again. Is someone there? No response. Just the quiet hum of the elevator moving downward. The floor numbers ticked by on the digital display. 20, 19, 18. My palms were sweating now. I wiped them on my pants and told myself I was being ridiculous. Long day, tired mind playing tricks, that's all it was. The elevator slowed and stopped at the 15th floor. I hadn't pressed that button. The doors slid open with a cheerful ding that seemed obscene in the tense silence. The 15th floor stretched out before me, dark except for a few scattered emergency exit signs casting a sickly green glow. Row after row of cubicles made shadowy canyons in the darkness. No movement, no sound. Not even the usual hum of computers or air conditioning. Going down? That whispered voice asked, and laughed. A sound like dry leaves scraping across concrete. My finger jabbed the door close button repeatedly, but nothing happened. The doors remained stubbornly open. The air felt thick and cold, like breathing through a wet blanket. My chest tightened. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face now. The temperature had dropped at least 20 degrees in the span of seconds. The emergency exit signs flickered once, twice, then went dark. Total darkness pressed against my eyeballs. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket, fingers clumsy with fear. The screen lit up, casting a pale blue glow that barely penetrated the blackness beyond the elevator doors. Join us, Michael. The whisper came from directly behind me now. I spun around, heart thundering. Nothing there but my own wild-eyed reflection in the mirrored wall. But in the phone's dim light, I could see something wrong with the reflection. It moved a split second too slow, like a video feed with slight lag. And was that a shadow behind my shoulder? A darker shape that wasn't me? The doors finally mercifully began to close. But as they did, I heard footsteps in the darkness of the 15th floor. Slow, deliberate steps moving toward the elevator. The sound of dress shoes on carpet getting closer. No, 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 I muttered, pressing myself into the corner furthest from the doors. The footsteps were almost there now. In the narrowing gap between the doors, I caught a glimpse of something pale emerging from the darkness, a hand reaching for the doors. The doors slammed shut. The elevator lurched downward so suddenly I stumbled and nearly fell. The digital display was going crazy, numbers flashing randomly. 15, 8, 22, 4, 19. The elevator picked up speed, moving faster than it should be able to. My stomach rose into my throat. That laugh again, closer now. Going down, down, down. The mirrored walls were rippling like water. My reflection fractured and multiplied, a dozen distorted versions of my terrified face. And behind each one, shadows moved and shifted, taking on almost human shapes before dissolving again. The elevator was in free fall now. The floor numbers were just a blur. The metal box shuddered and groaned around me. A high-pitched keening filled the air, the cables straining, about to snap. I crouched in the corner, arms over my head, waiting for the impact. The voice was everywhere now, not just a whisper, but a chorus of whispers growing louder. Michael, 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 Michael. The elevator gave one final violent shake. Then everything stopped. Silence. I slowly lowered my arms. The elevator was perfectly still. The digital display showed L for lobby. The doors opened with the same cheerful ding as always. Jerry, the security guard, looked up from his crossword puzzle as I stumbled out. "Working late again, Mr. Ross?" I stared at him, then back at the elevator. It looked completely normal. The mirrored walls reflected the lobby's fluorescent lights. No shadows, no whispers, no sign of anything unusual. "You okay there?" Jerry asked. "You're looking a bit pale." Yeah, I'm fine. Just tired." My voice sounded strange in my ears. "Good night, Jerry." I hurried across the lobby, my dress shoes clicking on the marble floor. The night air hit my face as I pushed through the revolving door, and I gulped it down in deep breaths. My hands were still shaking as I dug my car keys out of my pocket. The parking garage was deserted at this hour. My footsteps echoed off the concrete as I walked to my car. Every shadow made me flinch. Every small sound had me spinning around, heart racing. I finally reached my car and fumbled with the key fob. The lights flashed as it unlocked. I yanked the door open and practically dove inside, slamming it behind me and hitting the lock button immediately. Safe. I was safe now. I rested my forehead against the steering wheel, trying to slow my breathing. It wasn't real. Couldn't have been real. I was tired, stressed, working too hard. My mind had played tricks on me, that's all. My phone buzzed in my pocket, making me jump. A text message. I pulled it out with trembling fingers and looked at the screen. Unknown number. I opened the message. "Going up tomorrow, Michael." I threw the phone onto the passenger seat like it had burned me. Started the car with shaking hands and peeled out of the parking spot, tires squealing. I drove home well above the speed limit, checking the rearview mirror constantly. The messages kept coming. My phone buzzed every few minutes, but I refused to look at it. The sound filled the car like the beating of a heart. I made it home in record time and ran from the car to my apartment building, took the stairs instead of the elevator, all 5 flights. By the time I reached my door, I was drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Inside, I locked the door. All 3 locks. Checked them twice. Then I went through the entire apartment, turning on every light, opening every closet, looking under the bed. Nothing out of place. Nothing unusual. My phone buzzed again from my pocket. With trembling fingers, I pulled it out. 17 unread messages, all from the same unknown number. I opened them one by one. "Miss us? The 15th floor is lonely." Come back and play. We're waiting. Going up? Going down? Choose a floor, Michael. Any floor. We're on every floor. You can't take the stairs forever. Tomorrow. And the next day. And the next. And the next. We have all the time in the world. See you soon. The last message was just a series of floor numbers. 15, 8, 22, 4, 19. I dropped the phone like it was a live snake. It hit the carpet with a soft thud, screen glowing in the darkness. As I watched, one final message appeared. Sweet dreams, Michael. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? I sat in my living room with all the lights on, jumping at every small sound. The digital clock on my cable box marked the slow crawl of hours. 1:47, 2:23, 3:15. Around 4 a.m., my phone's screen lit up again. I nearly had a heart attack before I realized it was just my regular morning alarm. Time to get ready for work. I stared at the phone for a long time. Then I opened my email and typed out a message to my boss. Not feeling well. Taking a sick day. Will work from home. I hit send before I could change my mind. Then I opened my contacts and scrolled until I found the number for HR. I couldn't take the elevator. Not today, not ever again. I needed an office on a lower floor. First or second floor. Somewhere I could take the stairs. I'd tell them I had a medical condition, a heart problem, whatever it took. Because I knew with absolute certainty that if I ever stepped into that elevator again, I wouldn't make it out. The thing in there, whatever it was, would be waiting. And next time the doors might not open at the lobby. Next time they might not open at all. My phone buzzed with a new message. Unknown number. Smart choice, Michael. But you can't avoid us forever. Sooner or later you'll need to go up. And we'll be here. Waiting. Always waiting. I blocked the number. But even as I did, I knew it wouldn't matter. They'd find another way to reach me. They had all the time in the world, after all. And somewhere in the Morgan building, on every floor from the lobby to the roof, the elevators were moving. Up and down, carrying their invisible passengers. Waiting for the next person to step inside. Waiting for me. Going up. Going down. Choose a floor. Any floor. We're waiting. The handprint appeared at 11:47 p.m. on Interstate 80, somewhere between Des Moines and Chicago. I know the exact time because I checked my watch right after I saw it. I wish I hadn't been alone on that road. I wish I had taken the morning flight instead of driving through the night. But mostly I wish I had never stopped to clean that first handprint off my window. I'd been driving for 6 hours straight, taking the long haul back from a business meeting in Nebraska. The fog had rolled in about an hour earlier, thick and low to the ground, the kind that makes the white lines on the road disappear right in front of you. My headlights just bounced back at me, creating a wall of white that seemed to move with the car. The radio had gone quiet 20 minutes back, nothing but static on every station. I'd turned it off and was listening to the hum of my tires on the asphalt when I first noticed something wrong with my passenger window. At first I thought it was just condensation from the fog, but then I saw the clear outline of fingers. A handprint, perfect and clear, pressed against the outside of my passenger window, like someone had slapped their palm against the glass while I was driving. But I was doing 70 miles per hour, and there was nothing but empty highway around me. I hit the brakes harder than I should have. My Toyota Camry skidded slightly before coming to a stop on the shoulder. The fog swirled around the car in the red glow of my brake lights. I kept the engine running and the headlights on. "This is crazy," I said out loud, just to hear a voice. The sound echoed in the quiet car. I reached across to the passenger side and switched on the dome light. The handprint stood out even clearer now. It was larger than my own hand, the fingers long and thin. There was something off about the thumb. It bent at an odd angle. I pulled a pack of tissues from the center console and leaned over. The window felt ice cold under my hand as I wiped at the print. It came off easily, like wiping away steam. I sat back in my seat, crumpling the tissue. That's when I heard it. A soft squeak, like wet rubber on glass. I turned my head slowly toward the passenger window. The handprint was back. Exact same spot. Exact same size. Same twisted thumb. My heart slammed against my ribs. I grabbed another tissue and wiped it away again, faster this time. My hands shook. I kept my eyes fixed on the spot where it had been. It reappeared before I could even drop the tissue. This time I saw it form, like frost spreading across glass, but in reverse. Each finger materialized in a fraction of a second. I jammed my foot on the gas pedal. The tires spun for a moment before catching, and I shot back onto the highway. The speedometer climbed past 80, then 90. The fog whipped past my headlights. Another squeak. The handprint was back. I turned on all the interior lights and cranked the heat to full blast. Maybe it was just condensation. Some weird atmospheric thing. The fog playing tricks with the temperature difference between inside and outside the car. The next squeak came from the back passenger window. A second handprint appeared there, identical to the first. Then another on the back driver's side. Another squeak, and the driver's window had one too. 4 handprints now, one on each window, like my car was being held by giant hands. I was going over 100 miles per hour. The fog was so thick I could barely see the road. I didn't care. The squeaking started coming faster. New handprints appeared on top of the old ones, overlapping, until the windows were covered in dozens of prints. They started appearing on the windshield too, materializing faster than my wipers could clear them. I couldn't see the road anymore. Just handprints. Hundreds of them now, appearing with that wet, squeaking sound that filled the car. The prints were appearing on the inside of the windows too. My exit was coming up in 2 miles. I knew because I'd driven this route dozens of times, but I couldn't see the signs through the handprints. I had to slow down. If I missed the exit, it would be another 30 miles to the next one. I eased off the gas down to 70, then 50. The squeaking got louder. The handprints were appearing faster now, layering over each other. Some of them were sliding down the glass, leaving long streaks. 1 mile to my exit. I could barely see anything through the windshield. The wipers were useless now. They just smeared the prints around, making it worse. The temperature in the car dropped. My breath came out in clouds despite the heater running full blast. The handprints on the inside of the windows felt like they were closing in. I could see each detail of them clearly now. The lines in the palms, the wrinkles at the knuckles, that twisted thumb that bent at an impossible angle. Half a mile. I needed to get off this highway. The prints were everywhere now, even starting to appear on my rearview mirror. The squeaking had become a constant sound, like someone running wet hands over glass again and again and again. I saw a blur of green through a small clear spot in the windshield. The exit sign. I turned hard, probably too hard. The car swayed, the tires howled, but I made it onto the exit ramp. The handprints stopped appearing. I kept driving, taking the familiar turns toward home on autopilot. My hands were clenched so tight on the steering wheel that my fingers had gone numb. The existing prints stayed on the windows, but no new ones appeared. My house was dark when I pulled into the driveway. I sat there with the engine running, staring at my front door through the maze of handprints. The fog had followed me here, curling around my yard like it was searching for something. I grabbed my phone and called my wife. She was visiting her sister in Florida. It rang 4 times before going to voicemail. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just got home from Nebraska. The drive was..." I looked at the handprints. "The drive was fine. Call me when you can." I had to get out of the car. I couldn't sit there all night. But the prints on the inside of the windows felt like they were watching me. That twisted thumb seemed to point at me no matter which way I turned my head. I pulled my keys from the ignition. The dome light went out, leaving me in darkness broken only by the glow of my phone screen. 12:13 a.m. now. 26 minutes since that first handprint appeared. A squeak came from the sunroof above my head. I looked up. Through the glass, I saw something more than a handprint. A face pressed against the sunroof, looking down at me. A face made of fog, or smoke, or something else that shifted and swirled. But the eyes were solid, dark, fixed on mine. The face had no mouth, but somehow I heard it speak. The words came from everywhere and nowhere, like they were being pushed directly into my mind. "You're home," it said. The voice was wet, like someone talking underwater. "We've been waiting so long for you to come home." More faces appeared at every window, pressing against the handprints. Dozens of them, all with those same dark eyes. All watching me. I fumbled with the door handle, but it wouldn't open. I hit the unlock button on my keys. Nothing happened. The power locks clicked rapidly, locking and unlocking themselves over and over. The temperature dropped lower. Ice crystals formed on the windows around the handprints. My breath came out in thick clouds now. The faces pressed harder against the glass, their features becoming clearer. They all had that same twisted thumb. "We've been following you for so long," the voices said in unison. "Ever since that night. The night you drove away and left us there. Left us in the fog. Left us to die." "I don't know what you're talking about," I said. My voice shook. "I've never seen you before." 3 years ago," they said. "The fog was thick, like tonight. You were driving too fast. You didn't see us crossing the road. You didn't stop, you just drove away." Memory hit me like a physical blow. A night like this one, a shape in the fog. A thud. Me, panicking, driving away, convincing myself I'd hit a deer. Reading about the missing hikers in the newspaper the next day. 5 of them lost in the fog, never found. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I didn't know. I was scared." "We know," they said. "We've always known. We just wanted you to know too, to remember." The faces began to fade, the handprints with them. The temperature in the car rose slowly back to normal. "Wait," I said. "What are you going to do to me?" "Nothing," they said, their voices growing fainter. "We just wanted you to live with it like we had to die with it. Every fog will bring us now, every window will hold our hands, every mirror will show our faces. You'll never forget again." The last handprint faded from my window. The fog outside thinned, then disappeared. My power lock stopped clicking. The door handle worked again. I sat there until sunrise, watching the windows, waiting. The faces didn't return that night, but they were right. I'll never forget again. Sometimes on foggy nights I still see handprints forming on my windows. I don't wipe them away anymore. I just wait for them to fade and remember the lives I took with my cowardice. The faces watch me from every reflective surface, their dark eyes following me, their twisted thumbs pointing, always pointing. I've thought about turning myself in, but who would believe me? What evidence is there after 3 years? Besides, this is a better punishment. Living with it. Really living with it. So I drive careful now, especially in the fog. And when I see those handprints start to form, I pull over and wait. Sometimes they just appear and fade. Sometimes the faces press against my windows and whisper to me about the night they died, about the cold, about the waiting. I owe them that much. To listen, to remember, to live with what I did. The fog is rolling in tonight. I can see it from my window. Soon the handprints will start appearing. Soon the faces will come, and I'll sit here and watch and remember, because that's my punishment, that's my penance, that's my fog-bound prison, marked out in handprints with twisted thumbs. And somewhere out there, in the spaces between streetlights, 5 figures walk through the fog, waiting, watching, their hands pressed against windows, their faces in the glass, forever reminding me of the night I chose to drive away, the night the fog took them, the night they chose to keep me. The first light went out as I passed beneath it. I didn't think much of it at first. Streetlights burn out all the time. But then the second one flickered and died too. And the third. By the fourth darkened lamppost, my heart was pounding against my ribs. I'd stayed late at work again, finishing up the Peterson account. The clock had read 11:47 p.m. when I finally shut down my computer and grabbed my coat. The night shift security guard, Bill, had barely looked up from his crossword puzzle as I pushed through the lobby doors into the cold October air. The walk home usually took 20 minutes. I'd done it hundreds of times before, following the same route down Madison Avenue, then cutting through Palmer Park to reach my neighborhood. The park wasn't the safest place at night, but it saved me 10 minutes, and I'd never had any trouble. Tonight was different. The first streetlight had gone dark just as I reached the corner of Madison and 8th. The bulb had flickered twice, buzzed, and then snuffed out like someone had flipped a switch. I'd glanced up at it, shrugged, and kept walking. Old infrastructure, I figured. But then it happened again at the next light and the next. Each time I got within about 15 feet of a lamppost, the bulb would sputter and die. The darkness followed me down the street like a wave, leaving pools of black in my wake. My pace quickened. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the autumn chill. I pulled my phone from my pocket, nearly dropping it as my trembling fingers fumbled with the screen. The brightness was turned all the way up, but the pale blue glow barely reached the ground at my feet. The entrance to Palmer Park loomed ahead. The wrought iron gate stood open as always, but the path beyond disappeared into absolute darkness. The lampposts that usually lit the winding trail through the park were already dead, their bulbs gray and lifeless. I stopped at the park entrance, my breath coming in short bursts that formed ghost-white clouds in the cold air. To my right, I could see the glowing windows of the all-night diner 3 blocks away. If I went around the park instead of through it, I'd add almost a mile to my walk. But at least there would be people, cars, light. My phone buzzed. The battery indicator flashed red, 2% remaining. I'd forgotten to charge it at work again. Screw it, I muttered, stuffing the phone back in my pocket. I'd walked through this park 1,000 times. I knew every bend in the path, every bench, every tree. 20 minutes around, or 5 minutes through. Simple math. I stepped onto the park path. The gravel crunched under my shoes, the sound unnaturally loud in the darkness. The trees were just shapes, darker patches against the navy blue sky. A slight breeze stirred the branches, sending leaves skittering across the ground. My eyes gradually adjusted to the dark. The moon was just past full, providing enough light to make out the path ahead. I walked quickly, keeping my head down and my shoulders hunched. The faster I moved, the louder the gravel seemed to crunch. The sound echoed off the trees, making it impossible to tell if the footsteps I heard were just my own. Halfway through the park, I heard a distinct snap of a twig off to my left. I froze. The night went suddenly, completely silent. No crickets, no distant traffic, no rustling leaves. Just the sound of my own breathing and the thunder of blood in my ears. I waited, straining to hear anything in the darkness. 10 seconds passed. 20. 30. Nothing moved. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded small and weak. No response. I started walking again, faster now. My dress shoes weren't made for this pace, and I could feel a blister forming on my right heel. I didn't care. Every shadow looked like a person. Every tree trunk could have been hiding someone or something. The park exit was just ahead. I could see streetlights burning on the residential streets beyond. Normal, steady lights that didn't go out when I approached. Almost there. Another twig snapped, closer this time, and another. The sounds were coming from both sides now, moving parallel to the path. Something was pacing me in the darkness. I broke into a run. Gravel sprayed from beneath my feet. My briefcase bounced against my leg as I sprinted toward the park exit. Behind me, I heard the unmistakable sound of running footsteps. Multiple sets, moving fast. I burst out of the park onto Cherry Street. The streetlight directly overhead flickered and died as I passed under it. I didn't stop running. My lungs burned. The muscles in my legs screamed in protest. 4 blocks to go. 3, 2, 1. I reached my street, Hampton Drive. Every light on the block went dark as I approached, like dominoes falling in sequence. My house was halfway down, a small Cape Cod with white trim and blue shutters. Home. Safety. I fumbled with my keys as I ran up the front walk. The porch light flickered and went out just as I reached the door. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. That's when I saw it. A small white square stuck to the door at eye level. A note, written in black ink with precise angular handwriting. Pear. I dropped my keys. They clattered on the porch boards. For a long moment I just stared at that single word. My chest heaved as I tried to catch my breath. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. The note was written on expensive paper, thick and textured. The ink looked fresh. It hadn't been there long. I reached out to touch it, but stopped with my finger an inch away from the surface. Something told me not to make contact with it. Movement caught my eye. At the end of my driveway, a figure stood motionless in the darkness. Just a shadow, really. A deeper patch of black against the night. But I could feel it watching me. I snatched my keys from the porch and jammed them into the lock. The door swung open and I practically fell inside, slamming it behind me and throwing all 3 deadbolts. I stood in my dark entryway, gasping for breath. My legs felt weak. I reached for the light switch with trembling fingers and flicked it up. Nothing happened. I tried again, and again. The power was out, but that wasn't possible. I could see lights on in other houses through my windows. The streetlights were working again too. I could see their glow through the front blinds. Just not in my house. My phone was dead. The lights wouldn't work. And somewhere outside, something was watching, waiting. I moved through the dark house, checking every window, every door. Everything was locked. I pulled all the blinds and curtains closed. In the kitchen, I found a flashlight in the emergency drawer and clicked it on. The beam was weak. The batteries were almost dead. I sat at my kitchen table, the failing flashlight propped up to provide what illumination it could. My hands had finally stopped shaking enough to hold a pen. I needed to write this down while it was fresh, while I could still remember every detail. The note on my door had said, "Pear." Just that one word. Stop. Stop what? I'd been working late more and more over the past few months. The Peterson account wasn't the only one that kept me at the office until midnight. Things had been slipping, projects falling behind, deadlines missed. My boss had called me in last week for a discussion about performance. The truth was I couldn't focus anymore. Not since Sarah left. Not since the dreams started. The dreams. God, how could I have forgotten about the dreams? They started 3 weeks ago. Always the same. I'm walking through darkness, following a path I can't see. Lights go out as I pass. Something follows me, always just out of sight. And at the end, there's a door with a note. The note in the dream said, "Pear, too." The flashlight flickered. The beam dimmed, brightened, dimmed again. I grabbed it and shook it, but the light continued to fade. A sound came from somewhere in the house. Footsteps, soft and measured, moving across the floor above me. My bedroom. The flashlight went out. In the sudden darkness, I heard more footsteps. They were coming down the stairs now, slow and deliberate. Each step creaked under an unseen weight. I couldn't move. My muscles had locked up. I sat frozen in my kitchen chair, staring at the doorway that led to the front hall. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs. They crossed the hall, moving closer to the kitchen, closer to me. A shadow appeared in the doorway, darker than the darkness around it. A void in the shape of a person. It spoke. The voice was familiar, so familiar it made my chest ache. But it wasn't possible. It couldn't be possible. "I told you to stop," Sarah said. The shape moved into the kitchen. I could see details now, the outline of her face, her hair, the clothes she'd been wearing that night 3 months ago. The night of the accident. The night I'd worked late again, leaving her to drive home alone in the rain. "Sarah," I whispered. "I'm sorry." I'm so sorry. She stood directly across the table from me now. Her form was more solid, more real. But her eyes were wrong. They were completely black, like holes punched in reality. Sorry isn't enough, she said. You need to stop. Stop working. Stop hiding. Stop pretending you can go on like nothing happened. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. Those black eyes held me paralyzed. I can't, I said. If I stop, if I slow down, I'll have to think about it. About you. About what happened. That's the point. Her voice was gentle now, almost kind. You have to face it. You have to grieve. You have to let me go. She reached across the table. Her hand was pale, solid, real. Her fingers brushed my cheek. They were ice cold. The dreams were warnings, she said. Tonight was the last one. If you don't stop now, you'll follow the same path I did. Working too late. Driving too tired. One rainy night, one slick road, one moment of closed eyes. I felt tears running down my face. I miss you so much. I know. She pulled her hand back. Her form was growing less distinct, fading around the edges. But I'm gone. You have to accept that. You have to stop running from it. The streetlights outside suddenly blazed brighter, their glow seeping through the closed blinds. Sarah's shape became transparent, then translucent, then just a suggestion of movement in the air. Stop, she whispered. Her voice was fading too, becoming distant. Just stop. Then she was gone. I sat in my dark kitchen for a long time. Eventually, the power came back on. The refrigerator hummed to life. The microwave clock blinked 12. My phone buzzed in my pocket. It was working again, fully charged. I had 17 missed calls from work. The time showed 3:33 a.m. I picked up the phone and called my boss's direct line. It went to voicemail, of course. At this hour, it would. Hey, Jim, I said. I need to take some time off. Personal leave. Starting now. I'll email HR in the morning, but I need to stop for a while. I need to deal with some things. I ended the call and set the phone down. For the first time in months, the constant knot of tension in my chest began to loosen. Outside, the streetlights were burning steady and bright. No flickering, no darkness following in my wake. I got up and went to my front door. The note was still there, stark white against the dark wood. I took it down carefully and unfolded it. There was more writing inside that I hadn't seen before. Stop running. Start healing. I love you. S. I held the note for a moment longer, then let it fall from my fingers. It dissolved before it hit the floor, falling away into nothing but motes of light that faded like stars at dawn. The first light of morning was starting to show in the east. I needed to sleep, real sleep, not the caffeine-fueled dozing I'd been surviving on. Tomorrow I'd call a grief counselor. I'd start going through Sarah's things that I'd boxed up and hidden in the spare room. I'd visit her grave for the first time since the funeral. I'd stop running. It was time to face the darkness and let it pass through me instead of trying to stay one step ahead of it. Time to heal. Time to begin again. The first time it happened, I was lying on the bed reading emails on my phone. The TV clicked on by itself at 2:17 a.m. I remember the time exactly because I checked my phone when I heard the static. The screen showed my black Honda Civic parked right outside room 114 where I was staying. Not a recording, a live feed. My half-empty Mountain Dew can sat on the hood where I'd left it earlier. I got up and turned off the TV using the power button. My hand was shaking. 10 minutes later, it turned on again by itself. Same feed, same view of my car. It's 3:45 a.m. now. The TV has turned on 4 more times in the past hour. I'm sitting in the chair by the window, watching both the TV and my car directly through the thin curtains. My throat is dry. The air conditioning hums. Every few minutes I wipe my palms on my jeans. I should leave. I know I should leave. But each time I stand up to go, the TV clicks on again. The feed shows different angles now, sometimes from the front of my car, sometimes from the back, sometimes from above, like there are multiple cameras tracking it. But when I look outside, I don't see any cameras. Just the empty parking lot, the flickering neon motel sign, and my car sitting there under the yellow security light. I didn't plan to stop here. I was driving from Chicago to Denver for a job interview tomorrow. Today, technically. The position would be a huge step up from my current role. Senior systems engineer at twice my current salary. But around 11 p.m., my eyes started getting heavy on I-80. The signs for the Valley View Motel came at the right time. Clean rooms, $49, $99 a night, HBO included. Good enough. The front desk clerk barely looked up from his phone when I checked in. He had acne scars and a patchy beard, slid me the key card without a word. I didn't ask questions. Just wanted to crash for 6 hours and get back on the road. The room was what you'd expect. Thin carpet that had seen better days, a bed with a scratchy comforter, water stains on the ceiling. But it was quiet and dark. I brought in my overnight bag, laptop case, and the Mountain Dew from the car. Took a quick shower. The water pressure was decent at least. I was almost asleep when the TV first came on. Now I can't even think about sleeping. The feed just switched again. This time it's showing the driver's side door. There's something different. I squint at the screen. A scratch in the paint near the handle. It wasn't there before. I press my face against the window glass to compare. My heart pounds against my ribs. The scratch is there on my actual car too, fresh and white against the black paint. Someone is out there. Someone is doing this. I grab my phone to call the police, but there's no signal. Of course there's no signal. I try the room phone next. Dead tone. The TV clicks off, then immediately back on. Now it's showing the trunk. There's another scratch appearing, being carved into the metal in real time. I can't see anyone doing it. The paint just peels away in a straight line like an invisible knife is slicing through it. My hands are shaking so bad I can barely hold my room key. I need to get out of here. But what if they're waiting by my car? What if that's what they want, to make me go outside? The scratches are forming letters. I watch them appear one by one on the TV screen. Come outside. No way. No fucking way am I going out there. I back away from the window and sit on the bed. My heart is hammering so hard I feel lightheaded. Sweat rolls down my neck. The TV switches off again. The silence feels heavy. 5 seconds pass. 10. When it comes back on, the camera is inside my car, looking out through the windshield. My breath catches in my throat. The Mountain Dew can is gone from the hood. It's on the dashboard now, inside the locked car. I hear a sound from the bathroom, metal scratching against metal. Oh God. The same scratching sound that was coming from my car. But that's impossible. The bathroom door is closed. I never closed it, my legs won't move. I stare at the bathroom door, willing it to stay shut. The scratching gets louder. The TV feed switches to show the car's empty interior again. Something moves in the corner of the frame, just a blur, there and gone. The bathroom doorknob starts to turn. I finally unfreeze. I grab my phone and room key and run. The door feels like it takes forever to open. I hear the bathroom door opening behind me as I stumble into the parking lot. The night air hits my face. I run to my car, fumbling with the key fob. The locks click open and I throw myself inside, slamming and locking the doors. The engine starts on the first try. I drop the car into reverse and stomp the gas. The TV in my room is visible through the window as I back out. It's still on, showing an empty parking space where my car was sitting a few seconds ago. Something moves in my rearview mirror, a dark shape in the back seat. I whip my head around. Nothing there. When I look back at the mirror, I see it again. Just for a second. A face. My face, but wrong. The eyes are completely black. I drive. The speedometer needle climbs past 90, past 100. The highway is empty. Every few minutes I check the mirror, but the back seat stays empty. The sun starts to come up around 6 a.m. I don't stop until I'm in Denver. I missed the job interview. Didn't even call to cancel. Just found a different hotel and sat in the room with all the lights on, jumping at every sound. I couldn't look at the TV. Still can't. That was 3 days ago. I drove back to Chicago the long way, avoiding that stretch of I-80 entirely. Left the Honda at a dealership and bought a different car. Changed my phone number too. But last night my new TV turned on by itself at 2:17 a.m. The screen showed my new car parked on the street outside my apartment. There was a Mountain Dew can sitting on the hood. I'm in my car now, heading west again. No destination in mind, just driving. The TV feed will probably follow me wherever I go. Maybe that's the point, to keep me moving, keep me running. From what? I don't know. All I know is I keep checking my rearview mirror. And sometimes, just for a second, I see those black eyes staring back at me. My face, but not my face. Watching. Always watching. I should pull over soon. I'm tired. There's a motel up ahead. Looks cheap, quiet. Clean rooms, the sign says. HBO included. Maybe I'll stop. Maybe I'll keep driving. But I know one thing for sure. If I do stop, I'm not turning on the TV. I didn't want to be in the library at 11:47 p.m. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, creating pools of harsh white light between long shadows from the towering bookshelves. My psychology textbook sat open on the wooden table, notes scattered around it. My third cup of coffee had gone cold. I needed to pass tomorrow's exam, and my apartment was too noisy with my roommate's party going on. The Anderson Library stayed open until 2 a.m. during finals week. Usually there would be other students around, but tonight the fourth floor was empty. Just rows and rows of books on psychology and sociology, the smell of old paper, and the constant hum of the air conditioning. I rubbed my eyes. The words on the page had started to blur together. As I reached for my coffee cup, movement caught my eye. Just a quick flash of something dark passing between the shelves about 30 feet away. I froze with my hand mid-air. Hello? My voice came out hoarse from hours of silence. No response. I stood up slowly, my chair scraping against the carpet. The sound seemed too loud in the quiet space. I walked toward where I'd seen the movement, my shoes making soft shuffling sounds. The gap between the shelves was empty. Just books, stretching up toward the ceiling. A soft thud came from the next row over. My heart rate picked up. It could be another student, but something felt wrong. The hair on my arms stood up. I moved to the end of the shelf, peering around the corner. Nothing. But on the floor lay an open book, as if someone had just dropped it there. I approached it carefully, looking both ways down the long aisle of shelves. The book was old, bound in dark brown leather with no title on the cover. It lay open to a yellowed page filled with handwritten text. As I bent down to pick it up, the first paragraph caught my eye, and my stomach dropped. I am always alone in the empty building. The lights flicker above me. I hear footsteps behind me, but when I turn, no one is there. I walk down long corridors that seem to stretch forever. At the end, I see a door. I know I shouldn't open it, but I always do. Behind it stands a tall figure in black, face hidden in shadow. It reaches for me with hands that are too long, fingers like bare branches. I try to run, but my legs won't move. I try to scream, but no sound comes out. And then it touches me. Its cold fingers on my neck, and I slammed the book shut, my hands shaking. This was my dream, the exact dream I'd been having for the past 3 months, written out in detail on that page. The dream I'd never told anyone about. The lights flickered. My heart pounded against my ribs as I spun around, clutching the book to my chest. The aisle behind me was empty, but I heard soft footsteps from somewhere in the stacks. They were getting closer. I backed up slowly, trying to control my breathing. The footsteps stopped. Then came the sound of books being pulled off shelves and dropping to the floor, one after another, getting nearer. Thud. 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 I turned and ran, not caring about the noise I made. I had to get back to my table, grab my stuff, and get out. The book felt cold in my hands. When I reached my study spot, everything was gone. My textbook, my notes, my backpack, all of it had vanished. Even my coffee cup was missing. The table was completely bare. The lights flickered again, longer this time. In the moment of darkness, I heard movement behind me. When the lights came back on, I couldn't move. I knew what I would see if I turned around. The same thing I saw in my dreams. The air grew cold. I could see my breath forming clouds in front of my face. The book in my hand seemed to pulse, like something inside it was alive. Slowly, against every instinct screaming at me to run, I turned around. It stood there, exactly as in my dreams. Tall, impossibly tall, its head nearly touching the ceiling. It wore what looked like a black coat that moved slightly even though there was no wind. Where its face should have been was only darkness. I tried to step backward, but my legs wouldn't work. My mouth opened, but no sound came out. The figure raised one arm, extending it toward me. Its fingers were long and thin, like bare tree branches in winter. The lights went out completely. I felt cold fingers touch the back of my neck. When they found me the next morning, I was sitting at my study table. All my things were there: textbook, notes, backpack, even my cold coffee. The security guard said I must have fallen asleep studying, but the book was still in my hands. I opened it later in my apartment. The page with my dream was gone. Instead, there was a new entry, written in the same handwriting. I am always in the library late at night. I see someone studying at a table. I move between the shelves, letting them catch glimpses of me. I drop the book where they will find it. They read about their dream, the one I gave them. When the lights go out, I reach for them with my long fingers. But this time, something is different. This time, they have the book. This time, they become like me. That was 3 months ago. I still go to the library every night. I move between the shelves, watching the late-night studiers. I drop the book where they will find it. And when they read about their dreams, the dreams I give them, I reach out with my long fingers. I'm watching someone right now. They're reading this story, thinking it's just words on a page. They don't feel the cold air yet. They haven't noticed the lights starting to flicker. They haven't seen me moving in the shadows behind them. But they will. The lights in the library always go out eventually, and my fingers are so very, very long. I try to remember my life before the library, but those memories feel distant now, like scenes from a movie I watched long ago. I remember being a psychology student, worrying about exams and rent payments and normal things. Now I walk the stacks endlessly, my feet making no sound on the carpet. During the day, I hide in the deepest parts of the building, in the narrow spaces between walls where the pipes run. I watch through gaps in the shelves as students browse for books, laughing and chatting, stressing about assignments. Sometimes I reach out and brush their shoulders with my fingertips just to feel their warmth, to remember what it was like to be alive. But it's the night that truly belongs to me now. When the library empties out and the shadows grow long, I emerge. I glide between the shelves, letting my fingers trail along the spines of books. I know every inch of this place, every creaking floorboard, every flickering light, every hidden corner where someone might try to hide. The book appears whenever I need it. I don't know where it comes from. Sometimes I find it waiting for me on an empty table. Sometimes it falls from a shelf as I pass. The leather cover is always cool to the touch, and the pages contain the dreams of whoever I'm hunting that night. I remember the confusion on their faces when they read their own private nightmares printed on those yellowed pages. The way their hands shake. The quick, darting glances over their shoulders. The rapid breathing and pounding hearts that I can sense from across the room. Time moves strangely here. Nights blur together. I can't tell if I've been this way for months or years or decades. Maybe the person who turned me into this was once like me. A student who stayed too late, who found the wrong book, who felt those cold fingers on their neck in the darkness. Sometimes I wonder if I could stop. Choose not to hunt. Choose not to leave the book where someone will find it. But the hunger grows too strong. The emptiness inside me can only be filled by taking others, by making them like me. The book demands to be read. The dreams demand to be shared. Tonight's victim is different, though. They've been coming to the library for weeks, always sitting at the same table near the psychology section. They read for hours, taking careful notes. Sometimes they talk to themselves softly, working through complex ideas. I've been watching them longer than I usually do. Something about them seems familiar, but I can't place it. Maybe they remind me of myself back when I was still human. Maybe that's why I've hesitated to drop the book. But the hunger is too strong now. I can feel the book growing cold in my hands, ready to be found. The lights above their table have started to flicker, just slightly, not enough for them to notice yet. Soon they will see movement in the corner of their eye. Soon they will follow me into the stacks. Soon they will read their dreams on those ancient pages. Soon their warm flesh will grow cold. Their fingers will lengthen, their face will fade into shadow. Soon they will walk the library with me, hunting others on endless nights. The lights flicker again. I move closer, letting them catch a glimpse of my dark form between the shelves. They look up from their books, brow furrowed. I drop the volume carefully, letting it fall with a soft thud. They stand. They start walking toward the sound. The hunt begins again. The red numbers on my dashboard showed 2:17 a.m. when the headlights first appeared in my rearview mirror. I was driving down Interstate 41 in Wisconsin, the kind of empty stretch where you might not see another car for an hour. The fog had gotten thick enough that I had to slow to 45 mph, and my high beams just bounced back at me off the wall of gray. I'd been on the road for 14 hours, pushing through from Detroit to Minneapolis for a sales meeting I couldn't miss. The coffee from my last stop had gone cold and my eyes burned. I blinked hard and cranked up the AC to stay alert. That's when I noticed them, two bright dots floating in the distance behind me. I didn't think much of it at first. Finally, another car on this dead stretch of road. Maybe they'd pass me since I was going so slow. But they didn't. The lights stayed exactly the same distance behind me, floating in that sea of fog like ghost eyes. My hands tightened on the steering wheel as I watched those lights. Something felt wrong. They were maintaining the exact same distance, not gaining, not falling back, just following. I pressed the gas a little harder, nudging up to 50 mph. The lights matched my speed perfectly. Just another car going the same way, I muttered to myself. My voice sounded strange in the quiet car. I hadn't spoken in hours. I took the next curve a little faster than I should have, tires humming against the wet asphalt. The headlights behind me swung through the turn at the same speed, maintaining that precise distance. My stomach tightened. This wasn't normal driving behavior. Nobody maintains that exact of a follow distance, especially not in fog this thick. I hit the brakes suddenly, dropping to 30 mph. The lights behind me slowed instantly, keeping that same gap. No normal driver could have matched that reaction time. My heart started hammering against my ribs. I accelerated hard, pushing my Honda up to 65 despite the fog. The engine whined in protest, but those lights stayed with me, pace for pace. Sweat broke out on my forehead. I wasn't imagining this. They were following me deliberately. The fog pressed in closer until I could barely see 20 feet ahead. I was driving too fast for these conditions, but panic had taken hold. I needed to get away from whatever was behind me. A green highway sign loomed out of the gray. Rest area 1 mile. I hit my turn signal and took the exit ramp way too fast, tires screeching. The headlights swung onto the ramp behind me without hesitation. The rest area was deserted except for a single semi-truck parked in the back corner. I pulled into a spot near the entrance and killed my engine, hands shaking as I gripped the wheel. The headlights pulled into the space directly behind me and then went dark. I sat there breathing hard, staring into my rear view mirror. In the dim light from the overhead lamps, I could make out the shape of a car. It looked like an old Crown Victoria, maybe a retired police cruiser. But the fog was so thick I couldn't see any details. After 5 minutes of silence, I started my engine again. Maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe it was just a coincidence. I pulled out of the rest area, hands still trembling slightly. The Crown Vic's headlights blazed to life the instant I started moving. "Fuck this," I said out loud, and floored it. The Honda's engine roared as I flew down the on-ramp, pushing 80 before I even merged back onto the highway. Those lights stayed right with me, matching every move. I took the next exit I saw, some county road that wound through farmland. The Crown Vic followed. I made random turns onto progressively smaller roads, trying to lose them. Left onto a gravel road, right onto a narrow strip of crumbling asphalt. Another right onto what was barely more than a tractor path. Those headlights stayed with me through every turn, every acceleration, every sudden brake check. My hands were soaked with sweat on the wheel. My heart felt like it was trying to punch through my chest. I came to a T intersection and turned left without signaling, tires throwing gravel. The Crown Vic made the turn just as smoothly. The fog had gotten even thicker out here in the countryside, turning the world into a gray void beyond my headlights. Up ahead, a sign emerged from the fog. Gas and go, 24 hours. A small gas station appeared, a bright island in the darkness. I yanked the wheel hard, cutting across the empty lot and screeching to a stop next to a pump. The Crown Vic pulled in behind me, blocking my exit. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get my seatbelt unbuckled. I needed help. I needed to get inside where there were people. I reached for the door handle. A knock on my window made me jump and cry out. An older man in a gas-and-go uniform stood there, his face pale in the fluorescent lights. He gestured for me to roll down my window. I hit the button, lowering it just a crack. "Thank God you're here. These people have been following me for—" "Don't turn around," the attendant whispered, his eyes wide with fear. "Whatever you do, don't look in your back seat." My blood turned to ice water in my veins. Slowly, I became aware of a sound I'd been hearing for the last hour but hadn't consciously registered. Quiet breathing coming from behind me. I started to turn my head. "No," the attendant hissed. "Listen to me. Keep looking straight ahead. I'm going to walk away now, real casual like. Count to 10, then get out of your car, calm and normal, and walk into the store. Don't run. Don't look back. Understand?" I managed a tiny nod, my throat too tight to speak. The attendant straightened up and walked away, whistling off-key. I stared straight ahead through the windshield, counting in my head. The breathing behind me seemed louder now that I was aware of it. 1, 2, 3. There was a slight shift of weight in the back seat. Something brushed against the headrest. 4, 5, 6. A soft scraping sound, like fingernails on fabric. 7, 8. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I could feel something leaning forward. 9. Hot breath on my neck. 10. I threw open my door and walked toward the store, forcing myself to move at a normal pace. Every instinct screamed at me to run. My legs felt like they were moving through molasses. The distance to the store entrance stretched out impossibly long. Behind me, I heard car doors opening. Multiple car doors. My pace quickened despite myself. 10 more steps to the door. 5 more steps. Footsteps behind me. More than one set. I reached for the handle of the glass door, seeing my reflection. And what was behind me? I yanked the door open and dove inside, slamming it shut. The attendant was already there with a key, locking it. He pulled me behind the counter and shoved me down. "Stay down," he ordered, then grabbed something from under the counter, a shotgun. I crouched there shaking as heavy footsteps approached the door. The bell above it jingled as something tried the handle. "You can't come in here," the attendant shouted. "This is holy ground. I've blessed every inch." A sound came from outside. Not quite a laugh, not quite a growl. The door rattled in its frame. I said you can't come in. The attendant pumped the shotgun. Don't make me use this. It's loaded with salt and silver. The rattling stopped. For a long moment, there was complete silence. Then footsteps moving away. Car doors opening and closing, and engines starting. I stayed crouched behind the counter, trembling until the attendant touched my shoulder. They're gone, he said quietly. For now. I stood on shaky legs and looked out the window. The Crown Vic was gone. My Honda sat alone under the fluorescent lights, all 4 doors standing open. What? My voice cracked. I swallowed and tried again. What were they? The attendant was already pulling bottles of whiskey from under the counter. He poured 2 generous glasses. Drink this first, he said, handing me one. Then I'll tell you what I know about the followers in the fog, and why they're going to keep hunting you now that they've marked you as prey. I drained the whiskey in one gulp, feeling it burn all the way down. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows like gray hands trying to get in. Start from the beginning, I said. Tell me everything. The attendant poured us both another drink. It started about 10 years ago when the first person came running into my store talking about being followed on the highway. Back then, I didn't believe them. Thought they were just road-weary and seeing things in the fog. He took a long swallow of whiskey. Then I saw what was following them. Saw what climbed out of that Crown Vic. After that night, I started preparing. Holy water in the sprinkler system, salt lines under every threshold, silver buckshot in the shotgun shells. But what are they? I asked again. Nobody knows for certain. They only appear in the thickest fog, always in that same Crown Victoria, always following travelers until they're too tired or scared to think straight. Some folks say they're the ghosts of highway patrolmen killed in the line of duty. Others think they're something older, something that used to hunt travelers on horseback or on foot, now adapted to the modern age. He refilled our glasses. All I know for sure is they're hungry, and once they've picked a target, they don't give up easily. I stared down into my whiskey. So what do I do now? You stay here until dawn. The fog always lifts with the sun, and they never hunt in daylight. After that, he shrugged. Keep driving. Stay out of fog banks. If you see those headlights again, find holy ground, a church, a temple, consecrated soil, or find me. I'll be here. And if I can't find either in time, he met my eyes. Then whatever you do, don't look in your back seat. We sat in silence after that, watching the fog swirl against the windows. Somewhere in that gray void, I knew they were waiting. Waiting for me to get back on the road. Waiting for the next thick bank of fog. I checked my phone. Still 3 hours until sunrise. I poured myself another whiskey and settled in to wait, trying not to think about what would have happened if I'd turned around in my car. Trying not to think about what was breathing down my neck in those final seconds. Trying not to think about the next foggy night I had to drive through. Outside, the fog pressed closer, and somewhere in the distance I thought I saw 2 faint lights waiting in the gray. The first sign something was wrong came at 2:17 a.m. on Interstate 80, somewhere between North Platte and Grand Island, Nebraska. I checked the time because my phone buzzed with a low battery warning, right before the headlights appeared in my rearview mirror. I'd been driving for almost 6 hours straight, trying to make it to Chicago by morning for an important client meeting. The coffee from my last stop had gone cold, and my eyes burned from staring at the empty road ahead. The fog had rolled in about an hour ago, thick and heavy, cutting visibility down to maybe 50 feet in front of my Honda Civic. I barely noticed the headlights at first. Just another car on the interstate, I thought. But after 10 minutes of the same distance between us, I started paying attention. The fog made it hard to see much, just 2 bright circles floating in the white wall behind me. They stayed perfectly steady, never getting closer or falling behind. I tapped the brake pedal, watching my speed drop from 65 to 55. The headlights matched my deceleration exactly, maintaining that same gap. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. Could be a cop, I told myself. But there was no light bar visible, just those 2 unwavering beams. I sped up to 75, breaking the speed limit. The car behind me accelerated in perfect sync. The distance didn't change by an inch. My heart started beating faster, and I felt sweat forming on my palms. "All right, let's see how you handle this," I muttered, spotting an exit ahead. I waited until the last possible second before yanking the wheel right, not even bothering to signal. My tires squealed as I took the exit ramp way too fast. The headlights followed, making the exact same turn at the exact same speed. Shit. I wiped my forehead with my sleeve. The exit led to a narrow county road that wound through empty farmland. The fog seemed even thicker here, pressing in around my car like a solid wall. My high beams just reflected back at me, so I had to use regular lights, creeping along at 40 mph to avoid running off the road. Those headlights stayed right behind me, matching every curve, every slight adjustment in speed. I couldn't make out any details of the vehicle. The fog reduced it to just those two glowing circles, hanging in the air like eyes. I tried calling 911, but my phone showed no signal. Of course, I was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by cornfields and fog. The digital clock on my dashboard showed 2:36 a.m. A sign loomed out of the fog. "Sharp curve ahead, 25 mph. Perfect. I maintained my speed until the last second, then slammed on the brakes and cranked the wheel hard left. The tires screamed. My car fishtailed, nearly spinning out before I recovered. The headlights behind me made the turn just as smoothly as if they were on rails. No tire squeal, no sliding, just that same unchanging distance. My hands were shaking now. I couldn't keep driving like this. I'd end up wrapping my car around a tree. I needed to find somewhere to stop, somewhere with people and lights. But all I could see through the fog were endless fields and occasional farmhouses, all dark and silent. I grabbed my phone again, trying to pull up Google Maps. The screen was frozen, showing my location as a blue dot in the middle of nothing. The battery indicator blinked red at 5%. That's when I noticed something else in the rearview mirror. Something that made my blood run cold. The headlights seemed higher than before, like the car behind me was somehow floating upward. I blinked hard and looked again. No, I wasn't imagining it. The beams were definitely higher and slightly tilted, as if the vehicle was riding on an incline. But the road was completely flat. My foot pressed harder on the gas pedal. The engine whined as I pushed it past 80, taking the curves way too fast. I didn't care anymore about safety. I just needed to get away from whatever was behind me. The headlights kept pace effortlessly, now tilted at an impossible angle, like the car was driving up an invisible hill. They had to be at least 10 feet off the ground. I was hyperventilating, my chest tight with panic. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision. I forced myself to take slower breaths, knowing I'd crash if I passed out. Through the fog ahead, I saw a faint glow. As I got closer, it resolved into the fluorescent lights of a gas station. The sign said, "Last stop 50 miles." I nearly cried with relief. I yanked the wheel and skidded into the parking lot, braking hard. My car rocked to a stop next to one of the pumps. The headlights behind me vanished. For a moment, I just sat there, hands clenched on the wheel, gasping for breath. The gas station looked abandoned. No cars at the pumps, no movement inside the small convenience store. But there were lights on, which meant someone had to be working. I grabbed my phone, but it was completely dead now. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely get my seatbelt unbuckled. I needed to get inside, to find whoever was working and call the police. The store's glass door jingled as I pushed it open. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting harsh shadows. Rows of snacks and drinks stood in perfect order, undisturbed. Behind the counter, a man in his 60s looked up from a newspaper. His name tag said, Earl. "Need some gas?" he asked, then stopped. His eyes widened as he looked past me, through the glass door. "There was someone following me," I said, the words tumbling out. "On the highway, then the county road. They wouldn't stop, no matter what I did. Did you see where they went?" Earl's face had gone pale. He was staring at something behind me, his mouth opening and closing without making a sound. "What?" I started to turn around. "Don't." His voice was barely a whisper. Don't look back there. They're, they're in your back seat. My entire body went rigid. The air seemed to freeze in my lungs. I could feel it now. A presence behind me, inside my locked car. The weight that had been making my car ride slightly low in the back all this time. The headlights, Earl whispered. They weren't following you. They were trying to warn you. Slowly, against every screaming instinct, I turned my head just enough to see my car through the store's window. The interior was dark, but I could make out shapes in the back seat. Shapes that shouldn't have been there. Shapes that were moving. I saw long, pale fingers pressing against the window glass. A face. No. Multiple faces, pressing forward from the shadows. Their eyes reflected the fluorescent light like animals' eyes in the dark. My legs gave out. I collapsed against the counter, sliding to the floor. Above me, Earl was already reaching for the phone. But I knew it was too late. They had been riding with me for hours, waiting. And now they knew that I knew. Through the window, I watched as the back doors of my car slowly began to open. They moved with a fluid grace that wasn't human, unfolding themselves from the back seat. In the harsh fluorescent light, I could see them clearly now. Their bodies were too long, too thin, joints bending in ways that bones shouldn't allow. Their skin was the color of old paper, stretched tight over sharp angles. Their faces, I can't describe their faces. I don't want to remember their faces. They walked toward the store on legs that bent backward, fingers dragging along the ground. The door jingled. Earl was shouting into the phone, but his voice seemed to come from very far away. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, could only watch as they came for me, their mouths opening to reveal rows of needle-sharp teeth. The last thing I remember is their cold hands touching my face and a voice like dry leaves scraping against concrete. Thank you for the ride. I woke up 3 days later in a hospital in Grand Island. The doctor said a trucker found me unconscious in the parking lot of an abandoned gas station. My car was gone. When the police tried to track down Earl, they discovered the station had been closed for over a year. I took a bus back to Chicago. I don't drive at night anymore, and whenever I see headlights in my rearview mirror, I check the back seat, just to be sure. Because sometimes, late at night, I still feel that weight behind me. Still see those pale faces in my dreams. Still hear that voice thanking me for the ride. And I wonder how many other drivers are out there right now, on dark and foggy roads, with passengers they don't know about. How many sets of headlights are trying to warn them? So if you're driving alone at night, and you see headlights that seem to be following you too closely, don't try to run. Don't try to lose them. They're not following you. They're trying to save you. Look in your back seat. Look while you still can. Because they're patient, these things that ride with us. They'll wait until the perfect moment, until you're too far from help, too tired to fight back. And by then, it's already too late. The headlights behind you aren't the threat. They never were. The threat was sitting behind you all along, just waiting for you to realize it was there. Just waiting for you to turn around. I should have paid more attention to that damn scarecrow from the start. Maybe if I had, things would have turned out different. But when you're busy gutting a 100-year-old farmhouse down to the studs, you don't waste time worrying about what's happening in the neighbor's cornfield. At least that's what I told myself during those first few days. I bought the old Morrison place in late September, after the bank foreclosed on it. The house had sat empty for 2 years, and it showed. The white paint had gone gray and started peeling. Half the shutters hung crooked. The porch sagged in the middle like a tired horse. But the bones were good. Solid oak frame, fieldstone foundation, cedar shingles under all that weather damage. Perfect for someone like me who knows his way around power tools and doesn't mind putting in the work. The first time I noticed the scarecrow, I was replacing rotted boards on the back deck. It stood in the middle of the Henderson's cornfield, maybe 200 yards from my property line. Just a typical scarecrow, faded plaid shirt stuffed with straw, patched jeans, an old burlap sack for a head with a dirty felt hat on top. Its arms stuck straight out like it was trying to hug the sky. 3 days later, While I was stripping wallpaper in the kitchen, I looked out the window and froze. The scarecrow was closer. Not by much, maybe 20 or 30 feet, but definitely closer to my property. I walked out to the edge of my yard and stared at it. The thing looked exactly the same, just nearer. The corn had already been harvested, leaving only dry stalks in neat rows, so I could see the scarecrow's post clearly planted in the dirt. I'm not the kind of guy who gets spooked easily. 20 years as a contractor, I've worked in plenty of old houses with weird creaks and shadows. But something about that scarecrow made the hair on my neck stand up. I walked over to the Hendersons' place, a neat white farmhouse about a quarter-mile down the road. Bill Henderson answered the door in dirty overalls. His wife Sarah stood behind him, wiping her hands on a dish towel. "The scarecrow in your field," I said, trying to sound casual. "Did you move it recently?" They both shook their heads. "Haven't touched that old thing in years," Bill said. "Why'd you ask?" I shrugged. "Just curious. Seemed like it was in a different spot." Sarah frowned. "That's odd. It's been on the same post since Bill's father put it up, must be 30 years ago now." I nodded and thanked them, feeling foolish. Obviously, I'd just misjudged the distance the first time I saw it. Memory plays tricks sometimes. The next morning I went out early to get started on the roof repairs. The scarecrow had moved again. Now it stood barely 100 yards from my property line. I could see detail I hadn't noticed before. The frayed edges of its shirt sleeves, the patches sewn onto its knees, the crude face someone had drawn on its burlap head with black paint. 2 dots for eyes, a crooked line for a mouth. I grabbed my phone and took pictures marking the scarecrow's position relative to a broken fence post and an old oak tree. Then I drove to the hardware store in town, bought a cheap trail camera, and set it up facing the field. If someone was playing games, I'd catch them. That night I checked the camera. Nothing. Just empty cornfield and the scarecrow standing exactly where it had been that morning. But the next day, it had moved again. 70 yards from my property now. The camera showed no movement, no sign of anyone in the field. Just the scarecrow in 2 different positions, like someone had cut and pasted it closer to my house, while the camera was blinking. I drove back to the Hendersons' place. This time Sarah answered alone. "I know this sounds crazy," I said, "but that scarecrow is moving. I've got pictures." She looked at my phone, frowning. "That's strange. But Bill and I haven't touched it, I swear. Maybe some kids are messing with you." The trail camera didn't show anyone. Well, they must have found a way around it. What else could it be? What else indeed? I didn't sleep well that night, lying in my sleeping bag on the floor of what would eventually be my bedroom. The renovation wasn't far enough along for proper furniture yet. Every time the wind rattled the windows, I sat up and shone my flashlight out into the darkness. The scarecrow was just a black shape against the stars, but I could have sworn its arms were pointing toward my house now. The next morning, it stood 50 yards from my property. The morning after that, 30 yards. Each time the trail camera showed nothing. I set up 2 more cameras covering different angles, still nothing. Just the scarecrow, closer every day, its crude painted face seeming to grin wider. I started working faster on the house, pushing myself from dawn to dusk. Part of me wanted to sell the place and run, but I'd sunk too much money into materials already. Besides, I told myself, it's just a scarecrow, just straw and old clothes on a wooden post. Nothing to be afraid of. Then came the night everything changed. The scarecrow stood just 10 yards from my property line now. I couldn't sleep, couldn't even try. I sat in the dark by my bedroom window, a baseball bat across my knees, watching. The moon cast enough light to see the field clearly. The scarecrow's shadow stretched long across the broken corn stalks. At exactly 3:17 a.m., I remember checking my phone. I heard it. A scraping sound, like dry sticks dragging across dirt. I stared into the darkness, gripping the bat so hard my knuckles went white. The scarecrow's arms moved, not swaying in the wind. There was no wind. They moved like someone flexing stiff joints. The scraping got louder. The post pulled free from the earth with a sound like teeth being pulled. The scarecrow took a step forward, Its movements were jerky, unnatural, like a marionette being pulled by invisible strings. Another step. The burlap head tilted to one side, those painted eyes fixed on my window. Something scratched against the glass. I jumped back, heart hammering. Long, thin fingers made of twisted straw pressed against the window pane, leaving dirty streaks. The painted mouth wasn't smiling anymore. It had changed into a dark hole, and something moved inside it. Something that glinted wetly in the moonlight. I ran. Down the stairs, out the front door, into my truck. The engine roared to life and I floored it. Gravel sprang as I peeled out of the driveway. In my rearview mirror, I saw a shape loping across my front yard. Not walking now, but running on all fours like an animal, straw arms and legs bending in impossible ways. I drove straight through until morning, stopping only for gas. When the sun came up, I called Bill Henderson. "The scarecrow," I said. "Tell me everything you know about it." He was quiet for a long moment. "It wasn't my father who put it up," he finally said. "That's just what we tell people. It showed up one morning in 1973, after 3 children disappeared from farms in the county. They never found the bodies, but no one else disappeared after that scarecrow appeared." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying maybe it keeps things away. Bad things, things worse than itself. That's why we never touched it, why we pretended not to notice when it moved. It's like a guard dog. Long as you feed it regular, it stays loyal." Feed it what?" "Fear," he said. "It feeds on fear. Every now and then someone buys that old house. They see the scarecrow move, get scared, run away, and it goes back to its post, satisfied. But if someone stayed, if they didn't run..." I hung up. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the phone. I thought about the dark hole in that burlap face, about what I'd glimpsed moving inside it, about what might have happened if I'd stayed in that house one more minute. I never went back to the old Morrison place, lost my investment, my tools, everything I'd left behind. The bank foreclosed again eventually. Last I heard, some young couple bought it, planning to fix it up. Sometimes I think about warning them. But would they believe me? Would you? The scarecrow's probably back on its post by now, arms spread wide, watching their windows at night, waiting to see if they'll run, wondering what their fear might taste like. And if they don't run, well, maybe there'll be more disappearances in the county. Maybe something worse than a scarecrow is getting hungry. I still check the local news sometimes. Still wake up at 3:17 a.m., heart pounding, remembering those straw fingers scratching at my window. And I wonder, what if I had stayed? What if I had stood my ground, swung that baseball bat, tried to fight? But then I remember that dark hole opening in the burlap, that wet gleam inside, and I know I made the right choice. Some things aren't meant to be fought. Some fears are meant to be given into. Sometimes running away isn't cowardice. It's survival. I've got a new contracting business now, 3 states away. Plenty of old houses to fix up here, but I won't take jobs near cornfields anymore. And every scarecrow I see, no matter how normal it looks, makes me drive a little faster, grip the steering wheel a little tighter. Because now I know the truth. They're not all stuffed with straw, and they don't all stay on their posts. Sometimes in my dreams, I'm back in that bedroom. But in the dreams, I don't run. In the dreams, I watch as the window breaks, as something made of straw and shadows unfolds itself into the room. In the dreams, I see what's really inside that burlap head, and then I wake up screaming, grateful that in real life, I was smart enough to flee. The old Morrison place is still there, still being fixed up by that young couple. Sometimes I think about driving back just to check on them, but I won't, because I'm afraid of what I might find. An empty house, a foreclosure sign, and in the field behind it, a scarecrow standing guard, its painted mouth curved in a satisfied smile. Or worse, what if I drove by and saw no scarecrow at all? What if it wasn't on its post anymore? What if it had found something better to do, something that didn't involve standing still and waiting? What if it had learned new tricks? These are the thoughts that keep me awake at night, that make me check my windows even though I live in a sixth-floor apartment now. Because once you've seen something like that, once you've heard that scraping sound and seen those straw fingers pressing against the glass, you never really feel safe again. You start to wonder about other things too, like how many more scarecrows out there might not be what they seem, how many fields are being guarded by things that hunger for fear, how many missing persons reports might have explanations that no one would ever believe. But mostly I wonder about that young couple in my old house. I wonder if they've noticed anything strange yet. I wonder if they've looked out their window one morning and seen something just a little bit closer than it was the day before. I wonder if they'll be smart enough to run when the time comes, because it will come. That scarecrow's still out there, standing in that field waiting. And sooner or later, it's going to get hungry again. I check the local news from that county every morning. So far, no disappearances. So far, no strange reports. So far, that young couple is still living in the old Morrison place, still fixing it up, still unaware of what watches them from the cornfield. But I know it's only a matter of time, because scarecrows don't just guard fields, they guard secrets. And sooner or later, those secrets have a way of getting out. I should know. I'm keeping one of those secrets right now, typing these words in my safe little apartment, far from any cornfields. But sometimes when I look out my window at night, I catch a glimpse of something that might be a shadow, might be a trick of the light, might be nothing at all. Or it might be something made of straw and darkness, something that followed me all this way, something that's been waiting patiently for me to let my guard down, something that remembers the taste of my fear and wants another bite. The security camera footage showed nothing there, but I saw it, and those claw marks don't lie. I've lived alone on this farm for 12 years since Sarah died. Never had trouble sleeping, even during the worst storms. But that night 3 weeks ago changed everything. Now I keep my shotgun by the bed and triple check the locks. Not that locks would stop whatever left those marks. It started around 10 p.m. during the worst thunderstorm we'd had all year. The rain hammered against the windows like someone throwing handfuls of gravel. Wind howled through the cornfields, bending the stalks almost flat. I sat at my kitchen table, doing the monthly books and listening to the weather radio warning about possible tornado conditions. The power flickered once, twice, then went out completely. I grabbed my flashlight from the drawer and walked to the window. The security lights around the barn should have kicked in with the generator, but everything stayed dark. Strange. I'd just checked that generator last week. Lightning flashed, lighting up the yard between the house and barn. That's when I saw it. A figure stood perfectly still by the barn door. Tall. Too tall. Had to be at least 8 feet. In that split second of light, I could tell it wasn't human. The proportions were all wrong. The arms hung down past where knees should be. The head looked too small for the body, perched on a neck that seemed too long and thin. Thunder crashed. When the next lightning flash came a few seconds later, the figure was gone. My hands shook as I grabbed my phone to check the security camera feed. The app showed all cameras offline. I tried rebooting the system, but nothing worked. The storm must have knocked out the wireless network. I stood at the window for almost an hour, watching. Lightning kept illuminating the yard in strobes. No more sign of the figure. Eventually, the power came back on. The security lights hummed to life, casting yellow circles on the wet ground. Still, nothing moved out there. I told myself I'd imagined it. Tricks of light and shadow during the storm. The mind plays games when you live alone too long. I forced myself to finish the bookkeeping, then headed up to bed around midnight. Sleep wouldn't come. Every crack of thunder made me jolt awake. The wind moaned through the eaves, sounding almost like words. Around 2 a.m. I heard something that definitely wasn't the storm. A loud scraping sound from the direction of the barn. I got up and went to the bedroom window with my flashlight. The beam caught something moving near the barn door, but it disappeared too fast to make out what it was. Could have been a deer. We get them sometimes, seeking shelter from storms. But deer don't leave claw marks 8 feet high. I found those marks the next morning. 4 parallel grooves torn deep into the wood of the barn door, each groove about 3 inches wide. They started way above my head and raked downward almost to the ground. The wood was splintered and gouged out like it had been carved with steel hooks. My hands trembled as I unlocked the barn door. Everything inside looked normal at first glance. The tractor sat where I'd left it. Tools hung in their places on the wall. The hay bales were undisturbed. Then I noticed the smell, a sharp, chemical odor like burning plastic mixed with something else. Something organic and rotten. It seemed strongest near the back corner where I store old equipment. I followed my nose but couldn't find the source. I spent the next hour checking every inch of the barn. No signs of entry, no broken windows, no holes in the roof, just those massive claw marks on the front door. Back in the house, I pulled up the security camera footage from overnight. The system showed it had recorded normally after the power came back on. I scrubbed through the video from around 2 a.m. when I'd heard the scraping sound. The footage showed the barn door clearly in the security lights. At 2:17 a.m., the door slowly swung open about halfway. Nothing visible pushed or pulled it. It just opened on its own. The door stayed open for exactly 3 minutes, then closed just as slowly. I rewound and watched it again, and again. No sign of any figure or animal. No explanation for the claw marks. Just that door opening and closing by itself. I called the sheriff's office. Deputy Wilson came out and took pictures of the claw marks. He suggested it might be vandals or maybe a bear, though we haven't had bears in this county for decades. Said he'd increase patrols in the area. I didn't tell him about the figure I'd seen or the door opening by itself. Didn't want him thinking I was crazy. That night I set up extra lights around the barn and added 2 new security cameras. I loaded my shotgun with buckshot and kept it next to my bed. Sleep was out of the question. Around midnight, all the new lights went out at once. The security camera feeds cut to static. I grabbed the shotgun and my flashlight and went to the window. The yard looked empty in the beam of my light. Then I heard it. A sound like massive feet crunching through the gravel of the driveway. Slow, heavy steps coming toward the house. The beam of my flashlight showed nothing there, but the footsteps kept coming. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They stopped directly beneath my window. The air grew thick with that same chemical rot smell from the barn. My flashlight beam still showed empty air, but I could feel something massive standing there, looking up at me. The temperature in the room dropped so fast I could see my breath. The window glass frosted over in seconds. A sound came from outside. Not quite a growl, not quite a voice. It reminded me of the noise a dog makes in its sleep, but deeper, slower, and somehow wrong. I raised the shotgun, hands shaking so bad I could barely hold it. "I see you there," I lied through chattering teeth. "Get off my property or I'll shoot." The thing made that sound again, longer this time. Almost like words, but in no language I'd ever heard. The frost patterns on the window began moving, forming shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. I fired through the glass. The shotgun blast shattered the window. Cold air rushed in, bringing that awful smell with it. For a split second, I saw something like heat distortion in the air where the thing stood, a ripple in reality itself. Then it was gone. The security lights came back on. The camera feeds returned to normal. The temperature slowly rose back to normal. I spent the rest of the night in my truck with the engine running and the shotgun across my lap. When morning came, I found new claw marks on the side of the house below my window. Deep gouges in the vinyl siding, starting at roof level and raking downward. The gravel driveway showed massive, oddly shaped footprints. I tried photographing them, but they faded away as the sun rose higher. That was 3 weeks ago. Whatever that thing was, it comes back every few nights. Sometimes it just stands in the yard, invisible but watching. Sometimes it leaves new claw marks on the buildings. Twice more it's opened the barn door when the cameras are running, but it never shows up in the footage. Last night was different. I woke up around 3 a.m. to find my bedroom door standing open. That chemical rot smell filled the house. The temperature had dropped so low that water glasses had frozen solid. Something massive moved through my house, invisible but making the floorboards creak under its weight. I lay perfectly still, hardly breathing, as the footsteps came closer to my bed. The thing stopped beside me. I could feel its presence looming over me, could sense its face inches from mine. That growl voice sound came again, closer than ever. This time, I could almost understand the words. Soon, it seemed to say. Soon. I don't know what it wants. I don't know why it chose my farm, but I know it's getting bolder. The claw marks keep getting closer to the house. The footsteps come right up to my doors and windows now. That smell lingers longer each time. I've tried setting up motion sensors, infrared cameras, even spreading flour on the floor to catch footprints. Nothing works. The sensors don't trigger. The cameras show empty rooms. The flour remains undisturbed. But it's here right now as I write this. Standing in the corner of my office, watching. The temperature keeps dropping. My computer screen is starting to frost over. I can hear that almost voice getting clearer, forming words I don't want to understand. The sheriff won't help. The security cameras are useless. My shotgun might as well be shooting blanks. I'm running out of options. Maybe someone reading this will know what this thing is. Maybe you can tell me how to fight it. Because I know in my gut that one of these nights that barn door isn't going to be enough anymore. It's going to want to come inside for good. The frost is spreading across my desk now. That smell is getting stronger. The thing in the corner is moving closer, one massive invisible step at a time. I can feel its breath on the back of my neck, cold as space and carrying that awful chemical rot stink. Its voice is clearer now. I can finally understand what it's been trying to tell me all these weeks. I wish I couldn't. It's saying my name, over and over, using Sarah's voice. I have to go now. It's time. I can feel its claws on my shoulder, burning cold through my shirt. The frost has reached my hands. The smell is overwhelming. Sarah's voice keeps calling me, distorted and wrong, but still somehow hers. If you're reading this, stay away from my farm. Board up the barn. Burn it down if you have to. Don't look for me. Just make sure that thing stays trapped here where Sarah died, where it found its way through. I can see it now, in the frost patterns spreading across my screen. I understand why it chose me, why it's been waiting, watching, getting closer each night. Sarah sent it. Sarah needs me. Sarah wants me to come home. And now I have to go. It's time to go home. The first sign something was wrong was when my phone lost signal. Not gradually, it just died, all bars dropping to zero between one breath and the next. I remember checking it because Sarah had been trying to find our location on Google Maps after we missed our turn somewhere past Eugene, Oregon. 1 second the blue dot was there, the next, nothing. Guys, my phone's dead, she said from the backseat. Mine too, Mike added, glancing at his iPhone on the dashboard mount. I kept driving, squinting through the late afternoon glare. The road had gotten narrower over the last 20 minutes, the pavement rougher. Pine trees pressed in close on both sides, their shadows making patterns across the windshield of my Honda Civic. We should turn around, Sarah said. This can't be right. Let me just find a good spot to turn, I replied, scanning ahead for a wider section of road. We'd been heading to a camping site near Mount Hood, taking what we thought was a scenic route through the Cascades. Now I wasn't so sure. The road curved sharply and then opened into a small valley. A cluster of buildings appeared ahead, maybe 15 or 20 structures arranged in a rough circle around what looked like a town square. Wood cabins and small houses, nothing more than 2 stories tall. A few pickup trucks were parked here and there. Smoke rose from multiple chimneys despite the warm September weather. Finally, Mike said, we can ask for directions. I slowed as we approached. No welcome sign, no indication of what this place was called, just weathered buildings and dirt paths between them. A few people were visible, working in small gardens or sitting on porches. They all stopped what they were doing to watch us pass. I pulled up to what looked like a general store, its wooden facade weather-beaten but solid. Before I could even put the car in park, the door opened and a man stepped out. Tall and lean, maybe 60, with a neat gray beard and overalls. He smiled wide, too wide, and walked toward us with his arms spread. "Welcome, welcome," he called out. "Don't get many visitors up here. You folks lost?" I rolled down my window. "Yeah, actually. We're trying to get to Mount Hood." "Oh, you're way off course," he said, still smiling. His teeth were perfectly white. "But it's getting late. Why don't you stay the night? Martha's got rooms at the boarding house, fair prices too." More people were gathering now, emerging from the buildings around us, all smiling, all staring. "Thanks, but we should really get back on the main road," I said. "Nonsense," the man insisted. "Roads get tricky up here after dark. Lots of sharp turns, steep drops. Better to rest up and head out fresh in the morning." I glanced at Mike and Sarah. Mike shrugged. Sarah looked uneasy. "I don't know," I started to say. "Please," the man said, putting his hand on my door. His fingers were calloused and strong. "We insist." Something in his tone made my skin crawl, but before I could respond, more people had surrounded the car. Still smiling, still staring. "Well," I said slowly, "maybe just for a minute, to check our maps." The man, who introduced himself as Earl, directed us to park in front of the boarding house, a 2-story building with a wide porch. More people gathered to watch us unload, offering to help with our bags. I counted at least 30 people now, all acting like our arrival was the most exciting thing to happen all year. Martha, the owner, was a plump woman in her 50s with gray hair tied back in a severe bun. Her smile was as wide as Earl's. "3 rooms," she announced. "Top floor, best views in town." "Actually," I said, "we really just needed directions." "Now don't be silly," she cut in, already heading up the stairs with Sarah's backpack. "You must be exhausted. Dinner's at 6 sharp." The next hour was a blur of forced hospitality. Every time we tried to leave, someone would appear with coffee or homemade cookies or questions about where we were from. They were relentlessly friendly, but something felt off. Their smiles never reached their eyes. They stood too close, asked too many questions. At 5:30, I made an excuse about getting something from the car. The sun was getting low, casting long shadows between the buildings. I walked to the Civic, aware of eyes watching from every window. The engine wouldn't turn over, not even a click. "Problem?" I jumped. Earl was standing right behind me, still wearing that frozen smile. "Car won't start," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "Oh dear," he said, not sounding surprised at all. "Well, Tom's our mechanic. He can take a look first thing tomorrow. I should try calling a tow truck." "No signal up here," he reminded me. "Never has been. Now come on. Martha's got a feast planned." Dinner was held in the boarding house's main room. The entire town seemed to be there. At least 50 people crowded around mismatched tables. They barely touched their food, just watched us eat while asking endless questions about our lives, our families, our jobs. Sarah grabbed my arm under the table, her fingers digging in. I followed her gaze to the window. A shadow had moved past, something tall and wrong-shaped. When I looked again, it was gone. Night fell quickly in the valley. The townspeople lit oil lamps and candles, but kept the main lights dim. More shadows moved past the windows. The conversation never stopped, the questions never ended, but now they felt like a distraction, like they were trying to keep us from noticing something. "I'm feeling tired," Sarah announced around 9. "Think I'll head up to my room." "I'll walk you," I said quickly. Mike started to stand too, but Martha put a hand on his shoulder. "Oh, but you haven't tried my apple pie yet." Upstairs, Sarah grabbed my arm again. "Did you see them?" she whispered. "See what?" "In the trees." When it got dark, they're out there watching. I went to the window. The forest pressed close to the buildings, and in the gaps between the trees, movement. Shapes that were almost human, but not quite. And eyes, dozens of reflected eyes, catching the lamplight. We need to get out of here, Sarah said. Car's dead, I told her, and they're watching every move we make. A floorboard creaked behind us. We spun around. Martha stood in the doorway, still smiling. Everything all right up here? Can I get you anything? No, we're fine, I said quickly. Well, sleep tight then. Big day tomorrow. She didn't move from the doorway. Tomorrow? Sarah asked. Oh yes, Martha said. Her smile widened impossibly. We have special plans for tomorrow. She finally left, her footsteps creaking down the hall. I waited until they faded, then pulled Sarah close and whispered, We need to get Mike and get out of here, tonight. How? They're everywhere. I saw a path behind the general store. If we can make it to the trees. A scream cut through the night, Mike's voice from downstairs. We ran to the hallway. More shadows moved past the windows, and now they were inside the building too, climbing the stairs with jerky, unnatural movements. Martha's voice drifted up from below, still cheerful, still friendly. Now don't fret about your friend. The hungry ones have to eat too, and you'll be joining him soon enough. The shadows reached the top of the stairs. In the dim light, I could finally see them clearly. They looked human, or had once, but their limbs were too long, their joints bent wrong, and their faces. Sarah screamed. I grabbed her hand and ran for the window at the end of the hall. The glass shattered easily enough when I threw a chair through it. The drop was only about 15 feet to a sloped roof below. Jump! I yelled, pushing Sarah toward the opening. Behind us, the things in the hallway were getting closer. Their movements were faster now, more eager. They didn't bother pretending to be human anymore. Sarah hesitated for just a moment, then jumped. I heard her land on the roof below. I followed immediately, feeling hands grab at my shirt as I dove through the window. Glass cut my arms, but I barely felt it. We slid down the roof and dropped to the ground. All around us, more of those things were emerging from the trees. The townspeople stood watching from their windows and porches, still smiling those terrible smiles. Run! I grabbed Sarah's hand again and we sprinted for the trees. Behind us, inhuman voices called out in perfect imitation of the townspeople's friendly tones. Now don't leave so soon. Stay for breakfast. We insist. The forest was dark, but we ran anyway, crashing through underbrush, tripping over roots. Those things moved through the trees alongside us, always just out of clear sight. Their laughter echoed through the woods, sometimes sounding like people, sometimes like something else entirely. I lost track of how long we ran. My lungs burned. Sarah's hand was slick with sweat in mine. The things in the trees were hurting us, I realized, pushing us in a specific direction. But we couldn't stop, couldn't go back. We burst into a clearing and stopped dead. Dozens of cars were scattered about, some new, some decades old, all covered in rust and vines. A graveyard of lost travelers, movement behind us. We turned slowly. Earl stood there, no longer bothering to smile. Behind him, the things from the trees emerged into the starlight. Up close, they looked like people who had been stretched, their skin pulled too tight over impossible angles. Their mouths were wrong, too wide, too many teeth. Folks really should stick to the main roads, Earl said conversationally. But we do appreciate the company, and the hungry ones. He gestured to the creatures. Well, they appreciate the food. They surrounded us completely now. No way out. Sarah's hand tightened in mine as the circle began to close. The last thing I remember clearly is Earl's voice, still friendly, still welcoming. Don't worry, you won't be alone for long. Someone else is bound to take a wrong turn soon. I wish I didn't remember anything after that. Sometimes I think I'm still there, in those woods, watching new travelers find that strange little town. Watching them realize too late that some wrong turns can never be undone. Watching the shadows move closer as the sun goes down. If you're driving in the mountains and your GPS stops working, turn around immediately. Don't stop if you see a small town. Don't trust their smiles. And whatever you do, don't stay after dark. Because if you do, you might find out what the hungry ones really look like. and then you'll never leave at all. The knocking started on the third night of our 7-day Caribbean cruise. 3 sharp raps that jolted me awake at 2:17 a.m. I remember the exact time because I checked my phone, thinking it might be ship security about a problem. Nobody makes social calls at that hour. I sat up in my narrow bed, listening. The air conditioning hummed. The ship's engines thrummed somewhere far below. Then it came again. Knock, knock, knock. Harder this time, like someone using their fist instead of knuckles. "Who is it?" I called out, my voice rough with sleep. No answer. Just the constant mechanical noises of the ship. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, irritated now. Probably some drunk passenger who got the wrong cabin number. It happened sometimes on these mega cruises where all the corridors looked identical. I'd politely point them in the right direction and go back to sleep. The knocking came a third time, so forceful it made the door rattle in its frame. My heart jumped. This wasn't normal. I stood up, took 2 steps toward the door, then stopped. Something felt wrong. The aggressive pounding, the late hour, the silence between knocks. It set off warning bells in my head. "If you don't identify yourself, I'm calling security," I said loudly. Nothing. Not even footsteps walking away. I grabbed my phone and dialed the ship's emergency number. While it rang, I crept to the door and looked through the peephole. The curved fisheye lens showed an empty corridor, brightly lit by overhead fluorescents. No one was there. A security officer answered. I explained about the knocking, trying not to sound paranoid. He said they'd check the security cameras and send someone to patrol my deck. "Do you want an officer to come to your cabin now, sir?" he asked. I looked through the peephole again. Still no one. "No, that's okay. Just wanted to report it, thanks." I sat on the edge of the bed, fully awake now. The whole thing was probably nothing. Some kids playing pranks or a drunk who wandered off. But I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. My cabin was on deck 8, port side, about midship. It was one of the cheaper interior rooms with no window or balcony. Just 4 walls, a bathroom barely big enough to turn around in, and a TV mounted opposite the bed. Standard cruise ship accommodation. I flipped on the TV, keeping the volume low, and found an old sitcom rerun. The familiar dialogue helped calm my nerves. After about 20 minutes, my phone buzzed with a text from ship security. Reviewed camera footage of Deck 8 corridor from 2:30 a.m. No one visible in hallway during that time. Officer patrolled area, all clear. Please call back if knocking resumes. I read the message twice. No one in the hallway. That was impossible. The knocking had been loud enough to wake me from a deep sleep. Someone had to have been there. I got up and checked the peephole again, then tested the door handle to make sure it was locked. It was. The deadbolt was also engaged. I sat back down, trying to make sense of it. Maybe the cameras had glitched or missed something. Or maybe the sound had come from the cabin next door or above me, and I'd only thought it was my door. There had to be a logical explanation. I left the TV on and eventually dozed off again. The rest of the night passed without incident. The next morning, I almost convinced myself I'd dreamed the whole thing. The ship was docked in St. Thomas, and I spent the day exploring the island, swimming at Megan's Bay, and drinking overpriced fruity cocktails at a beach bar. By the time I got back to my cabin that evening, the strange knocking was just a weird memory. I fell asleep easily, pleasantly tired from the sun and alcohol. But at 2:17 a.m., exactly the same time as the night before, I jerked awake. Knock, knock, knock. The pounding was even louder this time, hard enough to make the wall vibrate. I sat frozen in bed, heart hammering. This couldn't be happening. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracked. Knock, knock, knock. I fumbled for my phone with shaking hands and opened the camera app. If someone was out there, I'd record them. I approached the door slowly, filming through the peephole. The hallway was empty, but as I watched, 3 more thunderous knocks rattled the door. On my phone screen, there was nothing, Just an empty corridor and a door shaking from an invisible force. I backed away until I hit the bed, nearly dropping my phone. This was impossible. Doors don't knock themselves. I called security again, my voice higher and tighter than I meant it to be. The same officer from the previous night answered. "Sir, we still have cameras on that section of corridor," he said. "I'm looking at the feed right now. There's no one at your door." "Then how do you explain the knocking? I recorded it." "Would you like me to send someone up?" "Yes," I practically shouted. While I waited, I played back the video I'd taken. The image quality was poor through the peephole, but you could clearly see the empty hallway and hear the thunderous knocking. My hands were trembling so badly it was hard to hold the phone steady. 2 security officers arrived within minutes. They checked the corridor, tested my door, and reviewed my video. Their faces gave nothing away, but I saw them exchange glances. "We'll increase patrols in this area," the senior officer said. "And we can move you to a different cabin if you'd like." I almost accepted, but something stopped me. Moving felt like giving in to fear, letting whatever this was win. Besides, what if it followed me to the new cabin? "No, I'll stay." "But can you post someone in the hallway tonight?" They agreed to have an officer patrol past regularly. After they left, I turned all the lights on and sat in the room's single chair, facing the door. I didn't sleep again that night. The next day was at sea, no ports of call. I wandered the ship in a daze, downing coffee after coffee. I couldn't stop thinking about those knocks and the empty hallway. None of it made sense. Around midday, I went to the ship's guest services desk and asked about the history of my cabin. Had there been any incidents there? Any complaints from previous passengers? The clerk tapped at her computer and shook her head. "Nothing unusual, sir. That cabin has been in regular rotation since the ship launched 3 years ago." I nodded, not sure if I was relieved or disappointed. Part of me had hoped for some explanation, however far-fetched. That afternoon, I did some research on my phone. There were plenty of stories about haunted cruise ships, but most seemed like obvious urban legends. A few mentioned mysterious knocking, but nothing exactly like what I'd experienced. I considered telling my family back home what was happening, but stopped myself. They'd either think I was making it up or worry unnecessarily. Better to handle this myself. As night approached, my anxiety grew. I thought about sleeping in one of the public lounges, but that would probably get me kicked out by security. Instead, I bought 2 Red Bulls from the ship's cafe and prepared for another sleepless night. But 2:17 a.m. came and went without a sound. I waited, tense and alert, until nearly 4 a.m. before finally letting myself drift off. The next 3 nights passed the same way, nothing but normal ship noises. The security patrols continued but found nothing unusual. I started to relax, thinking whatever it was had moved on. Then came the final night of the cruise. I actually managed to fall asleep at a reasonable hour, exhausted from a week of stress and broken rest. At first, I didn't realize what had woken me. The room was dark except for a thin strip of light under the door. The TV was off. My phone showed 2:16 a.m. Something felt different. The air seemed heavier, colder. I lay perfectly still, listening. The digital display on my phone clicked to 2:17 a.m. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was different this time, slower, more deliberate. Less like someone demanding entry and more like an announcement, a warning. I didn't call out or reach for my phone. I just watched the door barely breathing. There was a click, then another. The deadbolt was turning by itself. The door swung open slowly, letting in the harsh fluorescent light from the corridor. No one was there, but on the worn carpet leading into my cabin was a trail of wet footprints. They were bare feet, adult-sized, water darkening the carpet with each step. As I watched, frozen in terror, a new footprint appeared. Then another. Something invisible was walking into my room. I tried to scream, but my throat closed up. I could only manage a strangled whimper as the footprints moved steadily closer to my bed. The temperature plunged. My breath came out in visible puffs. The footprints stopped at the edge of my bed, water slowly spreading through the carpet fibers. I felt the mattress depressed near my feet, like someone sitting down. The springs creaked under invisible weight. "No," I finally managed to whisper. "Please." A cold, wet hand grabbed my ankle. I exploded into motion, ripping free and launching myself toward the door. I didn't look back, didn't grab anything, just ran full speed into the corridor. An elderly couple was walking past, headed for the late-night buffet. They jumped when I burst out of my cabin. "Call security," I yelled, startling them further. "Something's in there." The man reached for his phone, but his wife screamed, pointing at my leg. Looking down, I saw dark bruises forming around my ankle in the shape of finger marks. Security came quickly this time. 4 officers, plus the ship's doctor. They searched my cabin thoroughly while the doctor examined my ankle. The door showed no signs of forced entry. The carpet was completely dry. Nothing was disturbed. But the bruises were unmistakable. 5 distinct fingerprints wrapped around my ankle, already turning purple. They moved me to a different cabin for the final few hours of the cruise. As soon as we docked the next morning, I was first off the ship. I filed a formal report with the cruise line, including photos of the bruises and my video of the knocking. They sent a form letter response about taking customer safety seriously and offered me a discount on my next cruise. I deleted the email. There wouldn't be a next cruise. Sometimes late at night, I still wake up at exactly 2:17 a.m. I lie in bed listening for knocks while my ankle tingles with the memory of that cold, wet grip. I never found out what it wanted. Part of me hopes I never will. But every now and then, I check the news for stories about that ship. So far, there's been nothing unusual reported. I wonder if whatever was in my cabin is still there, waiting for the next passenger to hear those 3 sharp knocks at 2:17 a.m. I wonder if they'll be smart enough to run before it reaches for them. They never found my camera. The Rangers searched for 3 days, combing through miles of forest, but the Canon DSLR with all my photos remained missing. Maybe that's for the best. I'm not sure I want anyone to see what I captured that night. The official report lists it as lost equipment, probably taken by wildlife. But I know different. I was there. This is what really happened. I'd been hiking the Cascade Trail for 4 days, doing a solo photography trip to capture the fall colors. The weather had been perfect, crisp mornings warming into sunny afternoons. I'd covered about 15 miles that Thursday when I first spotted the camp through a break in the trees. At first glance, it looked normal enough. A standard backcountry setup with a tent, some gear scattered around, and the remains of a fire pit. But something felt off. I stopped on the trail, adjusting my pack straps as I studied the scene. No movement, no sounds except birds and wind in the trees. "Hello?" I called out. My voice echoed slightly against the rocky slope behind the camp. No response. I walked closer, gravel crunching under my boots. The camp looked hastily abandoned. A sleeping bag lay half out of the tent entrance. A pot of something, maybe oatmeal, sat congealed on a camp stove. An open backpack spilled hiking gear onto the ground. Most striking was the fire pit. Thin wisps of smoke still rose from the ashes. Someone had been here very recently. My skin prickled. In all my years of backcountry hiking, I'd never seen anything quite like this. Experienced hikers don't just abandon their gear. Even in emergencies, they typically pack essentials. This looked like someone had literally walked away mid-morning routine. I set down my pack and investigated closer. The tent was a high-end North Face model, probably worth $500. Inside, I found more abandoned gear. A headlamp, trail maps, energy bars, clothing. A paperback novel lay open, face down. Everything seemed perfectly normal except for the complete absence of people. That's when I noticed the tracks. Several sets of boot prints led away from the camp, heading toward a dense stand of pines. They looked fresh, pressed deep into the soft dirt. I stood there debating what to do. The responsible thing would be to hike back to the ranger station, about 18 miles, and report it. But darkness would fall in a few hours. And those tracks seemed to beckon. I made what was probably a stupid decision. I took some photos of the camp with my camera, shouldered my pack, and followed the tracks. They led through the pines, clearly visible in the needle-covered ground. Multiple people, moving quickly based on the stride length. After about a quarter mile, the tracks joined an old logging road heading up the mountain. I followed for another mile before the light began to fade. The tracks continued on, but I needed to make camp soon. I headed back to the abandoned site. It felt strange setting up my tent near the mystery camp, but it was the best spot around. Flat ground, water source nearby, existing fire pit. I told myself the owners were probably fine, had likely been picked up by friends or something. Still, I made sure my bear spray was easily accessible. Night fell quickly in the mountains. I got a small fire going and heated up some freeze-dried stroganoff. The flames cast flickering shadows across the empty tent nearby. As I ate, I reviewed the photos on my camera. Something caught my eye in one shot of the abandoned camp, a dark shape in the trees behind the tent. Probably just shadows, but it looked almost human-shaped. I zoomed in, but the image was too grainy to tell. A twig snapped in the darkness beyond my firelight. I jerked my head up, heart suddenly pounding. Just wildlife, I told myself. This was their territory after all. I was exhausted from the day's hiking. After securing my food in a bear bag, I crawled into my tent and zipped up for the night. The temperature was dropping fast. I snuggled deep into my sleeping bag, listening to the normal nighttime forest sounds, wind in the trees, the occasional owl, small animals rustling in the underbrush. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by voices. Whispers, barely audible, seemed to come from just outside my tent. I lay perfectly still, straining to hear. The words were too quiet to make out, but they didn't sound like normal conversation, more like hissing, or the sound of dry leaves scraping together. The whispers moved around my tent, circling. My chest felt tight with fear. This was no animal. I reached for my headlamp with trembling fingers, but stopped myself. Maybe better to stay quiet, pretend to be asleep. Something brushed against the tent wall, a light touch that traveled from one end to the other. I could see a shadow moving across the fabric in the dim moonlight. The touch became more insistent, pressing inward. Then a sharp tug on the tent pole made the whole structure shake. I lay there paralyzed, barely breathing. The whispers continued, now accompanied by a sound like fingernails dragging across nylon. My tent shuddered again as something pulled on it. The shadows outside moved in ways that didn't match any animal I knew. Suddenly, my vestibule zipper started to move, slowly pulling downward. That broke my paralysis. I grabbed my headlamp and bear spray, clicking on the light. "Who's there?" I yelled, trying to sound authoritative despite my terror. The zipper stopped. The whispers ceased. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then something slammed into the side of my tent with tremendous force, nearly collapsing it. I yelled again and scrambled to unzip my sleeping bag. Another impact rocked the tent. Through the fabric, I could see multiple tall shapes moving around outside. I burst out of my tent, bear spray raised. My headlamp beam swept the campsite, catching glimpses of movement at the edges of its reach. The shapes retreated into the darkness, but I could still hear them moving through the underbrush. The whispers continued, more urgent now. I ran to where I'd left my fire, hoping to get it going again, but the ashes were cold. My hands shook as I fumbled with matches. Behind me, something crunched through the leaves, getting closer. I spun around, light beam darting between the trees. Nothing visible, but the sounds continued. The whispers were all around me now, rising and falling like wind through dead grass. My headlamp caught a flash of something pale moving between two pines, too tall and thin to be human. I backed up until I hit a tree trunk, trying to watch all directions at once. A branch snapped directly overhead. I looked up. My light illuminated a face peering down at me from the branches, but it wasn't a human face. The features were all wrong, twisted and elongated. Dark eyes reflected my light like an animal's. The thing tilted its head at an impossible angle, and that dry whisper emerged from its lipless mouth. I ran. Blind panic took over and I just ran, crashing through brush and branches. I had no idea which direction I was going. Behind me, I could hear them moving through the trees, keeping pace easily. The whispers followed, growing louder and more numerous. My foot caught a root and I went down hard, slamming into the rocky ground. My headlamp flew off and shattered. For a moment, I lay there in the dark, winded and disoriented. The sounds of pursuit grew closer. I could hear them moving on all sides, cutting off escape routes. I still had my bear spray, but what good would it do against whatever these things were? I pushed myself up, ignoring the pain in my scraped hands and knees. The moon provided just enough light to make out basic shapes. I tried to get my bearings, looking for any landmark I recognized. Movement caught my eye. One of the tall figures stepped out from behind a tree about 20 feet away. In the dim light, I could see its unnaturally long limbs and the way it seemed to twitch and jerk as it moved. Others emerged from the darkness, forming a loose circle around me. The whispers built to a fever pitch. I backed up until I hit another tree. This was it. I raised the bear spray, knowing it was useless but needing to do something. The figures moved closer, step by jerking step. I could smell them now, a musty, rotting odor that burned my nose. A branch cracked like a gunshot somewhere in the darkness. The figures froze. Another crack, closer this time. The whispers changed tone, becoming more urgent. Were they communicating? Suddenly the shapes retreated, melting back into the forest with incredible speed. Within seconds, the whispers faded to nothing. I stood there gasping, trying to understand what had just happened. A deep growl rumbled through the darkness. I knew that sound. Bear. A large one, based on the volume. The cracking branches grew louder as it approached. I had only seconds to decide, face whatever those things were, or risk a bear encounter. I chose the bear. I could see its shape now, moving through the trees, a huge grizzly, probably 600 pounds. It was heading straight for me. I aimed my bear spray and waited until it was about 15 feet away, then gave it a full blast in the face. The bear reared back with a roar that shook the leaves. I took off running while it was distracted. This time I paid attention to where I was going, looking for anything familiar. After what felt like hours but was probably only 15 minutes, I spotted my dying campfire through the trees. I burst into the clearing, expecting to see those things waiting for me, but it was empty. I didn't stop moving. I grabbed my essentials from the tent, wallet, keys, phone, some water, and stuffed them in my day pack. The rest could stay. I wasn't spending another minute here. I practically ran down the trail using my phone's flashlight to avoid tripping. Every snapping twig made me jump. The whispers seemed to follow at the edges of my hearing, but I never saw the figures again. As the sky began to lighten, I reached the ranger station. The rangers were skeptical of my story, of course. They found the abandoned camp exactly as I'd described it, but there was no sign of the original owners or any unusual tracks. My tent and most of my gear were still there, undisturbed, but my camera was missing. I filed a report but left out the parts about impossibly tall figures and inhuman faces. I'm not stupid. I know how it would sound. The official report lists a possible bear encounter and equipment loss due to hasty evacuation. But I know what I saw. Sometimes I still hear those whispers in my dreams. That dry, rustling sound like dead leaves scraping together. I haven't been camping since. And when people ask about the scars on my hands from that fall, I tell them it was a biking accident. The rangers eventually closed the case. They never identified the owners of the abandoned camp. Over the next few months, 3 more hikers reported similar abandoned sites in those mountains. Each time the gear was high-end and relatively new. Each time, there were signs of hasty departure, meals half-eaten, personal items left behind. But no bodies were ever found. I've done my research since then. The locals have stories going back generations about things that live in those mountains. Things that aren't human. They whisper in the dark, they say. They take people who venture too far into their territory. The bodies are never found. I don't know if I believe in monsters, but I know what I saw that night. And I know that somewhere in those mountains, there's a camera with pictures that would prove it. Sometimes I think about going back to look for it, but then I remember those whispers, those twisted faces, those impossibly long limbs. And I stay home. Let other people hike those trails. Let them dismiss the stories as folklore. I know the truth. In those mountains, something waits in the darkness. Something that whispers, something that hunts. And if you're foolish enough to camp in their territory, you might hear those whispers too. Just pray that's all you hear. The CB radio crackled at 2:47 a.m. somewhere between Tulsa and Oklahoma City. I remember the exact time because I'd just checked my watch, fighting to stay alert on that empty stretch of I-44. The voice that came through wasn't the usual late-night chatter of other truckers. It was a woman, breathing hard, voice shaking. "Please, somebody help me. It's following me. Oh God, it's getting closer." I'd been driving trucks for 23 years. Never heard anything like that desperation. My hand tightened on the steering wheel as static cut through her words. "I'm on Highway 18, about 5 miles south of..." More static. "Abandoned gas station, please, it's Claus." The transmission broke into harsh white noise before cutting out completely. Highway 18. I knew it ran parallel to my route, maybe 3 miles east. The rational part of my brain said to call the police and keep driving. I had a deadline to meet. Frozen goods in my trailer that needed to reach Kansas City by morning. But my foot was already easing off the accelerator. I grabbed the radio mic. "This is Big Red responding to that distress call. Ma'am, can you hear me?" Static answered. "Ma'am, if you can hear me, I'm about 3 miles from Highway 18. Can you give me any landmarks?" Nothing but electronic noise and empty air. I shouldn't have done it. 23 years of night driving taught me that weird stuff happens on empty roads at dead hours. But I took the next exit anyway, cutting east toward Highway 18. The temperature display on my dash read 38 degrees. My headlights cut through a light fog that had settled in the low areas. The 2-lane highway was deserted. No other vehicles, no lights except the occasional reflector marking the road's edge. I drove slow, scanning both sides. After about 4 miles, I spotted it, an old Texaco station, windows boarded up, pumps long gone. Just past it, brake lights glowed dimly through the fog. I pulled onto the gravel shoulder, grabbing my heavy mag light from beside the seat. The air hit me cold and damp when I stepped down from the cab. My boots crunched on loose gravel as I walked toward the car, a dark-colored Honda Civic, driver's door standing open. "Hello? Anyone here? I heard your call for help." The fog muffled my voice. No answer came back. As I got closer, my flashlight beam caught something that made me stop. Long, parallel gashes ran down the car's side panels, deep enough to expose bare metal. 4 marks, evenly spaced. Like claw marks, but bigger than any animal I'd ever seen could make. The driver's seat was empty. A phone lay on the floorboard, screen cracked. The engine was still running, heater blowing. I clicked off the ignition and pulled the keys out by reflex. "Ma'am, are you out there?" I swept the flashlight beam across the surrounding area. The old gas station squatted dark and silent. Tall grass grew through cracks in its concrete pad. Beyond it, dense woods pressed close to the highway. Something moved in my peripheral vision, just a quick shadow at the edge of the woods. I snapped the light toward it, but saw only trees and undergrowth. The smart thing would have been to get back in my truck right then, but I had to check. Had to be sure nobody was hurt and hiding. I walked the perimeter of the gas station, calling out every few steps. The brick walls were covered in graffiti, windows secured with plywood sheets. No signs of recent activity, no blood or signs of struggle. The woods remained dark and still. Too still, I realized. No cricket sounds, no night birds. Just the soft hiss of fog drifting through bare branches. Back at the car, I did another check of the interior. Nothing in the back seat. Some fast food wrappers in the passenger footwell. A duffel bag in the trunk containing women's clothes. No ID, no wallet, no clue who the driver was. I called 911, but got no signal. Of course, the temperature seemed to have dropped another 10 degrees. My breath came out in white clouds as I hurried back to my truck. I'd done what I could, documented the scene, secured the vehicle. The police could handle it from here. I climbed into the cab, locked the doors, and fired up the engine. The familiar rumble helped steady my nerves. I grabbed the radio mic to report the situation. "This is Big Red again. I found an abandoned Honda Civic near that gas station, but no sign of the driver. Anyone copy?" Static crackled, then cleared. "Help me." The woman's voice, barely a whisper. "Please help me. It's so cold here." My hand froze on the gear shift. "Where are you? I was just out there looking." "So cold, so dark. It's watching me. Tell me where you are and I'll come get you." More static then. "Kevin." I hadn't given my name. Hadn't used it on the radio all night. "Kevin Reeves." The voice was still a whisper, but different now. Wet somehow, like speaking through a mouthful of liquid. "I see your truck, Kevin. Pretty red Peterbilt. I'm coming to say hello." The fog pressed against my windshield. Shapes moved in it, or seemed to. The CB kept broadcasting that wet whisper. "I'm hungry, Kevin, so hungry. Your heart sounds strong, beating fast now." I threw the truck in gear and pulled out, tires spraying gravel. In my side mirror, something tall and dark detached itself from the tree line. Something that ran on all fours, but wrong. Joints bent backwards, too many limbs. I hit the gas hard, engine roaring as I accelerated down Highway 18. The radio crackled again. "Don't leave, Kevin. I just want to taste." I yanked the power cord out. 10 minutes later, I was back on I-44, pushing the speed limit, hands shaking on the wheel. I told myself I hadn't really seen anything in the fog. Told myself the gashes in that car could have been from a guardrail or accident. The radio voice was just some sick prank. But I knew better. I drove straight through to Kansas City. Didn't stop once, even though my bladder was bursting by the time I reached the delivery dock. Made my deadline with 20 minutes to spare. The police report I filed that morning was careful and factual. Abandoned car, signs of damage, no driver found. I left out the radio calls, the thing in the fog, all the impossible parts. The detective nodded, took notes, said they'd look into it. 3 days later, I was back on I-44, heading south this time with a load of auto parts. Daylight run, thank God. My replacement CB radio was tuned to Channel 19, the normal trucker frequency. I'd blocked out Channel 9 completely. Didn't want to risk hearing emergency calls anymore. At a rest stop near Tulsa, I overheard 2 other drivers talking about a missing person case. Woman named Sarah Mitchell disappeared 4 days earlier. Her car was found on Highway 18 covered in strange claw marks. No body ever recovered. I didn't stop to tell them what I knew. Didn't want to think about it at all. But that night in my motel room, I looked up news reports about that stretch of Highway 18. Found more cases stretching back decades. Drivers reporting weird radio calls, abandoned vehicles, people vanishing without a trace. The next week, I quit long-haul driving and took a local delivery route. Day shifts only in the city. The pay's worse, but I sleep better. Sometimes, though, when I'm home alone at night, my old CB radio sitting silent in the garage, I swear I can hear a whisper coming from it. A wet, hungry whisper, calling my name. I keep meaning to throw that radio away, but part of me needs to keep it, needs to know if that voice comes through again. Because if it does, someone needs to warn the next driver who answers a call for help on Highway 18. Someone needs to tell them that some calls shouldn't be answered, that some kinds of help shouldn't be offered, that there are things out there in the dark that know your name, things that can sound like anything they want to sound like, things that are always hungry. I think about that Honda Civic sometimes, sitting in some police impound lot. Wonder if those claw marks are still visible, or if they've been explained away as collision damage. Wonder if Sarah Mitchell's family still hopes she'll be found. Wonder if she was ever really there at all, or if her voice was just another lure like a deep-sea anglerfish's glowing bait, drawing in helpful, well-meaning prey. Last month, I ran into one of the detectives who worked the case. He was shopping at the grocery store where I deliver now. He recognized me, pulled me aside to talk. You know what the weird thing was about that car? He said, keeping his voice low. We found teeth marks on the steering wheel. Human teeth deep enough to leave impressions in the hard plastic, but they were wrong somehow. Too many of them, and shaped all wrong. He shook his head, tried to laugh it off. Lab must have screwed up the analysis. Anyway, just thought you'd want to know we officially closed the case. No signs of foul play. I nodded, said the right things, walked away. Didn't tell him about the dreams I still have. Dreams where I stop at that gas station, but this time I keep walking into those woods. Keep following that voice until I find its source. In the dreams, I finally see what made those claw marks. Finally understand why the voice was so wet, so hungry. I wake up from those dreams with my teeth hurting like I've been grinding them. My wife says I talk in my sleep now, but won't tell me what I say. Just looks worried and changes the subject. This morning, I found deep scratches down the side of my delivery van. 4 parallel lines evenly spaced. The boss blamed it on vandals, said he'd call insurance. I didn't tell him I heard the CB radio in the garage click on at 2:47 a.m. last night. Didn't tell him about the whisper that came through it saying my name. Didn't tell him that when I looked out my bedroom window, something tall and wrong was standing in my backyard, looking up at me with too many eyes. I'm writing this down now because I know they'll need some kind of explanation. Know they'll want to understand why I'm getting in my car tonight, driving out to Highway 18. The voice on the radio said it misses me, said it's been waiting so patiently, said it's still hungry. If you're reading this, if you ever drive those dark highways in the dead hours, remember, some calls for help shouldn't be answered. Some voices shouldn't be trusted. And if you hear your name whispered through the static, keep driving, don't look back. And whatever you do, don't stop to help. Because not all predators hunt with teeth and claws. Some hunt with voices in the night, with calls for help that tug at your conscience. With promises and pleas in your own name spoken so softly. I know that now. Know it too late, maybe. But at least I can warn others. The radio's whispering again. Time to go. Remember what I told you. Keep driving. Don't stop. Don't answer when it calls your name. The first scream hit me at 6:43 p.m. I remember checking my watch because the sun was setting, and I needed to decide whether to make camp or push on to the next clearing. I stood frozen on the narrow dirt trail, my backpack suddenly feeling 20 pounds heavier. Help! Somebody help me! The voice was mine. Not similar to mine. It was exactly my voice, down to the slight rasp I'd developed after a bout of strep throat last winter. But it came from somewhere deep in the forest to my left, maybe half a mile away. I dropped my pack and grabbed my hunting knife. The blade felt useless in my sweaty palm. My heart hammered against my ribs as I listened, trying to pinpoint the direction. Please, I'm hurt. Help! My voice called again, closer this time, maybe a quarter mile away. I'd been hiking alone in the Cascade Mountains for 3 days. Hadn't seen another person since Tuesday morning when I passed a couple heading back to the trailhead. The forest around me was old growth, massive Douglas firs and western red cedars stretching up into a dense canopy that blocked most of the remaining daylight. Is someone there? I called out, immediately regretting it. The words barely left my mouth when they were echoed back. Is someone there? The copy was perfect. Same inflection, same pitch, same everything. But now it came from 2 different directions. The original voice was still calling for help from the left, while the new one repeated my question from somewhere behind me. My legs shook. I grabbed my pack and started walking faster along the trail, heading north. The main road was about 8 miles ahead. If I kept up a good pace, I could make it before full dark. Where are you going? My voice asked from the trees. This time from the right, maybe 50 yards away. The words were playful, almost sing-song, like a kid playing hide-and-seek. I broke into a run. My boots pounded against the packed dirt as branches whipped past my face. The heavy pack threw off my balance, making me stumble over roots and rocks. Running won't help. my voice called, now from multiple directions at once. The words overlapped each other in a disorienting chorus. Some sounded scared, others angry, others amused, all in my voice. I spotted a fallen log ahead and ducked behind it, trying to catch my breath. The voices had stopped. The forest was dead silent, no birds, no wind in the trees, nothing. Just my own ragged breathing and the thunder of blood in my ears. Then a twig snapped nearby. Close, too close. I peered over the log. 20 yards away, between two massive cedar trunks, something moved in the shadows. The shape was wrong, too tall, too thin. It seemed to shift and flow like smoke, but somehow still solid. As I watched, a pale arm extended from the mass, long and jointed in too many places, ending in fingers like white branches. "Found you," my voice whispered from directly behind me. I bolted. Forgot the pack. Forgot everything except running. Branches tore at my clothes as I crashed through the underbrush. I could hear movement in the forest around me. Not footsteps, but a sliding, rustling sound like something massive flowing through the trees. "Stop running," the voices called. "We want to play." They were everywhere now, ahead, behind, above in the canopy. Some laughed, some screamed, some spoke in conversational tones, all in my voice, all getting closer. I spotted a game trail cutting across my path and took it, veering east. The ground sloped upward here and my legs burned with the effort, but uphill meant thinning trees, maybe a viewpoint where I could get my bearings. The voices followed, but they seemed to stay in the denser forest below. I pushed harder, scrambling up the increasingly steep slope. My hands were bleeding from catching myself on rocks and rough bark. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the trees opened up into a small clearing near the ridgetop. I doubled over, gasping for air, spots dancing in my vision. The sun had set, leaving only a deep purple glow on the western horizon. When my breathing steadied, I realized I could still hear the voices, but they were staying in the tree line below the clearing, circling around the perimeter. I counted at least 8 distinct voices, all using different words, but all in my exact voice. "Come back down. We're waiting. Don't you want to see? It hurts so much. Help us. Join us. Please. Please." I backed away from the trees until I hit something solid. Spinning around, I found myself face to face with a massive Douglas fir at the center of the clearing. Its trunk was easily 8 feet across, the bark deeply furrowed and dark with age. Something caught my eye. Marks in the bark at about chest height. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. My blood went cold. Deep gouges had been carved into the trunk, not by any animal's claws, but in deliberate, angular strokes. They spelled out a single word: Saya. I swung the light around, illuminating other trees at the edge of the clearing. Every trunk bore the same marks: Saya, 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 carved over and over, some fresh with sap still oozing, others old and weathered. "Do you understand now?" The voices had synchronized, speaking as one. The sound came from everywhere at once, filling the clearing like physical pressure against my ears. I pressed my back against the marked tree, knife held out in front of me. The beam of my phone's light caught movement at the tree line. They emerged slowly, tall, flowing shapes, darker than the darkness between the trees. Their bodies seemed to twist and reshape themselves with every movement, like ink spreading through water. But their arms, God, their arms, were solid and pale, too long, too many joints, reaching toward me with fingers like white branches. I counted 12 of them. They formed a circle around the clearing, swaying slightly, waiting. "We are so lonely," they said in my voice. "Stay with us. Be with us. Become us." The shapes began to move forward, closing the circle. Their arms stretched out, white fingers grasping at the air. My chest felt tight, like I couldn't get enough oxygen. The knife shook in my hand. I was going to die here, I realized. Whatever these things were, they were going to take me, change me, make me one of them. Another voice in their chorus. Then I heard it. A real sound, cutting through the voices. A helicopter. The thrum of rotors grew louder and a searchlight beam cut through the canopy to the west. The shapes recoiled from the light, their bodies seeming to unravel at the edges. Their voices rose in a cacophony of screams. My screams multiplied and distorted until they didn't sound human at all. I ran, sprinted straight through a gap in their circle as they writhed away from the approaching light. Their fingers brushed my jacket like dead leaves as I passed, sending waves of bone-deep cold through my body. I didn't stop running until I hit the main forest road. Literally, hit it, stumbled out of the trees and fell face first onto the asphalt. A Forest Service truck found me there 10 minutes later, scraped up and babbling about voices in the woods. They told me later that my emergency beacon had activated, the one in the pack I'd abandoned. Search and rescue had been trying to reach me for hours. The helicopter had been sweeping the area in an expanding grid pattern. I never went back for my pack, never went hiking alone again either. But sometimes late at night when I'm lying in bed, I hear my own voice calling from somewhere in the darkness, asking me to come back, to join them, to become one with the things that wait in the deep woods, carving their warnings in the ancient trees. The park rangers found my pack the next day right where I'd dropped it. They also found claw marks on the trees all around it, fresh ones, spelling out Saya over and over. When they asked what it meant, I remembered something from my Portuguese classes in college. Saya, it means leave in Portuguese. I should have listened.